You ready to rock?
Yep.
I declare open the hearing of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee into the 2026-27 budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee is due to report to the Senate on Tuesday, the 23rd of June 2026, and it has fixed Friday, the 17th of July 2026 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate matters of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and as such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at the estimates hearing. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to an officer or superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for the Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear today. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestries, representing the Minister for Agriculture, Fishery and Forestries. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Good to see you, Acting Chair. Big shoes to fill today. Wish you all the best, and no opening statement from me.
Thank you very much. I would now welcome Ms Victoria Anderson, Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestries. Ms Anderson, do you have an opening statement?
I do have a brief opening statement, if that's okay, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to make a brief statement. I just wanted to outline the Department's key area of focus in recent months, which has been on the impacts of the conflict in the Middle East on the agriculture, fisheries and forestry sector. As you would be aware, the availability and price of agricultural inputs, particularly fertiliser and fuel, have been areas of significant concern for industry. We established a task force in the department to be responsive to developments and bring together information and analysis quickly to support government decision making. We engaged early with our colleagues across the Commonwealth and in states and territories, and we've ensured that food production and animal welfare are front of mind in considerations around fuel availability. And we've taken a whole of supply chain lens to understanding the impacts. Food production isn't possible without being able to source the right inputs, such as fertiliser, and of course, producers need to be able to get their product to market. We've been engaging closely with industry since the early days of the conflict. Minister Collins has hosted 10 industry roundtables, which have been invaluable for us in understanding the impacts on the sector, including industry-specific considerations. We've brought in other government departments and relevant speakers to ensure industry has up-to-date information and gets questions answered in real time. And on top of the roundtables, we've had many other discussions with stakeholders, and I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the constructive engagement and approach to information sharing that has happened right across the sector. The conflict isn't over yet, so we remain engaged with industry and across government, and will continue to assess the resourcing required and be ready to flex our effort up or down as needed. As I did last estimates, I would like to acknowledge today the ongoing impact on our industries of persistent drying conditions in some parts of the country. While there has been welcome rain in some parts of the nation, other regions do remain dry. We remain closely engaged with state and territory governments and industry to understand the impacts and ensure information is available about options for support, both for those in immediate hardship and for longer-term preparedness. ABARES is currently updating its forecasts for agricultural production and exports, which will be released next week. And as part of these hearings, we'd be happy to go into more detail about what ABARES has been hearing in its consultation process. Finally, I'd like to introduce Ms Karen Crosthwaite, who joined the department as Chief Operating Officer and Deputy Secretary of our Strategy, Enterprise and Engagement Group on the 4th of May. Ms Crosthwaite has joined us from the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet and has previously worked at DAF, so may be familiar to some committee members. Thank you very much for the opportunity for this statement, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms Anderson. Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Process questions on staffing first, numbers, or all those sorts of things, if we want to go there.
Yes.
Can the department provide its current ASL for 25-26 and projected ASL across the estimates?
Yes, Senator. I'll ask my colleagues to provide those answers. I think we're running at about 6,500, but they can be more precise.
Senator, that is correct. For 25-26, we have an ASL estimate. Sorry, Mr Matthew Gosson, Chief Finance Officer, Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries and Forestry. The ASL estimate for this year is 6,561. And then as per the portfolio budget statements, Senator, bear with me, for 26-27, that's grows to 6,654.
Right. None beyond that?
Senator,
Yep. No. Okay. How does current ASL compare with the 24-25 actuals?
So, Senator, the ASL actuals for 24-25 were 5,885.
Right. And what was the 25-26 budget estimate?
The 25-26 budget estimate. So, Senator, the budget estimate that was in the 25-26 budget year was, if you just give me 2 seconds, 6,373.
Okay.
And that was updated through the 26-27 budget process. And as shown that in the PBS, that's now 6,561.
Perfect. On notice, can we just get staffing levels 21-22, 22-23, 23-24 or not?
Happy to collate those, Chair, noting that the department was a different, we're a Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment
crossover
back
between
then.
the...
Yeah, so it won't necessarily be a one-for-one comparison.
So some growth. Which divisions or business areas have experienced the largest staffing growth?
So, Senator, across those financial years, the largest growth we're seeing, and apologies, sorry, Tim Simpson, Chief People Officer. The largest growth that we...
It's like being news on a Zoom call, isn't it?
Straight into it. The largest growth we did see was in our biosecurity operations and compliance group.
Right.
And that's both ASL figures but also actual headcount as well.
That's just general operations and stepping things up, or has there been any change? Any change in structure or focus? It's
so not really change in structure and focus, just uptick in headcount to deliver services. Okay.
Going to go to labour hire staff now. How many ongoing and non-ongoing labour staff?
So, contractors, do you mean? How many contractors?
Yep.
So the department currently has 802 contractors.
Yep.
I don't have specifics about whether they're part-time or permanent arrangements, but they're contractors. That's the head count.
But ongoing and non-ongoing? Don't know that.
So that's
no terminating contracts? They're all ongoing contracts?
They're ongoing for a period of time, but all varied and delivered for different things. Some are actually like labour hire, to your point, which are actually come in and do a specific purpose. Others are linked to contract or service providers.
Okay. We can work out percentage, you've got actual numbers, but what proportion of department's workforce is currently APS employees, contractors, consultants, and then labour hire? Do we have that?
So I can give you that breakdown. So currently, sorry, 1 second. So currently, 90% of our workforce is public servants and 10% are contractors. We don't have a breakdown between contractors and consultants.
Okay.
But of that 90% that are public servants, 85% are ongoing, 2% are non-ongoing, and then 2% are casual, and obviously there's that variance in there of a percentage point.
Rounding, yep, that's fine. can we get year by year, 24, 25, 25, 26 on consultants spend?
Senator, if you just give me 2 moments. I might not have it back that far, but I can certainly give you what I have with me.
Yep.
For expenditure on consultancies, year to date this year, 1.62 million.
Yep.
24-25, 8.24 million. And 23-24, 9.48 million.
A lot lower this year. As there's reasons behind that? Nothing? We're not going to get to 8 or 9 million in a month and a half, are we?
I wouldn't expect so, Senator.
That's right.
I think, Senator, we do make a concerted effort only to undertake consultancies where they're needed. I'm not sure if there was some particular drivers for the higher numbers in the past, but generally I don't think we'll have a particularly high consultant usage.
There's no particular agenda here. It's just sort of information. Yeah.
Oh, he says that.
Oh, geez, you're taking off the nice jacket. Sorry, Minister.
He wants to show you the tie, the maroon tie.
Yeah, that's right.
Make sure you get to look at it.
Do you have spending for... So that's consultants. What about contractors or labour hire, or you're bundling those two together? You have that spending?
No, consultancies are definitely...
No, but contractors and labour hire, do you have those numbers separate, or are they together?
Not specifically on labour hire contract centre. I do have like a contractor spend in general, but that
Can you give me a contractor spend? Yeah.
So in terms of general procurement spend, I would call it.
Yep.
So the value year to date is 225.36 million.
Yep.
In 24-25, 665.37 million, and 23-24, 616.57 million.
Once again, considerably lower this financial year. You're hopefully not going to spend $400 million in a month and a half.
So, Senator, what I'd say is that's the value of the contracts we've entered into in that year, and if it's a multi-year contract, it can be lumpy. Okay.
And the APS staffing, so wages and for those same periods, if I can? If you need it on notice, that's fine.
I might need to take that one on notice specifically, Senator.
Do you keep data on work from home, numbers of staff?
We do, Senator, yes.
If I was to be specific on, say, how many staff work from home at 2 days a week or more, or have you got that sort of thing?
I'm not sure if we've got that breakdown about whether days a week and more, but I can have a quick look for you and take that on notice, maybe come back.
Yeah, tell me what you've got and we'll see where we go from there.
I think we do have something, Senator. I can just read it out, Mr Simpson, if you trust me. So
trick question on bonus time, no way.
I have the breakdown by number of days per week, and a
great.
total. I probably won't be able to do the maths on the spot for 2 days or more, but so I think starting from as at 31 March, I think as of 31 March we had 1,092 with 3 days per week, 626 with 4 days per week, and 327 with 5 days per week.
And just for my own maths, they're not accruing, so if I'm doing 4 days, I don't appear in 3 as well. It's only...
No, that's right.
Yep, okay. Thank you for those. So what is your ASL cap? That's the 6371, sorry, 6561. You're at the... And we're operating at that cap currently?
Very slightly under it, Senator.
Okay. Do you know how many vacant positions exist across the agency, across the department?
So we don't keep that data. We don't actually have vacant positions. We run off budget, so we don't keep positions that are vacant.
Okay, so...
I think, Senator, to help you, you could imply the fact that we're close to our ASL forecast, and our affordable ASL would mean we're fairly close to.
So there's no key positions that remain unfilled for periods of time or anything like that?
Not generally. I mean, we advertise. You know, there are key positions like the head of ABARES at the moment that is in the field for advertising, but we don't tend to hold those for long periods of time.
I'm relatively new to this committee, so I haven't read your census, your staff census, which was always fun for some. How is your staff turnover?
It's our attrition rate is fairly low. I think it's running at 8.5%.
Just below. It's about 7.5%.
7.5, even though
I read NEMA. I'm missing NEMA now. They had a 50%, so that was just considerably lower than that one.
I think we have the benefit of a larger department and people who like to work here. So not that people don't like to work elsewhere, of course, but we're a great place to work, and I think our attrition rate's always fairly low.
On a general thing, and I say I haven't read it, so on your staff census, when you go through that, staff generally happy, feel empowered?
Yes, I would say our census results across most of the key metrics are fairly good, like at the APS average, sometimes a bit better, sometimes a little under, but I don't know if others want to.
Any areas you're focusing on? Yeah, just a general chat,
Sorry, Karen Crossthwaite, Deputy Secretary, Chief Operating Officer. We would always like to see better results in the APS census. It's always a process of improvement. Whenever we ask staff to tell us what they think, we'd really like to think that they're going to give us things that we can action. Some of the things that we are particularly focusing on where we can see some room for improvement are around our communication, enabling innovation, and we can always do better on wellbeing, support and policies, because you can always improve that.
Okay. Can we say how many SES level staff are currently employed across the department?
So as at 31 March, we had 101 SES positions within the organisation.
Positions or
so positions, yeah. So we manage by positions.
Yep.
Some of them did have acting EL2s, but we run off the positions within our org structure.
How many have been added since? Do you know what it was 12 months ago, going back just...
Yeah, so 12 months ago it was about 107.
Yep.
So we have had a reduction since that period.
What was it in change of government back in 2022? Do you know that number?
I don't have that with me, so I have to take that on notice.
I think, again, Senator, we might get caught up with MOGs as well, so it won't be necessarily...
Withdraw.
Yeah, OK. Excellent, one less.
What's the total remuneration cost of your SES level? Do you know that?
Probably don't have total remuneration here. Right. We need to take that on notice.
Fine. What do you have?
Probably
I'll
not.
Take anything you've got, and then we'll take the rest on notice.
All right, 1 second, Senator, bear with me.
You hear the info.
So we don't have much on remuneration itself for SES as a whole. We do kind of have the broader bands that our SES operate within, but I mean, that can give you some context, but...
I'll take on notice and we'll get...
Absolutely.
That's fine, you said you had some in acting. Do you know how many are in acting in that 101?
So not specifically, but there's about 4 EL2s that are acting. There's another range of acting arrangements too, obviously, when we have vacancies at higher levels, but most of those would then be SES. So if it's a Band 2 vacancy, generally it would be a SES Band 1 that would act. It's only now SES Band 1 vacancies where we have EL2s act. But most of those two are related to temporary positions or positions that have been advertised at the moment in the market or finalising recruitment processes. Okay,
was a 107 or 101 part of the efficiency measures, the reduction, or is it just change it? Yeah.
So it was change in approach, but also about the fact the department does have an SES cohort number, and it was kind of, I guess, looking at stabilising the organisational structure and positions during that period.
I don't expect you to be able to give them now. I'll be impressed if you can. The six SES positions that have reduced from 107 to 101, do you know what they were?
Not all of them off the top of my head,
yeah,
no.
That's fine. I'll take that.
I could have a crack. No, I couldn't.
Really?
No. A few I could.
I was almost impressed. How about that? Is there any voluntary redundancies planned, or have there been any in the last 12 months?
So, Senator, we don't currently have any voluntary redundancy rounds open. However, voluntary redundancies are a standard sort of part of the HR toolkit to help us manage within our available resourcing. So, yes, we have offered some and they've been accepted, but if you want some details, Mr Simpson can go into that.
Yep.
So, Senator, this financial year up until 31 March, we had 5 voluntary redundancies across the department.
So not a heap? No,
not a heap. And that's kind of comparative to last financial year as well.
Okay. And there's no offers currently out?
There will be, I think that 31 March figure, I am aware of some further voluntary redundancies, but...
Of a similar quantum, or are we...
It might be slightly higher than that. I haven't got it in my head, Senator. They're still under negotiation. We actually don't know who will accept and who won't, but there'll be a few more, definitely.
Maybe on notice as well the number that you did offer, not just the number that we'll accept.
Yes, I think by the time we are due to return questions, we would have an end of financial year figure for you, Senator, of concluded ones. So that might be the best.
I'd also like number
comparison.
of offers.
Okay, yeah, we can do any that are open for offers.
Given their redundancies and change of roles, is there particular departments that they have been focused on or anything like that?
No, not necessarily. Well, yes, actually. So because it is targeted, it's like I said, it's not an open round for anybody. There are a few areas where we are contracting our staff, and that is where we've sort of focused. But just in one-on-one discussions with individuals who we think may be interested, they approach us and we negotiate. So yes, there are a couple of areas that I'm
clearly not biosecurity because that's going up. What areas are they? Yeah.
There are parts of biosecurity that are appropriation funded as well as cost recovery. The complicated thing about our budget is we can have two different things going on at one time. Trade volumes can be increasing and therefore our revenue can be increasing, and therefore you need to staff to support those services. But at the same time, if there's a contraction in other areas and they're not necessarily transferable staff, people have different skills in some of those roles. So you can get a little bit of lumpiness about where there's growth and where there might be a little bit of contraction to meet savings targets and an affordable budget.
Okay. When we go to the contractors we were talking about earlier, do we know how many contractors, not contracted services, labour hire or contract within the building, are greater than 12-month service?
We don't have that with the Senator, no. It would take some time.
Can I get that on notice? Maybe break down 1, 2, 3 years?
Yep.
That'd be great. And also, given the data you've got versus what I expected, ICT specifically, if you've got contractors in the ICT area, can you break that down separately for me? Is ICT contractor heavy? A lot of departments are having troubles getting APS staff to do that. Is that the same for you?
Absolutely. I think the vast majority of our contractor workforce works in ICT or the digital space.
Okay. Is that a recruitment problem or
it's a bit of a market problem.
Yeah.
Yes. I think there's always an opportunity to obviously convert as many as we can into public service roles, but it's a highly competitive and specialised area. So we do find, like some other departments, you do have to go through a contractor workforce.
There are also certain roles or tasks that only really happen in IT areas that you need a contractor to come in, do that piece of work, and then they move on to their next job. So it's a mixture of ongoing type work, but also very specific tasks, which will always have an element of that.
Okay. General question we're asking, obviously all thing, a breakdown of daily rates for contractors on the highest paid stuff. Do you know how many contractors are on more than $2,000 a day, $3,000 a day or $4,000 a day? Wouldn't have that data here, I imagine.
No,
would you break that
probably
out?
need to take that on notice.
Happy for that? So just those limits. So I understand there's some key people. How many?
Sure.
Not stacked like we did before, but the 432, that'd be great.
Yeah, no problem.
Is there cooperation between departments about how those... is there an informal base looking at that? We're all fishing in the same pond for ICT. Do we talk across departments about what we're paying and compare those sorts of data?
Yes, Senator, we do, and that's mostly done. I've attended a Secretary's Board where that was discussed, and then the idea is obviously some of the larger employers set a market price, and it's very important that we're not driving each other up, if you know what I mean. So I think there are conversations, probably both in the Chief Operating Officer Committee and in Secretary's Board, about ensuring we're sort of talking to each other about what's appropriate rates of pay in a contractor sense.
Yeah, and also the CIOs across the public service are in very regular contact about staffing and a range of other things. But that idea that the biggest operators are those that are going to be setting the price is something that we're very alert to.
Okay. That's the end of that. If that section is more on corporate. But...
I might just rotate the call to Senator DeLiga, who's got some questions on corporate.
Does the department do any contracting to the division within the Department of Finance that was set up to replace external contractors?
Do you mean in PM&C, the Australian Government Consultants?
Yeah.
I
thought they were in the Department of Finance, but...
Oh, sorry, I'm not sure if it's the same thing. There is an Australian Government Consulting Service in my Ministry and Cabinet.
That's the one I mean.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think we have had at least one, maybe two projects with that over the last couple of years, but none in very recently. Do you have the details?
No, I don't have the details to hand, Senator. I'm happy to grab them. But yeah, I'd echo the Secretary's comments. I'm pretty sure we have used them.
Can you just on notice give us advice of what those projects have been and their value?
Thank you. Senator DeLiga, I'll rotate the call to you.
Thanks very much, and I'm very happy to hear that my colleagues across the talk about labour hire within the public service, and I know the department's been doing a lot of work to rebuild the in-house capability of DAF. Can just following on about the redundancies, these have been mostly in the rank and file workers or in the senior executive. Can you just clarify that for me?
They've been both, yes. So not junior staff, mostly sort of executive
so not
level
frontline staff.
Definitely not frontline staff, no.
Okay, great, perfect. And can you just take us through some of the some of the roles in which we've been rebuilding the capacity in? So when it comes to frontline operational roles, can you give us some examples of the work that they're doing for farmers and exporters in the biosecurity system?
Yes, I'll ask my colleagues to sort of jump in, but through our regulatory services, as you would know, Senator, we support export certification. That supports a whole range of industries exporting. We are required to certify to exporting country standards and requirements, and they are sometimes quite complex. So we have a large workforce that does that day in, day out, attends meat operations, ports, airports, to basically ensure that product can go overseas and be accepted by importing countries. And then on the import side, as you'd be aware, we manage biosecurity risk and a whole range of operational activities that support trade. In terms of the nature of the growth in those areas, I might see if my colleagues want to add anything, but I think largely it's been to support that the growing revenue for the growing revenue that's been received because of trade volumes both ways has meant we have been able to employ more staff, and most of those staff are located outside Canberra in a range of different locations on the ground.
Sorry, Senator, just to give you some examples, so that might be staff supporting Western Sydney International Airport and the operation of that. It also might be for new and redeveloping ports, so whether that's at Perth, Sunshine Coast, Newcastle, it's definitely the frontline staff.
Excellent. And with the increasing trade and the cargo and travel volumes, how does that flow through to the day-to-day work of the department, and what does that extra cargo mean for the inspections and biosecurity checks?
So obviously we have to meet service level standards to ensure things can flow as freely as possible. So really the more people we have on the ground able to support that, that's benefiting consumers in terms of being able to receive products quickly, and it's obviously benefiting businesses in being able to export as quickly as possible. There's always more we can do to improve those services, but the growth in that area, the growth in revenue has meant we are able to support a workforce that can assist industry to grow their opportunities internationally. And
what does the increased export demand mean for the certification work?
I think there's a lot more of it, is the short answer to that. So, and I think it's not just the growth in demand, it's also the growth in complexity. As you know, there's a pretty vexed geopolitical environment internationally. A lot of countries are looking at imports in I guess everybody looks at imports in a particular way, but there's additional pressure in making sure that our product is accepted, and that requires quite a degree of precision and negotiation through our trade area to support a reduction in the requirements, and then obviously those requirements can grow, and so really the entirety of our export certification workforce has to be highly responsive to importing countries so that we really are meeting the needs of our businesses in exporting.
And are the increased demands mainly being filled in operational areas?
Yes, Senator, although it's both the policy and the operational areas, I would say, in terms of additional resourcing in a staffing sense, that's mostly operational, but obviously there's a lot of pressure placed on our scientists and our vets to ensure they can assess requirements and give the best advice possible to our operational staff so they're able to do their job. So it sort of does have a flow through.
And can you just run through how you match your staffing levels to the actual service demand, say for farmers, for exporters, and what the industry needs?
That sounds a little technical for me, Senator, but I'll see if my colleagues want to add anything there.
Senator, what I would say is obviously a range of services the department provides are cost recovered from industry. So we make sure that we have adequate staff to be able to deliver those services at the price point that that we charge for that activity.
And how do you assess the demand for for export certification?
That's a very good question. I think probably would need some friends. Yes. Tina. Tina can be my friend. Responsible for I'm glad she didn't abandon me in my hour of need. Thanks, Tina.
Good morning, Tina Hutchison, Deputy Secretary responsible for Agricultural Trade and Regulation. So, Senator, as the Secretary has mentioned, we have service level standards. So we make a public undertaking to exporters about the time in which we will give effect to something. If you make a phone call, if you send an email, if you lodge a request, there'll be a certain amount of time that we will intend to respond to that, and so we can then look at how much staffing we need in order to respond to that. And as the CFO mentioned, we also have a large proportion of that workforce that's cost recovered. So we assess how much it costs us to deliver that service, how much. We have a look at demand, we have a look at what's happened in the previous year, what we anticipate coming up in the year ahead. We engage with our industries on things like volumes, the countries that we're exporting to, how much volume we've seen over time. We issue tens of thousands of certificates every year, so we watch that very closely. We have a very good understanding of what goes into delivering those services, and we look to match our service availability to the demand that's coming towards us.
Thanks, and obviously the balancing and keeping staffing, keeping that balancing act, it would be pretty fine. What happens if you don't keep that balancing act? What's the impacts?
Well, in our export services, there are absolute direct impacts to exporters. In order to get agricultural product into overseas countries, you need the certification, the assurance that's provided by the department. Agricultural exports can be different to other types of exports where you need government-to-government certification. So if we're not available to issue the certification, the goods can't go, so those opportunities are lost. So the department works extremely hard to make sure that we're understanding the demand coming, that we work to ensure that when people submit their requests for certification that we're able to issue them so that goods can get on planes, on ships and get to the destinations. But there's a direct impact on Australian exporters and value down the value chain if we're unable to provide that certification service in a timely way.
Thanks for that, Ms Hutchins and Ms Anderson. Many thanks to the work of the DAF staff, and I know there are many CPSU members that are looking forward to commencing bargaining very, very soon. So thanks for all the work they do.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Leaker.
Does he need to authorise that recruitment for you?
More the merrier, Senator. Come and work for DAF. It's all good.
I might ask a lot of questions off the back of that in relation to the services that we've just been talking about provided to farmers. And the question is actually how proactive are we in that space? So I've been talking to some farmers at home in Tassie. They've been exporting onions to New Zealand. Not New Zealand. We're competing with New Zealand into the Indonesian market. Last year, I don't think we sold any onions to Indonesia. They all went to New Zealand. The Indonesians changed their fumigation requirements a couple of years ago. The New Zealand MPI has been quite proactive in getting a new protocol to support onions going into Indonesia without fumigation. I mean, where are we in that sense? So they've got a new protocol that replaces that need, that has registration of farms, trimming of roots and tops, labelling with farm IDs in Bahasa, some fan force cleaning to remove dust and soil, and a few other requirements. So they've got this new system that their New Zealand's government have proactively put in place. Where are we with that? We're still languishing, having to fumigate, and we've lost a market. It's not a huge market, but the growers who were growing specifically for that market, and we're trying to get back into the market. Are we being as proactive as the New Zealand department is in getting a new protocol, or getting a protocol that allows us to regain that market?
At the reluctance of, given it's a detailed question, I think it best fits in outcome 2.
Well, we've just had a question from a government senator talking about how good and proactive we're being. Here's a very practical example where we're losing access to a market, and my simple question is, how proactive are we being in actually working with our growers to maintain a market, not necessarily to grow it, but just to maintain it? And I get that protocols change.
Yes.
We've all seen plenty of that, but this is a
Senator, to answer your question, so we are proactive. We maintain a network of councillors across many countries, and in Indonesia in particular, we have 2 councillors, given the importance of that market generally to Australian agriculture. So we have both sort of proactive activities where we're engaging in markets, we engage closely with industries. We have formal and structured ways to engage with industries on where pressures might be coming, where their interests are in getting into, or where they're getting pressure in particular markets. And then, of course, our markets can make different decisions about their requirements. And when that happens, we work hard to understand what they are, work with the industry, and work with our colleagues in biosecurity who negotiate the protocols. So there's a range of people involved in engaging with overseas markets, understanding what they need and why, and whether it's practical, feasible and appropriate. We work then through our scientific capabilities as to whether that's reasonable and what we can do to meet those requirements, and then work with the exporters and the growers about how we might go about doing that. So I think we are proactive. We have an eye to that. We know that when you lose market access, it can take a long time to get it back. So we do work very hard to maintain it. But the specifics about the issue that you talk about in relation to where we might be up to with negotiating very specifically on onions to Indonesia would sit with our biosecurity colleagues who will be.
And I'm happy to come
later
back to it, but I wanted to ask,
yeah.
I mean, if the Kiwis can do it, we can.
Yeah, and I think, as you would appreciate, Senator, maintaining market access is a constant need for vigilance, and each country has different priorities, and where we place those priorities becomes quite important. And I know it's a matter of frustration for industry. They get access and they can lose access through the sort of stroke of a pen in a foreign government. So we do our best, and sometimes, other countries have more luck for different reasons other than effort. And so I think I just would make that point as well. But we're very happy to go into the details of that specific one. in outcome 2, which is the science part. The trade negotiation part is with Ms Hutchison, but yeah, we can talk about it a little further.
Well,
Senator Colbeck, just for a moment, just to alert officers and the committee that we've got a member of the media present taking photos. If there are any objections from officers, please let us know. Otherwise,
I've never been asked before, Chair. That's very exciting.
He's using Nikon cameras. I say no.
There's obviously great concern about.
You can also direct us about your best side, Ms Anderson. We will take that under advisement.
Yeah.
Thank you and welcome to our member of the media. Sorry, back to you, Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, look, I'm happy to come back to it, but this is both a trade and a biosecurity issue.
Yes.
I have personally been actively engaged with the Indonesian embassy to talk to them about it. So, you know, it's not just leave it to the government to play here, but you know, these growers were growing specifically for that market and growing a product specifically for that market. They've lost their market through a couple of different circumstances, and I want to do as much as I can from where I sit to make sure that they can get back into the market and maintain what they're doing with an important trade partner.
Agree, Senator, and thank you for raising it. We'll make sure we give it some attention.
We'll come back in
Yeah,
biosecurity.
that's fine.
Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Not sure this is in this section, but being hard-handed these questions by someone else, and if they miss out, I'll be in trouble. So if we were talking about Northern Australian Raillands fire information, NAFI and is it NBIC, would that be in here in corporate funding for that?
No,
Great.
I don't think so. I'm not even sure it's our portfolio.
Right.
No, I don't think it's in the DAF
I've never heard of them, so not your portfolio at all.
No, not that I'm aware of. Correct me if I'm wrong, team. But
Northern Australian and Rangelands fire information and the NBIC, which is Bushfire Information Centre.
I suspect that is more in the NEMA.
I've never heard it raised in this.
Pardon?
I think they're also on now, so
That might be a NEMA.
It's
might
not
be a different
NEMA. Oh,
committee.
it used to be NEMA, yeah.
Oh,
There you go. I thought
environment?
it says Department regarding use of the data. Okay, we'll come back to that later.
I'll get someone to just check.
Yeah, we've got time.
Just to make
'Cause
sure
I want
we're not misleading you.
travel. It's a
Yeah.
travel section now, people.
Okay, right.
Okay, can we get the total travel exchange for year to date and previous year, please?
Certainly, Senator.
And then we're going to go domestic and international, all the details.
So, Senator, year to date is 19.6 million. That's for domestic and international. For 24-25, it was 29.8 million, and for 23-24, it was 26.2 million. Domestic international split.
Yep.
So these won't add up because we also have whole of government fees within this, but I'm happy to provide those. So for year to date, domestic 14.9 million, international 3.1 million, with the balance being administration fees.
Yep.
In 24-25, domestic was 21.4 million and 6.3 for international. And then in 23-24, 20.3 million for domestic and 5.1 for international. And so that's encompassing the total cost of travel, including airfares, accommodation, travel allowances, taxis, the like.
Do you have that broken down into accommodation, flights and other? On notice would be fine.
Yeah, I do have it, Senator. It might become a bit of an extensive list, but I'm happy to go through it. So year to date, for this
year to date for this one.
So of the 14.9 million, travel allowance and incidentals of 4.8, airfares of 4.2, accommodation of 4.1, car hire and taxis of 1.7, and then there was a small other rounding which is likely to be parking receipts and the like. For international, year to date was 3.1, airfares were 1.9, travel allowance was $500,000. We do separate out overseas counsellors' regional travel of 400,000, accommodation of 153,000, and then there were some other incidentals of 126,000.
Can I say, in all the costs we're getting this financial year, I think cost management has been really good. I think we're lower on everything, so...
Yeah, that's...
Sorry, opposition Senator, that's horrible. No. Sorry about that.
I think we got the memo, that actually people like us spending less money, so we're doing our best to do that.
That's well done. How many international trips does that do we know the number of trips that represents?
I don't know whether I have the specific number of trips. What I do have is the number of tickets, Senator.
That would...
so year to date, that's 900 tickets.
International?
International, yes. If you'd like domestic year to date, number of tickets, 9,579.
Wow, that's good. Was there any single event or thing that was the most expensive overseas trip? Was there a conference, a seminar, or anything like? Was there a?
Not specifically that I'm aware of. Okay. Obviously, different locations will have different costs depending on. Particularly, flight costs might be different to different destinations.
But never sent 20 people to one thing,
no,
or yeah. Okay.
I think probably the more expensive trips are usually on the ground trips by operational staff to verify. They might be doing an in-country assessment of pest and disease issues, or an offshore inspection sometimes occurs as well. So those sorts of things often do involve more than one staff member, sometimes to quite interesting areas. So they are the more expensive sort of ones, but I don't think there's a lot of big conference attendance and those sorts of things.
I'm making an arbitrary line in my mind right now. If any individual trip costs more than 100 grand, can you just have a look at that one?
We're happy to do that.
Definitely happy to do that.
Thank you very much. What are the guidance for departmental travel approvals? How does it work? What's the process?
So, Senator, it's in its simplest form, it's an electronic approval process. So, yes, you have to use our internal system. We have a system called The Shed that people go and apply for.
The Shed?
Yeah, it's our intranet portal that we use. Really, it's the workflow system.
Yep.
Through that, people are actually able to apply, get the appropriate financial delegation exercised by their supervisor. Through that, they need to be able to demonstrate the genuine business need for that.
Yep.
And then they go and book the travel, conduct it. On their return, they fully acquit it.
Has that changed in the last 12 months? That's been constant for a while?
Senator, we have been making refinements and improving the electronic tracking and the capability of people to book.
Yep. But the overall process hasn't changed, just as a refinement to the way it happens?
I'd say improvement and further assurance over that.
Right. So with that lowering of travel, which is, has that been a change in policy, or it's just been...
So, Senator, I might... mainly because there might be an uptick coming that I just need to talk about why. So obviously during the Middle East situation, we have been asked across the service, but particularly in our organisation, we had quite a large footprint. We have asked people to reconsider the need for travel that's not essential or not essential to occur now. So sometimes there is a bit of a recovery period, so I don't want to get too excited about telling you all of our costs are going down. There may be a little bit of a rebound, I suppose, in some of those expenses where people have put off travel. Now that the cost of fuel is still very high, has sort of moderated a little bit. We have eased that, but effectively we did, in terms of approvals, particularly for international travel, we decided not to be sort of profligate in how we were travelling, only doing really essential travel that had to happen at that particular time, or where Australia's interests were affected by not being at a meeting and having a voting right, for example. And then for domestic travel, just trying to be prudent. So we do expect in this last quarter, I think the figures that Mr Geisen read out were as at 31 March. So I do expect there'll be a further drop this quarter, but that will probably rebound a little bit going forward. So I think...
Oh, that'll be next year's estimates where I get grumpy, not this.
Yeah, you can get grumpy next year, but I'll have a good reason for you, is what I'm saying.
Is there a guideline as to who or how long internally, if I'm doing more than 4 hours a day or a 3-hour flight, I'll go business versus... Do you have guidelines for a staff level or how that works internally?
Yes, we do.
So, Senator, in terms of distinguishing between economy and business?
Yes.
Yep. So, where a flight exceeds domestically 4 hours, SES are permitted to travel business. That doesn't necessarily mean they do.
Yep.
But broadly speaking, most international travel is business, except for where it might be a near neighbouring country and that flight is below 4 hours. We'll assess that on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, so if I'm going to NZ, I can still potentially go... Would that be on class level of employment as well, or is it all...
No, normally when it's overseas, it will be just consistent across executive witness.
And I'll just add to Mr Goss's response there, that part of that for staff travelling overseas is under our enterprise agreement. It stipulates in that the 4 hours. So that's a requirement that we have to comply with in there as well to that point.
Okay, it's good to know. That's all I have on travel.
I believe we have, I think, 2 staff attending some elements of the COP meeting. I think there'll be, I think under outcome 1, we might be able to explain that further. I just remember seeing something very recently in terms of approvals. Well, I think a couple of staff members attending one of the meetings, especially where with Australia has some, obviously, role in that going forward as well in terms of supporting COP.
All right, we'll come back.
Just going on admin spend now, another exciting high profile. What was the total procurement expenditure year to date and previous year? I think you gave it to me earlier, wasn't it?
I think
no, that was contracting. Yep.
That was total procurement spend. So
that was earlier. Okay. Can I just get those numbers again in this section so I can write them down?
Certainly. So, sorry, they were the contracts entered into in that year. If
yes. Yes.
Yep. So for year to date, that was 225.3 million. For 24-25, 665.3 million, and for 23-24, 616.5 million.
Okay. Do you separate those numbers through limited tender rather than open tender?
I'm happy to get that on notice. I won't have that with me, Senator, but certainly I'm sure we can get that. And
also, I require a note, not now, but I notice how many over $1 million each individual contract.
Definitely have to get that.
Okay. And the 10 largest by volume, by dollar value. Is that okay? Sure. Probably on that same link, do you know the largest firms getting consultancy contracts? Would you know top couple?
For consultancy? Yeah. Yes, Senator. I do have the consultancy details with me. Sorry, let's just make sure I get the right spot. For consultancy expenditure year to date, in terms of, were you after the top 10?
Yep, that'd be great.
So in order highest to lowest, there was McGrath Nickel Advisory of 203,000, Clear Horizon Consulting of 147,000, Cambridge Economic Policy 136, Synergy Group for 135, Ausvet Pty Ltd for 114,
yep.
Noetic Solutions 109,000, CSIRO for 96,000, Proximity Advisory for 61,000, Sententia Consulting for 58,000, and Colida Consulting for 54,000.
Thank you very much. No real big ones there, are they? No monsters.
No, Senator. And those are all published.
There's no KPMGs for...
We do use the Big Four, but in very restrained and for very specific activities.
Yep.
So, to give you an example, we do use, most recently, we did engage KPMG for some specific accounting and impairment advice to a total of $60,000.
Right, okay, fine. On Senator DeLega's CPSU bandwagon here, all those things couldn't be done by staff, internal staff, specific stuff?
I think through our procurement process and our contracting process, Senator, we really do stress test the need for that. In particular, you can see that drop in consultancy spend. We are making sure that expenditure is on activities where the department might not hold that capability or expertise, and really it's for a time-limited temporary piece of work. So.
And what value for money or audit functions happen post this?
Certainly in terms of how we engage when we go out, depending on what arrangement we go to to engage a consultant, we will normally go to multiple vendors to seek different quotes for that piece of work. They will then get evaluated by an evaluation team. They'll get overseen by my procurement team who'll put a quality assurance over the top of that. And then once you actually get into the engagement of the contract, you go through a contract management process to hold that firm accountable for the services and the milestones that they're delivering.
Haven't had to do any audits or procurement breaches or any examinations in that in the last 12 months, 2 years?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
If that changes, just let me know. I notice that's fine. How much has the department spent on advertising, media monitoring and communications contracts?
While we're waiting for Ms Wellington, I just wanted to say it's not just Google. I think we have a website indicating that the program you asked about is still operated by NEMA.
Is it?
The NAFI.
I want to get back to my own committee. No, I won't go to the old committee. Yeah, that's fine.
So,
Thank you very much for that.
Good morning, Senators. Michelle Wellington, First Assistant Secretary, Strategy, Performance and Engagement. Can I just ask you to repeat the question? I got the bit about advertising, I didn't catch the end.
No, how much are we spending on advertising and marketing at the moment, and how much of that is contracted? Yeah.
Sure. So the year to date to 31st of March, the department has spent $619,084. Sorry, $619,084 on advertising.
Is that? What about media monitoring? Do you do that as well, or? And general comms?
I might need to come back to you on media monitoring, and happy to do that. In terms of general comms, did you mean specific in terms of staffing? Or?
No, external.
No, so external would just be our media monitoring and also our advertising costs.
Are there any current, do you use a marketing firm or anything like that, or it's all in-house?
No, we don't, it's all in-house.
Okay. No, I'm very happy with what we have on this section. And I think I'm ready to move on to outcome one a bit early.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
We heard about $2 million creative spend on the Save Fuel campaign. We thought that was quite big.
Thank you very much.
I've got the salary figures.
oh, we do have the salary figures.
Senator, you asked before.
Yep.
I don't have the SES specific salaries, but for the department,
yep.
Last year, 527. This is just for wages and salaries, not on costs on top of that.
Yep.
527.4 million, and it's year to date at the end of at 30 April. 30 April. I'll just be clear on that one. 627.5 million.
So wages have gone up a fair bit.
They have, and that's reflective of that staff growth that we spoke about before.
Thank you very much. Can I say I was very impressed with the ability to answer questions the way that was handled, so thank you very much for that section.
Thank you.
Might get dusty later, but so far so good.
We'll do our best to keep it tidy.
We'll give out the bouquets early.
Yeah.
No pressure on the rest of the department to come and be as helpful as my colleagues here.
Now I think we're ready to move on out of corporate into to outcome one. Ms Anderson, if you need to do a bit of a change up at the table.
There will be just some people changeover.
A reset.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. The Deputy Chair gets bonus points for early marks.
Don't go too early.
Yeah, that's right. I've seen the rest of it.
wouldn't possibly want that.
A fool's still one.
I mean, Michaelia got out of her committee last night.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
Don't get hopeful.
7, was it?
you got
I remain ever hopeful.
you got a precedent to.
There's not enough Queensland, New South Wales people here.
Yeah.
There isn't. There isn't at this point in time.
What are we betting, Chiz?
Queensland.
What are we betting? New South Wales.
Pepsi, carton of Pepsi Max. No, I don't drink it.
I now welcome officers from the department in relation to outcome one and invite questions.
Thank you very much. Might go to what we see as some grant cuts that we read about, and you can tell me I'm wrong, or we can go there. in the budget papers, the department has a full program by program breakdown of $104.6 million in reduced uncommitted funds over the four years. Can we get a breakdown of what that is?
That's right, Senator. Unfortunately for Mr Geisen, I'm going to have to ask him to come back to the table.
Oh, sorry.
Wherever he is. It is completely. Because obviously the overall budget sort of is managed out of our CFO area,
okay.
but many of the programs you'll be talking about are under this outcome, so that would be fine. But I might just wait a moment for Mr Geisen, if that's okay. Can someone make sure he's coming?
It's like The Godfather. Just when I'm out, they drag me back in.
Sorry, Matt. That's all right. It's still warm. It's still warm. Yeah.
Sorry, Senator.
So,
I was in transit into the other
I
room.
understand. We get $104.6 million in reduced uncommitted funding across the forwards in 5 years. Is that a program by program breakdown of what the grants aren't for? Or won't be doing
sorry, the uncommitted grants.
Yeah. I'm looking here. The government will achieve savings of $191.6 million.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So, would you like a breakdown of the 191?
If you can, yeah.
Yep. So that was the offset provided through the budget. So the Future Drought Fund, $52 million in savings. National Heritage Trust, $35 million in savings. The Special Purpose Payment, Pest and Disease Preparedness and Response Programs, $33 million.
We'll come back to that one, yeah.
Wine, Tourism and Cellar Door, $20 million. Ag and Land Sectors Low Emission Future, $16 million. The Immediate Assistance Fund of $12.2 million. Accelerated Adoption of Wood Processing Innovation of $10.7 million. Improving traceability of exports under the Modernising Agricultural Trade, that's $6 million. Regional trade events of $4.4 million. International Ag Cooperation, $1 million. Australian seaweed farming of $0.8 million, and to round it out, Australia's biosecurity system livestock traceability of $0.2 million.
Right. Do they all include, the budget refers to, and I quote here, other trade-related grant programs? That'd be those $1 million, and they're those bottom ones, are they?
Yep.
When we're doing this, what criteria we use to determine which uncommitted funds would be reduced? And were any program risk, delivery, impact or sector dependency assessments undertaken prior to choosing these savings?
Senator, what I would say is, without going into the specifics of the what was put forward to Cabinet to make those decisions, these the offsets that were put forward were largely either underspends in the current year or uncommitted funding in the out year.
Yep. There's been some specifically around pest, and that's the one we'll get to more later. What was the consultation? I given it was underspend. What was the consultation done on these cuts and the effects on those cellar door? What was it on pest? How do we go around that?
So, Senator, usually budget processes are held pretty tight. Obviously, we were asked, just like any other department, has been asked to find savings. The attempt was to minimise impact on the ground. Obviously avoid, and we did, avoid any kind of cuts to existing programs. What we're talking about is a future contraction in some uncommitted grant programs across all of those kind of categories. So no consultation was undertaken in the context of the budget. These savings exercises are usually cabinet processes, and we participated in that. We were asked to make sure that we were contributing to the government's sort of budget repair objectives, which we have done. I think in a context, obviously that's, we always want more money in each portfolio.
Something had to get cut, you had to assess internally.
Exactly. So what we did was try to minimise the impact of those cuts on actual delivery of things now, and prioritise looking at areas where we could make sure there's no one actually, really seeing a significant withdrawal of any financing or services.
Was that, when I go through, Was any of that contractually committed in any way we're not going forward with it, or was it all genuinely not committed?
Genuinely uncommitted, yes, across all of those areas.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
So pest and disease, I think you gave me 33 million. Was it 33 point? I'm answering my own questions.
33.3 million, Senator.
Yeah. So that was genuinely uncommitted. Are there any initiatives that we're looking at doing that will be cut back because of that reduction in spending?
So that's probably more of a question to go into under outcome 2, if that's all right.
I can move that.
Okay, great.
I think all of that goes in outcome 2. I think most of these questions about the cut will be actually specific because the wine and tourism grants would also fall
No,
in.
that's outcome 1. So it's only the biosecurity related programs that would be outcome 2. I think most of the rest of that list belongs between in our outcome 1 kind of part of the department.
Again, going over page, cellar door has been cut. That's correct.
So on the pest and disease preparedness, would that not span outcome 1 and 2? I mean, particularly with respect to pest management.
It's a special account as far as I understand it, Senator, for emergency disease responses. So it's a reduction in what is sitting in that special account. I think, as you know, has been shown, when there's an actual outbreak, it's important to be able to get going quickly. That special account and access to that special account allows us to draw down to do pest and disease responses. What this saving means is there's slightly less in that account, and so we would need to go to government sooner if that account is exhausted to ask for additional funding to manage an outbreak.
Going to that point, there is still money in that account, though.
There is still money in that account.
Can I ask how
much? Mr. Geisen, do you know?
I think it's 400 so the total funding profile, Senator, from 25-26 through to 29-30 for that program is 440.2 million.
So if we get foot and mouth outbreak tomorrow, there's still something there to react with.
Absolutely, and that's always been the intention. Is like I said, I think the impact will be we'll have to go to government sooner if we run out of available funds there to be able to get topped up.
Senator Colbeck, do you have more on that?
No, I was just curious in relation to the pest element of if it's at the border rather than, say, pest management or invasive species management, which is I would see that as more domestic.
That's right. There are domestic elements to, some of the elements of the saving, and again, that's still outcome 2, though. I think our environmental biosecurity area and how we sort of run the pest and disease structure is still primarily run out of our biosecurity area. Even when it relates to pest management domestically, they do the leadership role primarily, and the states and territories obviously have a key role in the on the ground, constitutionally. On the ground, we can't do too much in terms of that. That has to be done by states and territories. We have more of a coordinating and strategising kind of national leadership role.
Okay.
So, moving on. Cellar door, how much was that again?
20 million over 2 years, Senator, and so the profile of that.
Did that cut a specific part of it? I mean, it's been mentioned, it's been retained, it's been cut. Is the cellar door program still operating at all, or what's the status of it?
Yeah, so Senator Matt Lowe, Deputy Secretary, Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry Policy Group. So the existing 3-year agreement with Wine Australia to administer the program will proceed as planned, just to assure you. So round 8 will open as planned in August 2026. Round 9 will proceed as planned as well in mid-2027. And then there'll be no grants from 2028 and 2029.
And there's none planned for Southside Forward, so it doesn't really matter yet.
There'll be a matter for government.
So when your recent recruit was hailed as retaining the cellar door stuff, it's gone. There's no aspect of it going beyond 27, is there? It's gone.
Yeah, I guess any kind of future consideration around the program will be a matter for government.
Okay. I'm just getting that because I think they've said it was a pause, so that would be a new decision required to fire that up again by that time.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you had industry representation come to you on that and those concerns? I have grew up in the Hunter Valley. A lot of those places, it costs the same to produce a bottle of wine that you could sell at wholesale, and it was only cellar door, keeping those things viable. What has industry come to you and said about this program, if anything?
So we're aware that industry has raised concerns about the savings involved with the program, and I think specifically just concerned about the cut to the program and the support it provides for the industry. That is balanced by Senator that separately from 1 July 2026, the wine equalisation tax rebate cap will increase from 350,000 to 400,000. So this will provide an extra 50,000 to eligible wine producers as a cash refund every single year, so up to 50,000.
Yeah.
And effectively, the Wine Cellar Door grant program was commenced as part of a change to the wine equalisation tax rebate. So that change to the program and those savings, in terms of the average grant under the program for the last 4 rounds, that was 49,031. So in terms of an offset, that up to 50,000 is a positive. If you're selling wine, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a certain level of that. Yeah, okay. The guys coming to me are saying quite concerningly, because I think there's also some changes somewhere that if you're now making more wine off your cellar door and sales, you'll be a hospitality business, not a primary producing business too. So I think that's a double layer of concern coming through as you go there.
I haven't heard those concerns, but happy to follow up on those, Senator. Yeah.
Have we modelled the impact? I know you say it could be offset by that, but have you modelled the impact of what it could do to cellar doors? Is industry working with you, Wine Australia or anyone like that, on what the impact could be?
We haven't, no, Senator.
Okay.
Yeah. With indulgence, because this is also potentially relevant with respect to what is considered primary production income, which is now a key question if people are moving from family trusts or considering moving from family trusts to companies. This definition of primary producer income, and it just seems to me those cellar door sales Senator Cadell is referring to may well fall 4 square in relation to income which isn't necessarily primary producer income but falls into another category of income earned by a primary producer, which is a primary producer income. So is that something which potentially you'll be in discussions with the ATO on?
Primarily Treasury Department, just to understand the implications, and we hadn't had that raised with us either, but it's something we will be following up with as we try to understand the implications of CGT.
But I just wanted to put a peg in the ground because it seems to me that falls within that area.
Not a problem. I think Grape and Wine have come to me. They had a number of asks prior of increasing, of trying to make. We've got a glut, we've got an oversupply, especially in red at the moment. We've got all these sorts of issues. There was a government response to the inquiry leading up. They were looking for a bit more. What made that an available, a decision? Like, why did you decide to put that up as an area, given the industry was struggling a bit at the moment anyway? Why did we think this was an attractive thing?
Yeah, Senator, we're very mindful of where the industry's at the moment. So consideration was given. It's, I think, to put it in context, all savings are challenging and difficult, and they're hard decisions have to be made. But our focus was thinking about ensuring that the savings weren't impacting the industry in the short term. So that's why round 8 and round 9 will proceed as planned. In addition to that, in addition to the wine equalisation tax rebate cap increasing. So in the short term, there should be additional money flowing to the sector, and so those savings then apply in later years, and hopefully the industry is on better footing in the future.
Okay. I will potentially come back on that. Chair. Senator Scarr, do you want to go on the...
So I've got some questions in relation to the budget changes to discretionary trusts, capital gains tax, etc. I'm not asking Treasury-related questions. I'm going to be asking a series of questions in relation to programs your department operates, but also what work the department's done in relation to assessing the impact of those changes on primary producers in the context of outcome one productivity, etc., in the agricultural sector. So feel free if I'm taking you into areas where you think it's should be in Treasury or the ATO, feel free to raise that. But my intent is to deal with the operations of this department and the input you're providing on these important issues for primary producers. So with that introduction, Secretary, you acknowledge that a great number of our primary producers are held in family trust structures, discretionary trust structures, is that correct?
That's right, Senator, yes.
Do you have the numbers I've seen indicate potentially at least half are held in those sort of structures? Do you have any figures, even ballpark figures, with respect to ownership of our primary ownership structures for our primary producers?
I don't personally have that, Senator. I'm not sure if Ms Brown or others can assist. Please come forward if you can. But yes, I just, while my colleagues are joining us, I think even on that question, Treasury is probably the best source of truth, given they have the ATO and those sorts of definitional issues. We may have it, but they would be the ones that would be the sort of...
Okay, well, let's see what you've got.
Yeah, we're happy to see what we've got.
Good morning, Senator. Melissa Brown, First Assistant Secretary, Farm Resilience Division. In terms of your question, in terms of your question, we don't actually look at what numbers are impacted. So that is the authority, I guess, of the Treasury and the ATO to look at what the impacts are.
Right. Do you have a sense for the any broad set? Well, you have a general knowledge though that a lot of farms are held through family trust structures. That's correct.
That's correct.
That's
yes,
right.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So my understanding is approximately, and I'll pursue this with Treasury, but my understanding is about half of farms are held in family trust structures, and that's been a structure that's been supported by both sides of politics for a long period of time. Under the Farm Management Deposit Scheme, there are eligibility requirements which are linked to the ownership structure of a farm, of a primary producer. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. So it is it's a risk management tool for primary producers. So what the Farm Management Deposits does, it provides tax concessions to encourage farmers to build that cash reserves in the high income years, so they have it there available in the low income years.
Yes, so it's a very important scheme to support farming families across this country survive, if I can put it that way, bluntly, the ups and downs of a farming cycle, including the drought periods. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's a really important scheme with respect to the resilience of our family communities. You'd agree?
Yes.
Yes. So at the moment, my understanding is that certain ownership structures, if a farm is held by a company, then it cannot access the Farm Management Deposit Scheme. Is that correct?
Doesn't sound like
I
that's
think we need to take that one on notice.
I'm not sure that... Yeah.
Oh, well.
Sorry, what was the proposition, Senator, just to make sure we're clear?
I had a look at this morning. So my understanding at the moment is under the Farm Management Deposit Scheme, you're eligible to apply as a natural person, as someone who's a partner in a partnership structure, as someone who's a beneficiary under a trust, and we've spoken about those 50% of farms that are held in a family trust structure, but a company is not permitted, is not eligible to participate in the Farm Management Deposit Scheme.
That's correct. So companies aren't included.
Right. So that's the point. So you've got a situation then where the budget has introduced changes. In fact, it's provided rollover relief for small businesses, in effect. A family-owned farm is a small business, might be a medium-sized business, to roll over their structures, CGT relief to roll over their structures to transition from a trust, discretionary trust structure, to a company structure. And that's actually something the government has put on the table for small businesses to consider because of the tax changes. But you then have this disconnect because if a family-owned farm business does that and transitions to a company tax, a family-owned farm owned under a family trust structure was eligible to participate in the Farm Management Deposit Scheme, but if they've got a company structure, they're not eligible to participate in the scheme. Is that something which the department has considered at this stage in relation to the impact of family-owned farms transitioning from family trust structures to company structures?
So we have commenced conversations with Treasury around this. We haven't had a formal meeting with them. We are looking at preparing that meeting and having that in terms of how FMDs, so Farm Management Deposit Scheme, operates and what the impacts may be. But that is a consideration that needs to be undertaken by Treasury in terms of the new measures that they have put forward.
Sure, I understand that. So my focus is, my concern, to underline it, is to make sure that your department secretary is actively involved with Treasury so that they understand the impact on the ground of family-owned farm structures, ownership structures changing and what that means under this scheme. So when did that consultation occur?
So we've only recently had conversations with Treasury this week. This week, and due to estimates, we've arranged to meet with them in the coming weeks to discuss our programs that we have in place and how the impacts of the new measures may implicate through the farm management deposits and how the rules are set up through the FMD scheme and then how that reciprocates through the new budget measures.
And Senator, so if I can just add, Senator, I beg your pardon. I was just going to say that there is an exemption for discretionary trusts, just to emphasise that, for primary production income.
Yeah, I'll get to that. I'll get to that.
And obviously, therefore, there'll be matters for farmers to decide whether it's better to stay in a discretionary trust or move to
I'll get to that. That's a very complicated issue, and I'm very. I'm impressed, Mr. Lowe, you raised it, which gives me some confidence. But it's a very complicated issue, so we will get to that. But I'll just, if we can just stay on the FMD scheme first. And Senator Cadell had a follow-up.
Not only are you looking at Treasury not only about what that means going forward, there's probably $6 billion, just under $6 billion in FMDs at the moment.
That's right. Yeah.
What happens to treatment where someone does transition, takes advantage of this rollover provision? Do they lose access? Is it taxable? Are you going to be talking about what happens?
Absolutely. So transitional arrangements would absolutely be part of it. I'm fairly confident that Treasury has been in contact with the National Farmers Federation as well, and I think they've raised some of these, I guess, issues of how the ongoing impact, the transitional impact, and some of the things that Senator Scarr has raised. So I don't deny these are little things we need to work through, and they're quite significant things, and absolutely undertake to do that with Treasury and in consultation with industry over the coming few weeks.
So, Ms. Anderson, you said you're fairly confident. On what basis did you form that confidence?
I'm aware that there has been correspondence between the National Farmers Federation and the Treasurer, for example, and I'm aware that, you know, in the context of the budget, Treasury was provided advice to us of what the measure was likely to be and how that would affect agriculture. Obviously not the sort of detail we're talking about today, which we need to take up further, but the example Mr Lowe gave, while we don't get, it's important for Treasury to work up tax changes discreetly and confidentially. It's very important. We respect that process, but now I'm obviously aware of some of the conversations they're having through correspondence I've seen and those sorts of things. So I'm confident that's occurring, but as you say, there's some more things we need to work through.
Okay. All right.
What particular data would you have that they don't?
In a tax sense?
Well, with respect to some of these issues that we're talking about here, so FMD, or for example, the information around the proportion of farms that use trusts, all of that sort of information. Is there information that you would hold that they don't hold that directly relates to this? I mean, we saw the Treasurer the other day being quizzed about people under 35 that invest in shares, being challenged by information out of ASIC. So different sets of data is my concern. So the Treasurer's not unreasonably quoting from Treasury data, but then someone's quoting from ASIC data, which is very different, so twice the impact effectively. So is there any critical data here that you hold that Treasury don't hold in terms of the way that this works? I've expressed this at previous estimates. I just worry that people don't talk to this agency a lot. I think we heard some evidence to that effect in environment in the last couple of days, and the people who operate their businesses impacted by this department end up with the rough end of the pineapple because this agency is not being consulted.
So I think in terms of the question about data, Senator, I would say that we do have data holdings, particularly administrative data holdings. For example, access to our programs, how many people are accessing them. But in terms of tax data, we would not have anything that Treasury or the ATO wouldn't hold, including around FMDs. The things that we would hold would give colour and light, I think, to what's going on in the sector. So the ABARES data and their analysis of ABS stats and things like that would absolutely be something we could bring to the table in discussions, but not, the literal data about tax.
They're a critical agency who understands this sector really well because of the work that they do.
Yes.
And I think one of our previous conversations relating to ABS information and data, which is world class, not being listened to by another agency and decisions being made and policy being developed without consulting that data is a real problem.
This is an area where we do talk regularly to Treasury, and Treasury estimate, I guess, the cost of the FMD scheme annually in consultation with us as well. So it is something where we kind of have a shared conversation with Treasury.
And I'd just add to that, in terms of the FMD data, so that's held by the banks, and we meet with the ABA on a regular basis and talk through what are the holdings, where are they at, etc. Are we seeing drawdowns in terms of drought? Like, are they drawing down in the key areas that are in drought or not? So we do work, as Mr Lowe has said, we work very closely with the ABA and with Treasury and the ATO in relation to all of this. So we do have a very good platform of communication and sharing information.
So Ms Brown, you talked about that contact between Treasury and the department in relation to your department's programs. How was that contact initiated, and what programs does it encompass where you're going to be considering the impact of the changes in the budget in terms of your programs?
Yeah, so the contact, I guess, is initiated through my financial team. So I have a financial policy team that looks after all the the farm finance policy and includes things such as the RFCS, the Regional Investment Corporation, FMDs and FHA. So we work across a number of... farm household allowance, and the Rural Financial Counselling Service as well. So we work across a number of agencies, not just Treasury. So we're working closely with Services Australia because they're critical and key to knowing where the impacts are lying for farmers in terms of where they're seeking support through different issues, but mainly for us it's looking at drought.
Yeah. So in relation to these budget changes with respect to the treatment of family trusts, capital gains, the impact of those budget changes in relation to your department's programs, which I'll just ask you a general question, which programs do they potentially impact where there needs to be some consideration of the nature of which we've discussed?
Well, I think obviously we've covered farm management deposits primarily. I think we'd probably double check around the farm household allowance as well.
Can you just double check that if someone can even provide you a heads up during the course of the day with respect to whether or not that's something that's being considered? So that's that's comforting to know that there's consideration being given both first to transition arrangements, but also with respect to eligibility under the FMD, so it can be extended potentially to companies in the event some of these trusts, the owners determined to roll over into a company structure. Is that the nature of the discussion as to whether or not the eligibility? What are the things, if you can run through the list of issues that are potentially impacted that need to be considered or are being actively considered in relation to the FMD scheme?
I'll let Mel add to my answer, but I think you've already identified a couple of key ones, like the primary production income. I think maybe it was Senator Cadell, in terms of what is primary production income and just making sure we fully understand that. The issues around farm management deposits and company structures, as you've raised. I think transitional issues, just to confirm our understanding of how that will play out and what impact that would have. And I think we also won't speak for Ms Brown, but I suspect there'll be a look at the entire program suite that we have and just making sure in terms of our definitions of certain things, the eligibility criteria that we use for our programs, just to ensure that there's no unintended consequences for that as well. So that would probably be my starting list, Mel, but correct me if I've got any of that wrong.
The Secretary's covered off nicely. So it is around, the conversations that we'll have is around what are the impacts to our programs, and are there going to be any, as the Secretary said, any unintended consequences for our programs. So that will be the detailed discussions. We haven't received any representations to date from our stakeholders in relation to this. They're coming, yeah. So we'll be having those meetings so that we're ready to have those discussions with our stakeholders around the programs and if there are any consequences to those.
Was there any consultation prior to the budget in relation to, for example, the FMD?
No.
Okay.
We wouldn't ordinarily consult on taxation measures. That's solely the purview of the Treasury Department.
No, but did they talk to you?
No.
Not in advance, no.
Okay.
I thought I get outside consultation. I understand that. I chaired the consultants' inquiry, so I've seen the outcomes of that. But within agencies, it should be.
I should just clarify, we're speaking for the department. I'm not sure if other consultations happened between ministers, and obviously
well, that's a separate matter.
There is a cabinet process that's associated with the budget. So again, I can't speak to exactly how that played out, but in terms of actual advanced consultation, again, as Mr Lowe said, that actually wouldn't be usual in the tax space. In many other spaces it can be, but in the tax space that's usually held fairly closely by Treasury.
And Ms Brown, I understand from you that you reached out, the department reached out to Treasury. They didn't reach out to you after the budget. Is that correct?
No, so we didn't have conversations prior to the budget, as the Secretary's stated.
After the budget?
After the budget, we've had discussions, yes, with Treasury.
But who initiated those discussions?
I'd need to take that on notice, but we work very closely with Treasury because of all of our programs, interlink quite closely with Treasury and other agencies that we work very closely with them, but I'd need to confirm who who made the initial contact, but we're talking to them on every second day. We're talking to Treasury in relation to these programs.
We do tend to be a pretty proactive department, Senator, though, so wouldn't be surprised if it was us reaching out.
Okay. Well, ideally, you'd have a competition between the two departments as to who contacts who first.
Yeah.
So I have just been informed that we reached out.
So you reached out to them. They didn't reach out to you.
I think in the aftermath of the budget, it's I think they get a lot of inward traffic, Senator. So
had it been on, someone would say.
Yeah.
Oh no, I accept that, Chair. But
They did what?
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, that's the concern. I would have thought that that'd be, this. Well, I'm a bit surprised it wasn't consultation beforehand, but that's you've commented on that, Secretary, because this is a really important issue.
It is. Yes.
Okay. The primary. I'm just watching your management of time.
We've got 5 minutes until we're due to break,
Okay.
Senator Scarr.
I want to move into this issue of primary production income. So I'm impressed, Mr. Lowe, that you seem to be across the issue and the relevance of the issue. So perhaps I can ask you to articulate the nature of the issue in the context of family-owned farms and farming operations arising from this exemption of primary production income as defined from the changes to the taxation of discretionary trusts.
So as we understand it, it's income derived from your primary production enterprise that is exempt in the context of discretionary trust distributions. And so it's a specific exemption for, I guess, your primary production your income derived from your primary production enterprise. So if you sell a grain crop, you receive that income and that income's exempt.
Right. So what are the issues then that this poses from your perspective that the department needs to liaise with Treasury on?
So perhaps it might be better framed if, as we're aware, that there have been issues raised by the sector in relation to the discretionary trust distributions, and more broadly.
You can frame it that way. I'm happy for you to frame it that way, as long as you tell me what the issues are.
Which is effectively the transfer of land and the sale.
Sorry,
of
effectively
the transfer of land, the sale of primary production land, and the application of the discretionary trust exemptions or other concessions within the tax system to the sale of that land. We understand is a key issue that's
okay. So can you run me through the sort of scenario you're talking about in terms of a sale and the trigger point?
Senator, you did promise me we could pull up stumps at some point here, and I think we might be getting to the point where it's a very complex area.
Okay.
So I think, as Mr. Lowe said, we are aware that the transfer of land through trusts has been raised as a potential issue by the sector. I think it's been in the media as well, so it's not something we're unaware of. But exactly how that plays out is so specific to to the circumstances of a range of different business structures. I'd be very worried if we did that we would mislead you somewhere, and Treasury would need to clean that up next week.
I'll defer to you, Secretary, on that point.
Thank you.
I might just ask this as a final question before morning tea. The issue in relation to this particular carve-out for primary production income is, as you would know, so many farms have income arising from their core primary production business, but also other income streams. So in a Queensland context, there might be a gas pipeline which goes across the farming property for which they get a licence fee. There might be access arrangements for which to resources companies for which they get the licence fee. They might have a small ecotourism business. They might be selling wine at a cellar door as well as growing crops. Sorry?
Might have a wind farm.
Exactly. They might be assisting the government to achieve its goals with respect to net zero by hosting a wind turbine on the land and getting a revenue stream in that regard. To what extent do those... To what extent is the department considering the impacts of the changes to a farm which is getting different strains of income, different streams of income from those activities, which I would say in the modern world, they might be non-traditional, but they're actually very usual now in terms of the expectations, in fact, on farms to assist other industries, including our energy industry.
Senator, I think that you raised an important point. As the Secretary said, we're fast getting out of my knowledge of tax law. They are matters that we will discuss with Treasury, and I understand they're on next week, and they would be very relevant matters to raise with them as well.
Okay, so are those, just one final collateral question, those are matters which you would consider are within the scope of the discussions you're having with Treasury?
Absolutely.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. And it's primarily to understand, you know, I think the government's made clear that it's primary production income that is exempt. Exactly how that's defined and in all of the different circumstances you've raised, I would leave them to answer, and we will obviously have those discussions, but that was the intention, as it's primary production income. So I think, you know, whilst we will engage, it won't be to sort of question the policy intent. It will be to understand, that's for the Treasurer and the Treasury, it will be to understand, you know, like I said, the impacts on our industry, whether there's any unintended impacts that we might need to take into account, and then a crossover into our program suite and how that might work. And I think Senator Cadell raised a good point about transition. Will ensure, you know, that those sorts of things, we understand them properly. I'm confident that will have been taken into consideration by Treasury, but that's a matter for them to raise in response to questions.
Okay.
Thank you. We will now suspend for a morning tea break, returning at 11 a.m. Excellent. We'll now resume with outcome 1. Secretary, I understand you've got some updates for us?
Yes, if it's okay with you, Chair, CFO Mr Geisen would just like to correct a number that he gave to Senator Cadell in the first session, if that's okay.
Matthew Geisen, Chief Finance Officer. Senator Cadell, I just wanted to update some of the figures that I provide you. I think I might have given the wrong financial year for our wages and salaries. Give you 2 secs to... So for 25-26 to the end of April is 582.7 million. For the 24-25 financial year, it's the 627, and then also, Senator, for 23-24 was the 527 figure. So I just had them back to front.
Right numbers, wrong order.
Thanks, Senator.
So Senator Shoebridge has a few questions on sugar. We might see if we can deal with those quickly.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Minister, and to the officials for attending today. I have some questions that cut across both sugar policy and also some of the investments and actions by Sugar Research Australia. So I think it's both points. Could I first of all ask on policy, is there a policy position about the Australian sugars industry global links and links with other regional countries? Is there a policy decision to link the Australian sugar industry with the industry in the Pacific or the industry in Indonesia? Is any of that work happening?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Well, I mean, are there... I'll put the cards on the table so you can see where I'm coming on this. There's evidence that Sugar Research Australia has been developing pest and bug-resistant sugar crops at significant public expense. And I was going to ask Sugar Research Australia about that, but we may have to wait for a later point. And that research is now being used, and the genetic information that's been obtained as a result of Australian public funds is now being used to progress the sugar industry in Indonesia, and has been transferred across in 2024, the genetics into the industry in Indonesia, and specifically in West Papua. Now, is this part of some policy plan for us to be giving a leg up to other nations, industries competing with our own sugar industry? Is this part of a policy plan?
I would have to say, Senator Shoebridge, we have to take that on notice, and they are really questions for Sugar Research Australia, the RDC. Maybe just to clarify one aspect of your, I guess, line of questioning, which is RDCs are funded both through public funds. Yeah. It's a co-funding model and industry levies. So just to clarify that point. Yeah. But more broadly on your question around on the research and where that's going, we simply won't have the detail to assist you.
And I think I might add, I think that demonstrates that there's no active policy that we're encouraging this, Senator. So I think the work we do here is not related to those sorts of things. We would tend to leave those things as commercial matters for the industry, and obviously the research and development body can answer for themselves, but that's not something that we would tend to intervene in.
But it's not just industry money, it's public money too that goes into Sugar Research Australia, and my understanding is that agency reports to the Minister. Is that the reporting chain?
Well, our agencies have statements of expectations that are provided to them by the Minister. That's correct in the case of Sugar Research Australia. There's statutory bodies and non. Yeah. So I'll ask people to correct me if I have that. That's correct in this case. And then they have a response. So obviously, as part funder of these activities, we provide priorities to those organisations as well. But they have their own accountable authority, make their own decisions, and we do have a broad oversight role. And Mr Lowe's taken on notice your specific question, I think, about how that plays out. So whether public funding has indeed done what you've suggested, we can definitely look into and come back to you.
Well, I might just give you some more context. So as you know, the other concerns is that when that genetic material was transferred over to, I think, PT Global Papua Abadi in July of 2024, that has now been used by that Indonesian sugar company to grow profitable, sustainable crops in West Papua, which previously was not possible because it didn't have the genetic protection against pests in particular, and has now been used as part of a campaign of widespread deforestation and systemic removal of Indigenous peoples in West Papua. And indeed, the headquarters of the company who Australia gave the genetic material to in West Papua basically sits alongside an Indonesian military outpost that is being used to remove Indigenous peoples off the land so that the sugar cane that has been genetically developed in Australia can be planted for profit. Now, I would have thought before those sorts of things happen that there would be some sort of joined up policy consideration, not only how it impacts our own sugar industry, but how it might impact foreign relations, how it impacts particularly, on the ground in West Papua, where we know there's very substantial human rights concerns. So I suppose that's why I'm putting it forward as a policy question as well.
Yeah, I really appreciate the additional information. That gives us some good context, and we'll definitely come back to you, Senator. And
just so there's no surprises, I also have concerns that, and maybe you could take this on notice, the non-executive director in Sugar Research Australia, who was there from October 21 to March 2024, has now moved across to have a position of head of mills and distilleries with PT Global Papua Abadi. And it says that he commenced that position in November of 2023. So it was both sitting with Sugar Research Australia and in the position with PT Global Papua Abadi. And then we give them the genetic material to not only compete against Australian industry, but cause the human rights issues. So, I mean, that's why I'm asking these questions. Yep. And I suppose if you could take on notice, you know, what checks and balances were put in place before the transfer happened, if you're able to find that? Was some payment made? And what, if any, probity issues were considered when, I think it's Mr Mark Day, moved from Sugar Research Australia into that position with the West Papuan Mills?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We'll take that on notice, and obviously that you know, I understand that at the root of what you're talking about is some conflict of interest issues that we'll need to look into as well. So we'll take that on notice and come back.
Yeah, I mean, there are three issues really. There's the human rights and foreign affairs issues. You know, should Australia be assisting the deforestation and the attacks on Indigenous First Nations peoples in West Papua, which is a kind of policy issue. There's the industry issues. You know, why are we having public money being spent to fund our competitors overseas in the industry? And then I suppose there are the conflict of interest issues as well. So thanks for looking into that, and I'll look forward to some answers on notice.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up question in relation to that? And just teasing out what Senator Shoebridge has asked, one of the concerns is that some of the mega projects which are being progressed in West Papua are not going to be subject to the costs, the regulatory controls with respect to production, agricultural production, which are costs which have to be met by, for example, sugarcane farmers in my home state of Queensland. Yep. And just from a cursory examination of some of information that's publicly accessible with respect to these projects, you would never be able to develop a project in the way that some of these projects appear to be being developed in West Papua in Australia. You simply would not be able to do it. So it raises a material question in relation to in relation to the competitiveness of our sugar industry, who have all sorts of controls placed upon them from an environmental perspective and land use perspective, and what you will find in relation to what's being proposed and progressed in West Papua, in my view, from what I've quickly seen, falls within a different category.
Yes, and I think that goes into the first bucket of, you know, the foreign relations sort of impact of that, and so we'll.
Well, it's the competition element, well, in terms of, yes, also in terms of what we expect our producers to bear in terms of costs in Australia.
Yes.
Compared to how projects might be developed in other jurisdictions. So I think there's a real issue there.
Totally agree. It's a competition issue, but I think the answer is not necessarily lowering our standards, but ensuring others are held to the same standard, which I think is something.
Oh, I wasn't proposing. Yeah, I
know, but I think there's sort of a few different dimensions to that.
And to be clear, this issue was brought to my attention by some West Papuan activists and traditional landowners who had that happen to their community, and the images they showed me of broad-scale deforestation, the environmental damage, the lack of controls were devastating when I looked at them, and their evidence to me it was devastating for them and their communities as well. So, yes, what Senator Scurry is saying is putting to one side all of the human rights concerns, like on an economic basis, if you can have an exploitative industry like that with no checks and controls, no human rights controls, no environmental controls, no regulatory controls, why are we investing public money to create that industry, to compete with our ethical industries here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
We appreciate the questions, and we will act on following them up.
Appreciate it.
Just on the plants' rights view, so are any protocols in respect of the government deed that the government has with SRA in relation of plant IP and plant IP control?
Yeah.
That would be a first line of
Yeah, the short answer is that we don't believe so, but we can take it on notice. Yeah. The statements of expectations don't go to that level of detail, Senator, but we can take it on notice.
And look, and I appreciate this has sort of come as a sort of sidewind into this part of the agenda, and I appreciate the time, Chair, for exploring it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Deputy Chair?
Did you have any more on your line?
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
Senator Scarr?
So I might just pursue this issue with respect to this definition of primary production income in the context of the announced budget changes. So, and I note Senator Canavan's joined us. So, just to summarise where we're up to, as I understand it, the department is having discussions with Treasury in relation to impacts of the tax changes in the budget on the farm management deposit scheme. Yep. That would include any transitional changes, issues around eligibility of companies in the event that is countenance that farms which are held in family trust structures roll over into a corporate structure. So we've had that discussion. We've had the preliminary discussion in relation to the meaning of primary production income, which becomes a key definition because of the exemption given with respect to income distributions under discretionary trusts. So whether or not something falls within that primary production income definition or outside of it is going to be a key issue. In that regard, does the department have, and we've spoken about the different streams of income which farms in the modern world in Australia maintain, in some cases to maintain their viability, including through drought periods. In that regard, does the department have any information or insight in relation to how many farms actually rely upon that non-primary production income to be viable?
Not sure if ABS would have any information on that through survey results, Dave.
We'll see if ABS can come to the table.
They do.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. Dave Galliano, ABARES. So, yeah, we've got our long-running farm survey program, which covers the broadacre sector. We ask questions in there about sources of revenue, and one of the components is off-farm income. So we do include, if one of the partners of the business or the owner is a truck driver or the teacher or whatever, we collect that information. And then within the agricultural revenue, we know what their livestock revenue is, their cropping revenue and so on. I'll need to check what specificity we've got with other income, or whether it's just lumped into other, or whether we've got any more detail within that might help you. So I'll have to check on that for you and get back to you.
Okay, so we're probably not talking about other income in terms of if one of the partners is a teacher or a truck driver. We're really talking about it's almost not off-farm income, it's non-primary production income generated from the land on which the farm is located. So access rights to exploration companies, renewable energy projects, ecotourism, sale of wine at a cellador, as Senator Cadell referred to. How quickly can you have a look?
Oh, we can have a look at that now. Yeah, we'll get back to you. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've looked at the questions on revenue from our farm surveys, but we can have some people look at it now.
Okay, so you understand the significance now in the context of the discussion we're having?
Yep.
Okay. How often do you do those surveys?
Every year.
Every year.
And we're about to head out in the field in about another month.
Is there an opportunity to include additional questions to take into account these budget changes?
Formal questions, no, because we've got that kind of all locked in the IT system, but we do have the opportunity to maybe ask some informal, anecdotal questions that collectors can sit around the kitchen table and ask questions about these things, try and collect that information,
Okay.
With the changes in how farming is operating and the number of farms that we're talking about, we've debated it in this committee plenty of times, with energy income, so renewable from, say, a wind turbine or two, or a few solar panels, even transmission lines now with the increases in payments to farmers. I mean, that is something that wasn't there 10 years ago, and I get the value of long-term data sets, but these are new and probably will be long-term flowing income streams over a period of time. So how they're treated and how they're actually counted as a part of our data sets are going to be important in.
Yeah. Yes, I think I need to check is how detailed is that other information that we've got, or is it all just lumped into an other category? And then there's a question about, well, if it is lumped into other, we probably need to have a think about, do we want to split that out and collect a bit more detailed data? One of the issues will be for us is our sample is about 2,000 farms, give or take, and so we've got to be careful about how representative our survey is. So if you pick up the odd one here and there, you've got to be careful weighting that up as a population estimate.
Depends where they are, what they're doing and how they fit into the broader data set.
That's right. And, you know, we design our surveys to be representative to do with the revenue, agricultural revenue, you know, livestock numbers and revenue from cropping and those sorts of things. We'd need to be careful about how many farms we're actually picking up in our sample that get that other sort of income and how representative that'll be of the whole sector. So there's a bit of a statistical question in there for us to think about.
But the number of farms that rely on off-farm income, which is also part of this conversation, is something that's been quoted for a long time and is pretty well understood as a long run and has been applied more broadly across the sector for a long, long time.
For a long time, and especially smaller farms, we see that inverse relationship there. It's played out for quite a long time.
Okay, so maybe just tease this out a little bit more. What's the department's understanding of the reason for introducing the minimum 30% trust tax on farm income that isn't from primary production?
I think that's probably a matter for Treasury, Senator.
Okay, I thought you might say that, Secretary. From the Department of Agriculture's point of view, though, maybe I can attack it from a different direction. You recognise that there's, in terms of sustainability of the farming industry in Australia, you recognise there is benefit in terms of farms having some, if they're able to have some sort of diversification of income?
Absolutely, yes.
You do?
Yes.
Okay, so why is that important?
Well, obviously we talked about FMDs, farm management deposits, as a smoothing mechanism. The more ways farmers can earn income, whether it's off-farm or through diverse income sources, that helps manage through a range of different circumstances, Senator. So diversification of income has sort of been a long-running goal, I think, across many in the ag sector to ensure they are able to draw some sort of income in years where the weather is unfortunately against you, which is, you know, pretty frequent in this country. So I think, you know, it's a long-standing desire of industry and also government to support that. Okay.
So if income diversification is good for farmers, is it a good idea to tax farms that diversify their income streams?
Well, I don't think I'm going to be drawn on that one either, Senator, but I appreciate it.
Pretty well done. Okay, but could you at least say, would you at least recognise that farms that are engaging in diversification of income and sometimes doing so in connection with, say, the resources industry or renewable energy industry, these are legitimate bona fide activities of family-owned farms?
Yes, absolutely.
You agree?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So I think we've dealt with those other questions. Go on.
Just one on tax, and while you're talking to the tax department, I was just talking to a farmer, and you know, we're opening up this pot in relation to tax, and you know, half the farms are using a trust as their model. They've done that and set up that way because that's what they've been told to do over a long period of time, particularly in respect of family succession. And so this farmer's actively looking at that right now, but said, I've just stopped all conversations in relation to that because I'm not sure exactly what it is I'm going to be doing now. But also part of the discussion is the escalation in farm values of late and where the thresholds sit. And so the impact on the capacity of family farms to make that appropriate succession planning to maintain them as a family farm, rather than having to flip into a corporate situation. And so, you know, those of us live in communities where it's family farming versus what's encroaching, which is corporate farming. That's a value. So can I just, I suppose, put in an ad for looking at some of the thresholds that impact on these tax elements while we're having this conversation. If we're going to open the box, let's look at the stuff that impacts in the box. So while you're talking to your friends in Treasury, issues around farm price escalation and the thresholds. So, you know, I think of my neck of the woods, a $6 million threshold was mentioned a minute ago. There wouldn't, you know, that's a lot. There's a lot of stuff bumping against that threshold right now because of the value of land and escalation in land that's floating around. And he still hasn't got any aliens into Indonesia yet.
So we're aware of those, that those issues have been raised more broadly by the sector as well, Senator, and particularly in relation to the small business, I guess, concessions and where those thresholds apply.
So, Mr Lowe, just also in relation to those issues of valuation, the valuation of farmland can fluctuate as well, depending upon what the conditions are, and that could have a material consequence, especially when you're talking about a system which is looking to bring in what were previously CGT exempt properties. As part of the discussions with Treasury, are they including discussions in relation to valuation issues on farmland and how you could potentially get some difficult results, problematic results due to the fluctuation of farmland, which doesn't necessarily price of farmland, which doesn't necessarily reflect long-term values, etc., which could distort the system. It's a bit different from owning CBA shares, for example, or other asset classes, is the point I'm making.
Yeah, I think you're right to point out that there is some complexity associated with valuation of farmland, depending on conditions and the current context of the market, or the context of the market at the time. Senator, I guess more broadly though, and NABERS will have this data, we have seen agricultural land prices increasing, as Senator Colbeck mentioned, in the long run, consistently over at least 2 decades, I think. So it has been quite significant.
Okay, so is that within the points of discussion the department's having with Treasury, this issue of CGT, the application of the new CGT regime on farmland, that's within the list of matters being discussed?
It's a material consideration in terms of how thresholds apply, as Senator Colbeck mentioned.
Okay. And in connection with that, as a subset of those discussions, it includes discussion with respect to family succession planning in relation to farms?
Yeah, I mean, family succession planning is an incredibly important issue and matter for agriculture more broadly. So all of the matters that we've discussed today, Senator, would in some way impact on or be a consideration in terms of family succession planning.
And I think coming to Senator Colbeck's point, like, you know, you mentioned a specific example. I think our goal is to try to create clarity as soon as possible. I know people will need to take financial advice about their own circumstances. I know Treasury's consulting on policy implementation details. They'll consult with us, but they'll consult with others as well. So I think what we would say is it's important to understand the range of different circumstances. It's not to say that people, you know, as a result of this may not decide to change their arrangements in order to suit their own personal taxation situation. But importantly, our goal is to really make sure there's clarity and understanding of that and ensure the unique circumstances of agriculture are considered in those conversations.
I mean, pre-1985 assets, for example.
Yeah.
And I can think of plenty of examples where it's in my neck of the woods where it's more than one generation, so well and truly pre-1985. Yeah. And that changes the whole equation with respect to family succession. And all of the plans that have been made for those that have been smart enough to make them, and some people are better at it than others, clearly, we understand that, but for those that have done their planning for their properties, which are multi-generational, the removal of the pre-1985 exemption is a seriously material change to that planning process, and how that affects agriculture is a really significant one.
It is.
And then, as an additional point, we're sort of trying to increase your list and flush out your list and add to your list of matters discussed with Treasury. You've got the
I've never had such a detailed agenda set in estimates, but it's excellent. Thank you.
Well, we're going to come back to it, the next estimates. We'll go through each matter. But,
we'll be ready. Yeah.
You've got the principal place of residence definitions in a farm context, which is the principal place of residence can only be a certain area in terms of CGT exemption. So that's a further complication to be considered, isn't it?
That's right, yes. It's always been in the context, principal place of residence has always been a matter that...
So Secretary, would you agree that whilst there has been discussion in relation to the complications arising for, say, start-ups in relation to, as a consequence of the tax changes, there are also unique circumstances dealing with family farms which need to be considered very carefully through the consultation process you're engaging in with Treasury?
I would agree with that. I would acknowledge, though, that the unique circumstances of farms in some ways are captured in some of the elements of the tax changes that were announced in terms of the primary production income, but absolutely agree that there's a range of other things that we will take forward in terms of implementation and have discussions with Treasury.
Okay, and finally, does the department have any information, or have you received any feedback from industry with respect to the costs which farming families, owners of farms, are going to have to incur in relation to getting tax advice, valuation advice, restructuring ownership structures, moving from a family trust potentially to a corporate vehicle as a result of these changes? Have you received any feedback in that regard?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator. At this stage, the representations that we're aware of have largely been on some of the issues we've already canvassed. Not on that one.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. I'll just rotate the call to Senator DeLiga, and then we'll return to the Deputy Chair.
All right, no worries, thank you. I have a question potentially for you, Ms Hutchinson, about market access. The Albanese government has been very clear on its focus on trade diversification and expansion, particularly for Australian agriculture. Now, I understand our agricultural trade is more diversified than it's ever been. Can you tell us what the government's been doing to support the agricultural sector with trade diversification and expansion?
Thanks very much, Senator. And as we mentioned earlier today, the department is committed, and a significant focus of our work is enabling two-way trade and pursue market access for exports through negotiating technical measures such as biosecurity and food safety requirements. We're what's known as Australia's competent authority, so we take the lead on negotiating and maintaining market access, negotiating directly with other countries, and we've spoken this morning, for example, about the Indonesian Quarantine Authority. So we take that responsibility very seriously. We work with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and Austrade and other government agencies as well in pursuing that outcome for, as you've pointed out, diverse markets for Australian agriculture. A preliminary analysis of the first 3 quarters of this financial year, the 25-26 financial year, has identified around 42 achievements to open, improve, maintain and restore international market access. And as we've spoken about, maintaining and restoring is as important as gaining new. For example, in this financial year to date, we've had new access for Australian blueberries into Vietnam, an achievement made possible by 4 years of technical negotiations, and the trade commenced in December 2025. New access for breeder cattle to Samoa, February this year. Reopening access for the export of Australian rendered products for animal feed to Indonesia. This is a really important piece of regaining market access that reinstates access that was lost in 2018, and the department has been working hard on that with counterparts since then, and that outcome was announced in July last year. Improving access of wheat into Indonesia, a significant market for Australia, removing the requirement for mandatory fumigation. This is a market that was worth $1.5 billion in 24-25. And improving access to Indonesia through signing the mutual recognition arrangement in organics equivalence between India and Australia, which occurred towards the end of last year. We're also improving access for halal red meat into Malaysia by finalising a strategic halal red meat partnership memorandum of understanding. We've improved market access for apples into Canada with the removal of fumigation and cold treatment requirements, improving access for canola into Pakistan through approving genetically modified canola from Australia, and slightly different type of access is improving access for alcoholic beverages into Japan through their inclusion in the Australian-Japan organics equivalency. So this builds on achievements from last financial year, where we recorded 79 technical access achievements across maintaining, restoring markets. So it's an important and ongoing focus of the department, Senator.
Thank you. Do you have any examples for Tasmania as well of some of the...
for onions to Indonesia.
I was just talking to the farmer a minute ago, I rang him during the break, and they've had no access, and there's tens of thousands of tonnes going in from New Zealand. So, to my point earlier,
I have some very good mates in northwest Tasmania who grow onions, so I'm sure they'd be particularly interested as well.
It was the farmer where Tony ate the onion?
I think it was the exact same one, my mate. Yes, absolutely.
So we do have some information, and I will hand over to my colleague, Dr. Jared Greenville, who can talk to the value of agricultural trade, particularly from Tasmania.
Yeah, certainly, Senator. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jared Greenville, First Assistant Secretary of the Trade and International Division. In terms of where Tasmania has been sending products and the type of products that we're seeing go out, in 2025, in the calendar year, fish and fish meat was the biggest export item, with our largest market to China. About $418 million went out from Tasmania. And then we've got a number of dairy products that back up in terms of main exports. We've got cheese, curd as a second, about $95 million, milk, cream and other concentrated products at $87 million, sheep meat, same amount, $87 million, and then into wood and some of the wood products worth around $78 million.
Is wool?
Not wool in that top 5, no. But wood was the last, was the fifth one.
And because my Queensland colleague is in the chair, I might just ask for the chair about some Queensland achievements as well.
Yeah, certainly. So Queensland have a significant share of our exports, particularly focused around beef and veal. In the calendar year in 2025, we saw close to $9.5 billion worth of trade out of Queensland in beef and veal, which is about a 29% increase on the previous year. USA and South Korea and Japan were the biggest markets for Queensland beef and veal. Cotton was the second at around $1.6 billion. And then we're into chickpeas at around $1 billion, sorghum $721 million, and then other red meat and animal offal about $600 million as well.
And in terms of money back into the pockets of farmers, what do some of these achievements do in real terms for them?
Yeah, so we really see the trade as the engine of kind of growth for agriculture, and with over 70% of what we produce exported, it's a key driver of both on-farm employment incomes, a way to manage kind of the risks of different markets and domestic conditions and so forth. So it makes a real material impact in terms of the profitability of our producers.
And Minister, what do you see as some of the highlights of the last 12 months in particular for the sector?
Yeah, certainly think it's been important work from the department and also Minister Collins, and I shouldn't leave out Minister Farrell in the work that he's doing as well. I know that there's been a lot of emphasis on blueberries, which has been important. I also think that the red meat sector continues to go from strength to strength, which, speaking with my Queensland hat on, is something that I'm very excited about. But I think what the department have talked through is just the length and breadth across the country that are benefiting from these opportunities. So I know the department will continue to do that work, and we will as a government as well.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Deliga. Senator Canavan will come to you for a block and then rotate over to Senator Whish-Wilson and then
Thank you.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just go back to the capital gains tax changes? On budget night, the documents did say that that startups or startup sector would be consulted with on the changes. Is the department involved in any consultation with the agricultural sector about the proposed capital gains tax changes?
Are you saying going forward, Senator, just to clarify?
Well, either in the past, now, or yes, going forward.
So not in the past, as we've mentioned previously in this committee, those taxation proposals were developed up by Treasury, and they wouldn't ordinarily be a matter that we're consulted on, given the sensitive nature of taxation policy and law.
Did you say that you would ordinarily not be consulted on?
That's correct.
Sorry, I might have missed the negative, but yes, okay.
Going forward, as we mentioned in this committee previously, we will be discussing the nature of the changes with Treasury, primarily to understand their impact on the sector and ensure that they're aware of any impacts in relation to the agriculture sector.
How is that working? Is there an interdepartmental committee being established? What's the process?
We have a regular dialogue with Treasury more generally across a range of our programs, as we discussed in this committee previously, on farm management deposits, for example, farm household allowance, which have an important intersection with Treasury and the ATO. So as part of those regular discussions, we'll be discussing with them the implications of the proposed tax changes.
Okay. Are you extending that consultation to the sector? Are representative bodies involved in these discussions?
So Treasury would ordinarily have those conversations directly with the sector, Senator.
But is that happening then, or are you aware?
My understanding is that there's certainly interaction happening.
Right, okay. I mean, you said you ordinarily wouldn't be involved. I mean, did Treasury at all ask ABARES for any information leading up to the tax changes? Did they ask their assistance?
No.
I mean, I understand that Treasury wouldn't necessarily disclose the precise nature of changes, but it does seem remarkable that given the potential impact of these changes, and there's been much discussion of them this morning as committee, that Treasury didn't even seek basic statistics from the Premier Agricultural Advisory Body. Minister, why didn't the government seek out the advice of ABARES on the impact of these massive tax changes? In fact, the government calls them the biggest tax changes for 30 years. Why didn't the government seek advice from the Premier Agricultural Advisory Body about its broken promises on tax?
Well, that'd be something that's best put to Treasury Department. Senator Canavan, I think the department have talked through this morning from questions from your colleagues about the role that they've played. They've taken on board some feedback that they'll be able to follow up on in their engagement. That sounds entirely appropriate as a way for government to function.
I think this might have been canvassed earlier, but I just returned from a farm near Bungendore. Paul, Leanne and Josh, great people, family farm, been in the family since Paul's father's days. He is very concerned about the way these changes unfairly tax him again on capital gains, given they unwind the pre-1985 exemption. Does ABARES or anyone have an understanding about how many family farms are in this situation of having the last capital gains event pre-1985?
I think we did have some questions early on from Senator Scarr about that, and we've taken on notice a couple of key questions. I might take the opportunity, if it's all right, just to mention, Senator Scarr, you asked about the other category in terms of income. We don't break that down by type of income, so we'll take on notice what we can provide, but it's a good source of input going forward as to whether or not ABS surveys can collect that. Coming back to Senator Canavan's point though, I think it's quite dangerous of us to sort of comment on individual circumstances and also to make assumptions about who Treasury did or didn't talk to. I don't know. I'm aware that they are having direct discussions with the National Farmers Federation, as is the Treasurer in the past, so based on correspondence that we've been privy to. So I think it is best to discuss the specific implications and considerations with Treasury.
Well, I was really just trying to get Paul's concerns on the public record, but my question actually was broader than the individual case. I was asking, do you have information on what proportion of farms in this country have their last capital gains tax event as pre-1985?
I just, no, we don't, Senator.
Okay. Just going to some ABARES data, we've got a report here released on the 31st of March, titled, well, the media release is titled, Broadacre Farmland Price Growth Continues but Pace Slows. It says ABARES Farmland Price Indicator March 2026 update shows the average price per hectare of broadacre farmland has grown an average annual rate of 9.8% over the past decade. Is someone familiar with that report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's healthy growth, of course, and those familiar with farm statistics probably realise that capital growth tends to be quite healthy in farming. Recurrent profit, not so much, but that's how people make money. Has your department, as Treasury, sought any advice on what will be the change in the effective capital gains tax rate on farms that are making 10% a year on capital gain?
We haven't sought that specific question, Senator, but broadly we'll be having discussions with Treasury about the nature of the capital gains tax changes and how they'll apply to the farming sector.
Well, they probably haven't shared this with you, but the government released secret modelling to various select journalists in the last couple of weeks in a desperate attempt to change the narrative on their lies about tax. This analysis was reported in the. This was. I'm only learning from the best from your own colleagues, Chair, but this secret modelling was reported in the Australian Financial Review by John Keogh, and a quote from his description of the modelling says, a 10% annual return would face an effective capital gains tax rate of 36.6% for the decade-long investments. So using the ABARES figures, which show a capital gain of 10% a year for the average farm, does this mean that the effective capital gain tax rate of the government's changes would be 36.6% on Australian farms?
Well, Senator, I don't think we're going to answer that question specifically. We don't have the expertise at the table to do that. I also would point out, though, that the small business CGT concessions, until we understood and know whether there's an ability to claim those concessions for farm businesses, which for many of them there will be. One of the things we've agreed to take up with Treasury is how those small business concessions apply in the context of farm businesses, given the range of different arrangements, financial arrangements they are there from. So I don't think we can go to the specifics and answer your question, but other than to say we're highly conscious of the removal of one discount does necessarily come with some other replacements. So kind of to come to a figure like that is kind of impossible without understanding the specifics.
I'm only quoting the government. This is government's modelling, not mine. Now, they're for some unknown reason, Treasury's using a 3% inflation rate here to minimise the impact of their tax change, the government's tax changes. The forecasts are for a 2.5% inflation rate. If you use a 2.5% inflation rate, the effective tax rate's actually 38% or over 38% on a 10% annual return. But we're effectively flying blind here by the sounds of it because we don't know the impact on farming of these impacts. Now, you mentioned the concessions. I note that the VFF has come out calling for change of those. Why weren't these things considered before the government announced the tax changes?
I'm sure a range of things were considered before, Senator. I just don't have personal knowledge of what they are. You would have to ask.
Will changes to those concessions be in the legislation presented to the Parliament tomorrow?
That's a matter for Treasury, Senator. I don't know.
So the government's plan here is to put in legislation which is clearly half-baked at best, and pass that through at least the House of Representatives, and then seek to go and consult with farmers with effectively a gun to their head. Why would the government put forward legislation which its own agricultural... Well, I'm asking the Minister. I'm asking the Minister. The Minister can answer opinion. I'm not asking the officials. I'm asking the Minister, why would the government put forward legislation that we don't know basic details about, that we don't know the impact on farming, that we're still consulting about? Why would they try and push that through the Parliament without showing the respect to farmers to have their say first?
There'll obviously be the opportunity for people to have feedback. The department have taken on board some of that work today in terms of their discussions with Treasury, and I'm sure that the Labor caucus and senators will be out and about across their communities as well, listening to people, and there'll be the opportunity to provide that feedback.
So just back to the secret modelling. Have you seen the secret modelling? Has the Department of Agriculture seen this modelling that's reported in the Australian Financial Review?
I'm aware of the report, Senator, but I haven't seen the modelling.
No, they're keeping things very close to their chest. Maybe it's a bit of a problem. And just one more question going back to the issue of the pre-85 I'd forgotten about that Paul did raise with me, a very good point that, from his perspective, his issue is he bought this farm off his dad in the 1970s. He had to pay probate, or what colloquially known as death duties, on that property then, after his dad passed away. That was the law then. And now the government's going to come back and tax him again on the capital gain. How does this not amount to another death tax, a secondary death tax, when that has already been paid pre-1985?
Again, I would defer to Treasury on those questions. Right. I don't like the premise of that. I would have difficulty as an official accepting, Senator. Right. I appreciate that's your view, but I guess I would urge you to ask Treasury about those things.
Okay. All right. Well, I might move on. Oh, do you want? Okay, I'm moving on topics, so maybe a good time to rotate the call.
Take the opportunity to rotate the call to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chair. Could I just ask a few questions from the budget papers? In particular, the government said they would achieve savings of $191.6 million over 5 years from 25-26 across ag, fisheries and forestry portfolio. $104 million over 5 years by reducing uncommitted funding in a number of grant programs, including pest and disease preparedness and response, wine tourism and cellador, agriculture and land sectors, low emission future, and a bunch of other ones, including empowering Australia, developing Australia's seaweed farming. Could I ask, why were these particular areas chosen?
Senator, we have sort of on the record a detailed sort of breakdown of that from our CFO, Mr. Geisen, earlier today. But effectively, we assessed all uncommitted grants across the portfolio to determine how we could contribute to the task of budget repair on behalf of the government, and there was not any particular targeting. Obviously, there's a range of different options, but our goal was to minimise any impact on-ground delivery now of things, and to target things that had not been committed yet in future programs.
So it wasn't a merits-based allocation
I think,
or reallocation.
I think there were considerations that came into play around the merits, but we started from the premise of not disrupting existing programs and existing rights I think people have to grant funding, for example. But within the choices that were made, our attempts, and you know, as we would go through the detail of some of those changes, you will see every attempt has been made to minimise impact of on-ground delivery of a range of different grants at a range of different programs. Specifically in relation to empowering Australia, developing Australia's seaweed farming, how much has been cut from that particular program, and is this going to be through agri-futures, or is it something more specific?
So the program was, the saving involves $800,000, Senator.
Yep.
And again, as the Secretary mentioned, it was funding that was not committed, so it won't impact any existing agreements. The project that the funding was subject to was a project delivered by FRDC in partnership with the Australian Sustainable Seaweed Alliance.
So it wasn't. Was that around Asparagopsis and farm feed as a matter of interest? I'll have to go and look that one up.
I'm not sure that I have that detail with me, Senator. Sorry.
And when you say it was uncommitted, does that mean it just hadn't been allocated? Were groups or people applying for it?
Yeah, it's effectively an underspend from that grant program. Yeah.
Was anyone seeking that $800,000?
I think there was a conversation with the grant recipient about that underspend. Ultimately, we judged that we didn't need to continue with the program.
Okay. Could I ask about $52 million that was cut from the Future Drought Fund over 4 years? And sorry if you went through this a little bit earlier. Which initiatives are going to be cut from the Future Drought Fund? I know there's the Drought Resilience Adoption and Innovation Hubs, which was $28 million over 2 years. There's the FDP Communities Program, $36 million over 4 years, and the Regional Drought Resilience Planning Program, which was $67 million over 4 years. So which initiatives are going to be cut, or are they going to be cut across the board?
So, Senator, maybe at a high level, just to reiterate the Secretary's comments, our focus was on, in terms of the reprioritisation, was on uncommitted funding and funding in the out years as well, as much as possible and where we could. The changes to the Future Drought Fund won't result in any changes to on-ground programs that have been announced or contracts that have been put in place. In terms of the specifics, I will go to my colleague shortly.
Can you provide for me on notice which ones hadn't received funding but were in the pipeline of applying for funding under the program that are now going to be?
We can do that, Senator.
Yeah, thank you.
And maybe just for context in terms of how the Future Drought Fund works, so you've got that context for you. We go by funding plans. Yep. So we're in a current funding plan that is that will kind of end in 2028, and then we'll enter into a new funding plan from 2028 to 2032, and that new funding plan will be subject to review. It'll be subject to advice from the Productivity Commission in relation to the performance of the previous plan. So in terms of how that funding is allocated in that future plan, it will be subject to, I guess, a range of different inputs, and as a result, that funding plan isn't set, and therefore the programs that we'd fund through that aren't allocated yet.
Did you want to add anything to that, Ms Brown?
So, Senator, what Mr Lowe said is correct. So there are no programs that weren't approved that are not going to receive funding, so they're all going to continue to be funded. And the priority is to ensure that the farmer-facing programs would continue, which they are. It was just to look at the unspent and uncommitted funds in the program that were removed.
Right, I'd just be interested to know how many people organisations were applying for those fundings that hadn't yet been approved, if that's classified as uncommitted.
There was nothing that was taken out that had gone out to communities or public to seek grants for.
Right,
so there's
nothing in the pipeline.
No. So I can take you through what was changed.
Perhaps if you can provide that on notice, because obviously you've I don't think it's any secret that weather models and climate models around the world are predicting one of the hottest years on record this year with the Super El Nino event, which is probably, I would have thought, it's absolutely the wrong time to be cutting funding to this kind of program. That's going to be critical.
So all the programs that were agreed to in the funding plan for this current, from 2024 to 2028, are funded and will continue to be funded for drought preparedness.
Thank you. Well, I'll wait for the details on that. Just a couple of questions on fertiliser. Once again, apologies if you've already gone through this morning. Could you just remind me how much the federal government's committed to purchasing or underwriting or otherwise helping secure fertiliser for Australian farmers since the start of the Donald Trump's Iran war?
Yeah, so at a high level, the government has established a $7.5 billion fuel and fertiliser security facility through Export Finance Australia. And so that funding isn't broken down between fuel and fertiliser, Senator.
Are you able to split that up for me, Mr Lowe? Like, have you got any thoughts? Has there been any work done on what goes to fertiliser versus fuel?
Not specific, Senator. What I can comment in generally is fertiliser is quite specific to the agriculture sector, whereas fuel is an economy-wide, I guess, focus and need. So we would expect the majority of the funding in that facility to be directed towards fuel.
Righto. So how does it work? How does it work then in terms of fertiliser? What you look at the supply of fertiliser at the moment and say, well, we need more, or can you explain to me the processes around how much of that you buy internationally and secure?
There is some complexity to it, so if you're prepared to bear with me. Yeah. So maybe just as a contextual piece, in 2025, 62% of Australia's urea supplies. So I say urea because the overwhelming need for Australian agriculture is nitrogen-based fertilisers, and the particular deficit that we have is nitrogen-based fertilisers. So with 62% previously coming through the Straits of Hormuz, Senator, it was really important for us to look at options globally for alternative urea supplies in particular. Urea being about 70% of our total nitrogen need in terms of what we would generally predict on an average year. In terms of what we then looked at, we established a range of lines of effort. We established a fertiliser supply working group. So that's sharing and supporting real-time sharing of industry insights, supply challenges and priorities to inform timely and proportionate policy responses as market conditions evolve. There was the establishment by government of the fertiliser facility, and there was a work across Australia's international network, Australian government's international network, both working with fertiliser suppliers and with DFAT and with our councillor network to explore alternative sources, particularly of urea. In terms of establishing, I guess, what the need is, which I think was central to your question, Senator.
A supply working group. I'd be interested just quickly if I could have you provide the details of who's on that group.
Yeah, sure. So I chair that group, Senator. And then there's a range of government organisations involved, so DFAT, with the international context, Department of Industry, Science and Resources, who we work in close partnership with because they've got the industry manufacturing angle of fertiliser, Prime Minister and Cabinet, Export Finance Australia, who govern the facility, and then the NFF and Fertiliser Australia. Have I missed? And ACCC, sorry, Senator.
Fertiliser Australia, okay. And yes, I'm obviously very interested in the demand side.
Yeah.
And particularly, I mean, have you got any thoughts about like how the fertiliser gets allocated when it's needed? Is there any like sectors of priority, for example? Is it just whoever needs it gets it?
Yeah, it's a good question. It was one we have kind of thought about as the crisis has played out in the Middle East. So more broadly for Australian agriculture, backed off ABARES March forecasts, we estimate that there's about a $2.3 million tonne need for urea for Australian agriculture.
Is that per annum or over?
Just for this year. So it depends very much on I guess the nature of the cropping that is going into the ground and those sorts of things. We're in a particularly important window at the moment, Senator, so this is planting and sowing season, so it's really important for farmers to have some confidence that they can sow their crops and then that there'll be fertiliser available for that. But then, and that window's roughly from April through to June, might be a bit later this year, July, depending on where you are in Australia. And then it's important to have fertiliser available for top dressing, so kind of as the crop establishes and grows, that there's subsequent layers of fertiliser that can be applied.
So how does that then translate into my question?
About demand?
I mean, do you have any kind of metrics or overlays in how you allocate that fertiliser? Is it first come, first served basis? Or?
Yeah, so we don't allocate the fertiliser. And
you just provide it to commercial sellers or?
And that goes to the nature of the
retailers.
I think wholesalers. We're particularly talking about the fertiliser mechanism under the facility. So what that is it's more about recognising that the availability of urea in the international market is very challenged at the moment. We mentioned the constraint in relation to the Straits of Hormuz. There's also, we're aware of significant countries that are urea suppliers into the global market that have put export controls, either formally or informally, in place, constraining the supply of urea and a range of other fertilisers in the international market. There's also tenders from major kind of agricultural countries that have been put out, which are also very competitive in terms of attracting urea to those countries as well. So it was really important that we had in place a facility that could support Australian companies, Australian domestic fertiliser suppliers, to access urea on the global market. We'd heard of cargoes, if you like, being kind of swiped out from under our suppliers' noses. The facility itself is effectively trying to remove price risk from the consideration of fertiliser suppliers. So if they're out bidding for a cargo, they can do so through a contract.
It's kind of business as usual in terms of the supply chain. So all farmers would get access to it, including smaller farmers.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fair and just equitable access to that supply.
Yeah, the supply chain works. That's
putting prices on.
Kind of suppliers bring it in, or importers bring it in, and then depending on the nature of kind of that particular importer, they might have a distribution business themselves, or they might sell into a distribution business within Australia and a retail business.
I mean, just last question on this bit. So I suppose there's if things get worse, would there be any consideration as to kind of how that might be prioritised, the available supply on a sectoral basis, or industries within the sector?
What I think,
vegetables, or
we don't envisage a situation where government is dictating where fertiliser goes within Australia. We
I
tend
think
to
more
see
around
that
food security for Australia was my concern.
Got it. Yeah.
Export markets versus local consumption, that kind of thing.
Yeah. What we tend to see is that those with the greatest need for fertiliser, so cropping, if you're growing canola, you'll need fertiliser more, your nitrogen-based fertiliser more, they'll kind of make those commercial decisions themselves. Our key focus, Senator, was to ensure that there was sufficient supply.
Yeah, understand. Look, just last question then on this, and then Chair, I've got some others on another area if that's possible. Just in relation to fertilisers, I mean, obviously there's been some work over the years that the agricultural sector's done to, you know, have, I suppose, more efficient fertiliser use. You know, reducing synthetic fertiliser use, maintaining or improving yields. I mean, is this a good opportunity to do more work in that field, given this stupid war has clearly shown how vulnerable we are to mass political psychopathy?
Without commenting on that, what I would say is that as part of the food security strategy and more broadly, as part of the food security, I'll plough on. As part of the food security strategy more broadly, we do think that sovereign capability more generally for agriculture sectors an important consideration, or reliability of supply. So looking at organic fertiliser sources, crops that need less nitrogen-based fertilisers, those sorts of things. I think farming systems that, as a whole, need less fertiliser, I think are really important considerations.
Like hemp, perhaps?
I'm sure that would be an important consideration.
Indeed. It was just I just was wondering if it was a prudent time to be looking at strategies to fund programs that researching a reduction in synthetic fertiliser use and whether anything will come of this crisis, I suppose.
So Senator, I think Mr Lowe mentioned the food security strategy. It is a current commitment that we're working through, so it wouldn't just take into account the sorts of things you've mentioned.
I've got some questions. That's my next set of questions.
So I think that's the real opportunity for us, and making sure that all of the things that we're learning in real time now, some of those have been long-standing, some of those are new takes on old issues, but really important that strategy is an opportunity to think about all of those things holistically.
Yeah, and in the context of, there's broadly, you can shore up a supply of inputs, or you can reduce your dependence on them, or you can do both. So we're thinking about that in the context of...
I mean, just more broadly though, does the department accept that? I mean, obviously we absolutely need fertilisers, including synthetic fertilisers, but they do come with environmental costs that are quite well researched and established that actually reduce farmer productivity, and that, you know, it's a broader strategy to be looking at how to wean ourselves off fertilisers.
Well, I think our RDCs are all appearing tomorrow, so I think there will be a range of things going on at the moment to reduce, you know, fertiliser usage. So I think it has been part of the landscape already, because I think those things are also good for farmers, not just good for the environment. They don't have to be mutually exclusive, and I think that's the opportunities that do both of those things is really what we're trying to look for from a policy perspective and making sure we're supporting that.
Okay, I'll put my other questions on notice. Thanks, Chair.
If I could just ask a follow-up question in relation to that line. Minister, I understand that Minister Collins has today announced through the Fuel and Fertiliser Security Facility another 80,000 odd tonnes of urea that's been secured. Could you take us through the Minister's announcement?
Yeah, thanks, Senator Delegar, and Minister Collins did do media this morning, and there's a media release that's gone out as well. So as mentioned before, under the EFA arrangement, there has been an additional 80,000 tonnes of urea now locked in through that arrangement that we mentioned before. So one of those shipments is part of the 250,000 tonnes of agricultural grade urea that's been locked in through PT PPUC, and that's been secured by the Albanese government in Incitec Pivot. And that was part of the deal that Minister Collins has announced this morning. So I appreciate the department and everyone else who's been working on that to secure that for Australia.
Thanks. Is that the same volume that was announced last week by the Tasmanian government?
I'm not sure I'm familiar with that announcement, Senator. We can follow up for you, but
yeah, the Tasmanian Deputy Premier was in Indonesia 2 weeks ago, negotiating about that volume through Incitec Pivot. I'm just wondering if it's the same amount. Yeah.
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. Yeah.
Because I was talking to the Indonesians about it last week when I was in Indonesia.
My understanding is it wasn't.
So it's it's 250,000 is the
negotiated by us.
Well, the Tasmanian government, I think, had another 80 or 90,000 on top of that through Incitec Pivot, and now there's another 80 on top of that again. Is that what we're talking about, or is the 80 part of the 250?
I don't know about
I don't think we'll just take on notice what the 80,000 is that the Tasmanian government is talking about. If it's the same amount, that means it's been supported by the EFA arrangement, Senator. So they may have played a role in those discussions, I don't know, but we'll come back to you on whether it was the same amount or a separate thing. But effectively, if we're talking about the underwriting of 80,000, that can only be done through the EFA facility unless the Tasmanians have bought it directly. I'm not sure.
Thank you, Ms Anderson. We'll rotate the call to Senator McDonald.
Thanks very much, Chair. I want to turn back to capital gains tax treatment for agricultural businesses. The Victorian Farmers Federation has publicly stated they estimate that less than 50% of Australian farmers now fall below the capital gains tax threshold of $6 million in assets or $2 million in turnover. What percentage of Australian farmers are below the capital gains tax concession threshold?
I'm not sure we'd have that information, Senator. We can check with ABARES. I've just made contact with eye contact with ABARES, Senator. I don't think we have that data.
So the Agricultural Department doesn't know how many farmers are exposed to Labor's tax grab?
Well, I think, as we've said earlier in the hearing, Senator, we'll be running through a range of these things with Treasury, and I would expect they have a fairly solid understanding of those sorts of issues as they work through the policy.
I hope so, unless they were hoping that the Agricultural Department would provide some advice. But were you consulted by Treasury before they made the announcement?
So, as we've said earlier today, no.
So turning to the agricultural income carve-out for trusts, it is the policy of the government to be increasing the number of ACCUs that are taken up by farming businesses. Would ACCUs form part of agricultural income, or would they be treated as outside or off-farm income?
Again, that's... Oh, we might have an answer there.
Oh,
yeah,
great,
I'll pass to colleagues, Senator.
Good job.
Senator Nick Belong, Sustainability Climate Division. While not an expert on tax, I understand there has been an ATO determination dating back some time that ACCU income is treated as primary production income for farmers. Okay.
What about if you have a wind turbine or solar farm income? Would that be treated as agricultural income, or would that be treated as off-farm income?
Again, I'm in danger of treading into complex tax law, but as a generalisation, I understand that the ATO has made a determination that wind turbine, other renewable energy infrastructure, transmission lines, etc., are classed as energy-related income and would be taxed as such.
Right. But this is getting very good business for agricultural accountants. I can see a flourishing business in that. What about if you are a farmer who has a cane harvester, and you, when you've finished your own fields, you go on to other people and you contract? Is that going to be treated as agricultural income or off-farm income?
I think these are matters for Treasury, Senator.
You understand, though, why I'm concerned. The Agricultural Department would be interested in the viability and the future sustainability of agricultural businesses, and this will affect the sustainability of agricultural businesses. So I'm keen that you understand what the what the impact is and provide representation to the Treasury Department?
So, Senator, I think we have been through a range of issues this morning that we will be discussing with the Treasury Department, including some of the things you have raised. I think it is not our job to lobby our colleagues. It is our job to ensure that the impact on the sector is understood and considered in the process and in implementation of the government's policy, and that's absolutely what we'll be doing. I understand, I agree with you, it is our job to be aware of all of the different things that affect the viability and sustainability of Australian agricultural businesses.
I think if the Agricultural Department's not playing that role, then nobody else will. So thank you for your providing that data to Treasury. I want to turn to testamentary trusts. I believe that they're not carved out of the policy, so that means that agricultural businesses, for the purposes of succession planning, will not be carved out of the tax treatment for what would otherwise have been agricultural income as it's passed through on death.
I think we'd have to be a little bit careful about commenting there, Senator. I think you're right. The sale of the asset is not exempt. It's the primary production income, as far as we understand. Exactly how that plays out in a succession example you gave, I think I would defer to Treasury in sort of talking that through, because there are obviously a range of other settings in the tax system that may come into play that, again, we're not the experts on, but I'm aware of the issue. We're also aware that I think the ag sector is talking directly with the Treasury Department on this issue as well.
Okay. That's all that I have on the trusts. You okay if I turn to another topic? I understand that Senator Cadell asked some questions on the Northern Australia Fire Initiative.
Yes.
Every year I come to this department and I ask about it, and each year somebody has to go away and remember that you've got an input into that.
Yes, I'm afraid we're going to disappoint you, Senator, because we did exactly that this morning. As far as we understood, that was a NEMA program. Are you suggesting that we have input into that process?
That it's a shared funding model?
Again,
no.
it doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Nothing?
I think it to the extent that I'm able, I think it's a shared funding model which involves NEMA and maybe DQ. But Senator,
it's possible that when this department was part of the broader Ag and Water Resources Department, that it was, maybe that's what's been a little bit confusing. And when the machinery government changes happened to push the agriculture out, it stayed with DQ possibly.
That's right.
So I suspect that's maybe what's causing confusion.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that. I did ask questions of NEMA on it this morning, so that's terrific. Thank you. Can I now turn to I've got some questions around ACCUs, and I just want to test your knowledge on this, please. Under the Carbon Credits and Other Legislation Amendment Bill, is upfront consent from native title holders and claimants for area-based ACCU scheme projects required if on native title or claimed native title land?
I'd have to defer to colleagues on that.
Thank you, Senator. Heather McGilvray, Assistant Secretary, Climate Policy. The administration of the ACCU scheme sits with DQ. So they would have the detail on when eligible interest holder consents need to be obtained. I understand that that is an issue that's under some consideration in relation to amendments to the CFI Act. DQ's been consulting on those, so it would be best to go to them for the question directly.
All right, okay, I shall do that. Thank you. I have some questions on invasive species, the funding for prickly acacia and other. Well, the policy settings outcome 1,
Sorry,
isn't
Senator,
it?
to interrupt you, but I think that would be outcome 2, if that's all right. We'll have the relevant staff here for that one.
That's fine. Terrific. Thank you. And do you want to take that one? All right, I'm going to compose myself while I find the rest of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just turn to the European Union Free Trade Agreement? Was the Department or ABARES involved in any modelling associated with the negotiation of the EU Free Trade Agreement?
Senator, the department was involved with our DFAT colleagues in discussions over the years of the Free Trade Agreement on the specific matter of modelling. I will ask Dr Greenville.
Thanks, Ms Hutchinson. On the specific question of modelling, no.
Was any modelling done? I mean, it's probably a question for trade.
Not by the department, but I'm aware.
But you're not aware of any modelling that you weren't involved in anything. Okay, I'm particularly interested in the quite exercised by the potential impact of this deal on Australian cheesemakers. Has there been any analysis or discussion with, consultation, assessment of the potential impact on Australian cheesemakers of the deal coming into full effect?
So over the course of the years that the discussions were underway, there was discussions with the industry, and the role of the department is to understand the position of industry, what their concerns are, made sure that we engaged with DFAT as the lead negotiators on that. And certainly a range of issues were raised by the dairy sector over the course of that time, including in relation to things like geographical indicators or the use of particular terms. And there were some outcomes on that agreed as part of the Free Trade Agreement, including retaining use of those terms and grandfathering, or including free use of the term Parmesan and grandfathering outcomes for Feta, Gruyere and Romano, and allowing Australian producers to continue to use those terms. So that was an important issue raised by the dairy industry over the course of the discussions.
Right. I suppose I'm particularly interested in the impact of us removing the tariff we impose on European cheese and not getting a corresponding change in the subsidies that Europe provide to its own cheesemakers, or at least that's my knowledge of the situation. Seems quite asymmetric to me. Has there been any specific investigation of what the impact would be of removing the tariff on European cheese and nothing else changing?
So in relation to tariffs and subsidies, they are different matters negotiated in different places, and to my knowledge, well, the department hasn't been involved in that, but I will pass over to Dr Greenville.
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of the specific, I guess, assessment, there's not been one that's taken place, but it's useful to note that the way, I guess, the trade agreement itself is fairly comprehensive across a range of different industries and different access arrangements. And when we think about those kind of broader aspects, when we look at trying to address, Australia's got a long-term position where we're trying to address trade and production distorting, policies across the world to enable, I guess, a freer markets that help, more broadly, not just our own producers. One of the instruments we can use is free trade agreements, in the sense that they do help address one of those key policies around trade and production distorting supports, and that's tariff barriers and so forth. And so we have provided through this agreement, there is some improved access which will help address some of those issues, but we maintain a very active role in a number of multilateral fora, which are the ones which have seen traction on some of the government budgetary outlays like subsidies and so forth. So that's the WTO, but importantly some of the institutions like the OECD which measure subsidies, which provide a level of transparency over where they go, and also at the FAO where we've been involved in discussions about trying to repurpose some of these distorting measures to things that actually will be meaningful for farmers, like growing productivity and all those other things, which we've done at home and have a useful story as a case study to tell.
Well, it'd be good if we could have got the agreement to do that before we gave away access to our market. What percentage of agricultural products will have access, tariff-free access to EU on full implementation?
High, Senator. I think he's around 90%. I'll just find
I'll just
the
take
number for
that
you.
question, so, Senator. If that's, So David Garner, Assistant Secretary, Trade and International Division. So, Senator, once fully implemented, 92.8% of EU tariffs on agricultural products will be eliminated, covering 94.8% of the current value of Australia's agricultural exports to the EU.
That seems low to me. How does that benchmark against recent free trade agreements with developed countries? I know India is different, but we didn't call that a free trade agreement either for that reason. So how does it compare with other free trade agreements?
Oh no, that would compare well with FTAs with other countries, sir. Senator, anything sort of around the 80% or above 90% is a good outcome.
Maybe we'll go through this in the Treaties Committee, but I've got evidence here that all of the other agreements have got a well over 95% for tariff for access.
It would also be...
And I thought the benchmark for us was about that 95%. We've got to be WTO plus, of course, when signing a bilateral trade agreement.
I think it would be fair to say that also that as Australia's liberalisation push and so forth, and our free trade policy is and free trade agreement agenda has moved on. We're moving into, I guess, more difficult markets where there's more negotiation and so forth that is left, and that's why that still is important for our producers, because they're the markets where there's this opportunity. But some of the, I guess, historical where trade, where it was easier to get these wins and more reciprocal nature and so forth, that some of those early ones have been banked, and I think it's still prudent on us as when we apply our policy settings to move forward and try and improve access for our producers over time, even if it is difficult and we don't get as good outcomes.
What percentage of agricultural goods from the EU will be able to access Australian market tariff-free on full implementation?
I think we'll just maybe see if we've got the numbers if I'm looking at them on notice, but as you know, we don't run many tariffs.
Well, we did have one, or we do have one, I should say, on cheese.
We did, yeah, but our general trade policy stance has been fairly open, and so we've liberalised a number of our tariffs already in the past.
So is it 100%?
So it won't, well...
Is it 100%?
Well, I'll take that question on notice.
So we can come back
I think it's 100%. It's very, very close. So I'm just trying to understand here, how is it that we have a deal where we only get access to 93%, 92.8% of their market, and they get 100% access to ours? That doesn't sound like a good deal to me.
Senator, our goal is always to get the best outcome for agriculture, but as you know, these are whole of economy agreements, so picking and choosing different commodities, we don't know really the entire picture of what's been negotiated, and that's where the Department of Foreign Affairs are trying.
Look, we've had a free range of discussion, so you'd have to comment on the next thing, but it seems strange to me that we'd roll over on the cheese tariff when the EU has just increased tariffs on steel from 20 to 50% while we were negotiating this deal, and that's not included in the deal. We still face 50%. So, I mean, the Minister can respond if he likes, but why would we just give carte blanche for the EU to protect their own industries while just giving up any right, a justifiable right, may I add? I don't know the EU's justification for their steel tariffs, but we have every justification to have a tariff on European cheese, given the massive subsidies they give to cheese makers. On that point, do we have a database of how large these subsidies are in Europe to different industries under the Common Agricultural Policy?
So now I can jump into that. So we're a member of the OECD, and the OECD do keep track of subsidies, member nations and some other member nations, capturing most of agricultural trade, and so there is a very good independent source of data on that. At the moment, they measure it by, they call it the producer support estimate, which is a measure of both those budgetary outlays that I was talking about before, and also the impacts that trade barriers like tariffs and quotas and all those things happen, when they call that market price support. At the moment, the level in the European Union is about 17%. So what that means is...
What is it, 17% of
I'll do that. So what that means in terms of what it looks like is that if you think about $100 in both income that a farmer will receive, or in-kind income, through lower, inputs or so forth, about $17 of that comes from consumer or taxpayer transfers. A big component of that is driven, about 25% is driven by the tariffs and the like, which the trade agreement does kind of start to address. And so that's a big component. If we look at dairy and the measures that are specifically targeted at dairy farmers in the European Union, it's only 1.7%. So out of that $100, about $1.70 would come from government. So that's part of it. So it's directed at milk, so for example.
At least the Australian Dairy Federation, I think it was them, one of the representative groups in dairy, has said that the average European cheesemaker gets 30% of its income from subsidies alone.
From the manufacturer. So the ones that the numbers I quote are about primary production. So the OECD measures, the producer support at the agricultural level. It will pick up downstream.
You don't make cheese.
That's
on
true.
Farm, so to speak. It's a processed good.
So we would pick up those specific measures that are tied to, the cheese industry and so forth.
So so is cheese in dairy or not?
Yeah. So but it's measured at a farm gate level. So all those things kind of wind back to about 1.7.
But the OECD database would include non-agricultural industries too?
No. Well, they've just started some work on other industries like steel and so forth. It's a limited set where they've put that
maybe on notice, could we get the figures, that producer support estimate, did you call it, PSE?
Yeah, PSE.
Could we get those for the major agricultural divisions you have? And cheese I'm interested in, if you have something for cheese. If you don't, that's fine, understand. And also, has anyone done the analysis that how does this agreement shift or change that PSE level? You mentioned about 25%, but has someone sat down and done that in a quantitative way?
No, that wouldn't be done, but it would be picked up. So as the European Union, they're signing a number of free trade agreements with other countries over time, and the OECD will pick that up in terms of their ongoing measurement, which is, again, another really critical and important for us to be there and to help and make sure that transparency continues on, and that's part of our strategy and engagement as we look overall to deal with these trade and production distorting support.
Okay. Okay. All right. I mean, you did mention you've been involved. What was the involvement of the department in the negotiations for the agreement?
So the department met with industry stakeholders over the course of the negotiation. The negotiation is led by DFAT, but there were specific discussions direct with the EU that the department was involved with, including within Europe. So we can come back to you with specifics around that.
So when was the last time the department were involved in consultation with industry and or the trade department?
We were continually engaging over the course of last year and into early this year. The announcement was made in March, so I will come back to you on the exact timings.
Yeah, and I think it would be fair to say, Senator, that every interactions that we would have as a department in interacting with DFAT on this would be in line of making sure that the departments and industry's voices are being heard throughout that process. So it's not something that we do as a general point across our interactions.
So did the department meet with industry and or the trade department in March this year?
There was a range of meetings, and I will have to come back to you on the specifics of those.
Jump in there, Senator. So over the course of the FTA negotiations which commenced in 2018, the department has been representing Australian agriculture's interests in the negotiations through a variety of mechanisms. So the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade appoints a chief negotiator for the FTA, and they also appoint negotiators for the other policy areas or sectors, whether it be agriculture or industrials or services. So they then conduct the negotiations in consultation with respective departments. So quite clearly, agriculture, we were engaged with those and participated in those negotiations with the European Union at various stages over the 8 to 10 years. Also, in terms of the very detailed consultations that were conducted by the government directly with Australian industry. So, Senator, some of those consultations were broader consultations that DFAT conducted with Australian industry, where there was representatives from the various sectors, including agriculture. Some of those were consultations specifically on agriculture that the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade conducted, or that the Department of Agriculture conducted as well. So we either did them jointly with DFAT or we did them separately with our industries on numerous occasions. And of course, supporting all of that, Senator, was very direct engagement and discussions by the department with representatives of industry, whether they be peak bodies of industry, whether they be specific industry sectors, or indeed whether they be specific companies on some occasions who had very strong interests and equities in the negotiations. So right throughout the period from the commencement back in, well, the actual FDA negotiation commenced in June 2018, but in the lead up to that, 2017, 2016, we were involved. We were then involved right through that period until the conclusion by the respective leaders on the 24th of March of this year.
Okay. So having been involved, were you aware of the views of farm groups about this deal? I'm just reading some direct quotes from statements from various farm industry groups. Some describe it as pretty embarrassing, disappointing, pathetic, unfair, simply appalling, and a horrendous outcome. Were you aware that was the views of the Australian agricultural sector before the deal was signed?
I don't think that's an accurate reflection of everyone across the sector, Senator Canavan.
These are direct quotes, Minister.
The
direct quotes.
I understand that.
You obviously haven't spoken to many of them, because if you had, you would know that's exactly an accurate reflection of their views.
There's people who are excited about the opportunities that the free trade agreement brings. It's disappointing that you aren't one of them, Senator Canavan, who want to continually talk down the industry, but we're excited about the opportunity that free trade provides and that this agreement will do for the industry as well. And I know that there's plenty of people out there who are excited about the opportunities it presents as well.
Well, I think any fair assessment of the response from the farm sector is that the deal is not supported. Was the department aware that Australian farmers were not happy with the deal that was put on the table?
Senator, I was just going to add, Senator, I think we were aware of the range of different industries' preferences for what came out of that. As Mr Garner's kind of talked through, we were constantly in contact with the industry throughout the whole process. Obviously, we've read press like you, and I know there are some mixed feelings about it, but I think overall there are a range of significant benefits that I think it's important not to lose in the scheme of things. There is additional access in a range of different commodities, more than what we have. Of course, we'd like more. We'd always like more. So I think to come to your question specifically, I think we're highly aware of the range of different industry views.
Yeah, given the Minister's contested my statements, I might just have a lengthy quote from the release put out by the National Farmers Federation on the conclusion of the deal. They start their statement by saying, Australian farmers are extremely disappointed that negotiations for a free trade deal with the European Union have concluded without commercially meaningful agricultural market access gains since Australia last walked away from negotiations. What the Australian government has accepted today appears to offer no material change for key agricultural commodities as to what the government rightly rejected in October 2023. the NFF went on to say that our farmers, and I quote, will now pay the price for this subpar EU deal for decades to come. Notwithstanding the Minister's assertions before, pretty hard to see how farmers see this as a good deal. With the NFF's claim there about no meaningful change, was there anything meaningful change in the deal from October 2023 to what was signed earlier this year?
Well, there wasn't a deal in 2023, and I think there is definitely a meaningful difference between what the industry has, or what Australian exporters have current access to, and what will be available under this agreement.
But there was a proposed deal that the government walked away from in October 2023. So that's the point I'm asking about. The NFF has made the claim. I'm sure they'd like clarity from officials. Was there any meaningful gains from that proposed deal in October 2023?
Yes, Senator, and I can get Mr Garner to give you some more of the details, but we have had some meaningful gains in both the amount of access that we've seen under the agreement, but also some of the compositional changes that we'll see between fresh and frozen product for different meat in particular, that will have a material impact. But Mr Garner has some specifics that he can share.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. So, following the October 2023 discussions, which weren't able to conclude the FTA, the discussions went into sort of a period of abeyance for a while, the negotiations, but then in 2025, after the election in 2025, there was a recommencement of the negotiations. So, and there was sort of a realisation by both parties that having had the negotiations underway for quite some time, there was a lot already on the table including for agriculture, but also a few areas outstanding. So, through the negotiations that were held between the respective parties, both formally and informally, there was discussion on the outstanding issues, which of course were the sensitive issues. And I just might add, Senator, that in the lead up to the FTA negotiations, of course, it was made very well to the government at the time that it was going to be a difficult negotiation with the European Union, that they are always very hard negotiators, that agriculture in particular very sensitive. So that was the backdrop to the negotiations, and so that was the issues that we continue to deal with right through them up until conclusion. In regards to the outstanding issues that we re-engaged upon, there was further discussions and some good outcomes were reached in terms of improved access for Australia, specifically in regards to red meat, but also, as Dr Grenville has referred to, improvements in the composition of the actual quotas. So more fresh or chilled meat, more grain for red meat as opposed to grass-fed meat, and also specifically with regards to beef, there was no frozen beef or component of the quota, which was a good outcome for the industry, given that fresh and chilled beef is of more value than frozen. Also, there were some reductions in tariffs that were achieved through the final stage of negotiations, including for the red meat sector. So overall, there was a higher level of quota, and within that quota, there was improved splits, as I mentioned, between chilled, fresh meat, between and frozen in the case of sheep meat, and between grass and grain-fed, and also reduction in tariffs, which was a very good outcome on the prevailing WTO tariff for red meat.
So what was the increase in the quota for beef from October 2023 till March?
In terms of the overall quantum, we won't get into the discussion of that, Senator, but
you just did. Hang on. I mean, you made the claim. You didn't. If you couldn't provide the evidence, you shouldn't have disclosed
Well,
it.
in
You
terms
said there was an increase in quota, so what was the increase?
Well, there was an overall increase in what was going to be available, yes, through the quota. But
okay, so how much was it?
Well, that would probably be a matter for further discussion.
I think that would be something that we'd have to
okay.
Go to the specifics.
Yeah, the specifics on that.
But in terms of, I guess, one of the, the access arrangements, we feel that there's been some improvement.
Well, I just want to see the quantities of those, because there's a lot of assertions going, this is great news, but was it 1 tonne extra? Was it 5,000 tonnes? Was it 50,000 tonnes extra? How much was it extra?
The detail of the negotiation, Senator, and as we've given evidence, the lead negotiation is led by DFAT, so I think those questions are correctly put to DFAT.
Well, I think, look, I'm happy to rotate the call, but if you're going to come to the Parliament and to the Australian people and say, oh, we have increased the amount we got compared to a year and a half, 2 years ago, you should be able to back it up. Otherwise, don't make the claim, because we don't know then. We don't know if you negotiate an extra 5 tonnes or 50 or 5,000. So the evidence then is not really worth much. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you. I've got some questions on the National Food Council, newly established. Is the department aware of a recent open letter signed by more than 270 public health, food systems, nutrition, sustainability and community leaders regarding the composition of the National Food Council?
Yes, Senator, we are aware of that letter. Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that hundreds of respected and expert voices are raising concerns about the newly appointed National Food Council?
We are aware of those concerns, Senator. Yes.
And how have you responded, Mr. Lowe, or have you responded?
So we've engaged with multiple. There's been, I think, a range of different concerns raised. We certainly appreciate those concerns, I think, and we've engaged directly with a number of parties who have raised concerns. Our overall intention with the National Food Council and I should add, the National Food Council is an advisory body that's inputting into the National Food Security Strategy, Senator.
Yep.
Our overall intention is to ensure that everyone is able to have a say and have input into the National Food Security Strategy. We've been doing quite a significant number of consultations across Australia on the National Food Security Strategy, and
right.
As part of those consultations, sorry, Senator, I'll just finish, a number of those people who have raised concerns
have been raised with you?
They've been raised in the consultation, but the people who have raised the concerns have been in the consultation, had direct opportunity to talk to me,
right.
My team about it.
But this has occurred after you've established the council, correct?
Yes.
Right, okay. I mean, do you accept concerns that the membership spans large food, business, executive processors, retail associations, corporate supply chain actors, Australian Strategic Policy Institute, and underrepresent civil society, small producers, First Nations, food sovereignty interests and other community-based actors?
So I think, Senator... Oh, sorry. Did I interrupt you?
And how are you going to rectify this?
So I think what we'd say is that it was important to strike the right balance of skills and expertise amongst the members, and it's also important to strike the right balance in terms of numbers on the council as well, Senator. We did conduct an open and transparent EOI process which sought applications across a wide range of skills and experience, and as you'd appreciate, Senator, there are a range of, like the food system is large and encompasses a wide range of interests and skills and experience to ensure its proper functioning. So the EOI...
Could I just stop you for 1 second,
Sure.
Mr. Lowe? So in terms of that EOI process and interest in being on the Food Council, did you get interest from public health, nutrition, First Nations communities, independent food system organisations, food security, environmental sustainability orgs, all the, 270
yes.
people from around the country have written to you about this. What process did you use then to select?
So maybe if I could just go to the skills and experience we're interested in. primary production and processing, food sector workforce and skills, agri-food economics, distribution, retail, equity and access, climate and sustainability, First Nations, food safety and regulation, food innovation, research and academia, global food systems and trade relations, systems thinking, nutrition and public health. I'm pleased to say that a number of the, areas of expertise, in fact I think all of them, are represented on the council in some form or another. One of the balancing...
Do you accept they're underrepresented?
If I could just finish. One of the balancing acts that we needed to do was to try and think about were there delegates that represented multiple aspects of those skills and expertise as well.
But do you accept their concerns that they're underrepresented?
I think what I would characterise our deliberations in relation to the membership of the council was balancing a really broad range of expertise that needs to be incorporated on the council. What I would suggest to you, Senator, is some of those conversations that we've had with some of the people who have raised those concerns have been particularly focused on a relatively narrow set of concerns, and we've been really upfront right from the outset that the National Food Security Strategy has to have a really broad scope to think about all the various interests in the food system.
And I think, Senator, just to add, like we do have, I think it's a dozen people on the council, and so...
A dozen?
I'm the chair of it, 11. Is that right? 11.
11.
Am I actually a member? Yeah. Anyway.
Surely you know that.
Yeah, I am a member. I chair that group. So I think, like as Mr Lowe was talking about earlier, the way in which we've tried to ensure that a range of different interests have fed in. I think over 350 people have participated in the consultations, including people who were critics of the council membership makeup. But I think there is a balance between having a really big unwieldy council, which is effectively an advisory body to government. It will be government strategy.
That's right.
And actually making sure we pick up a range of different interests as we go through the consultation process. So I think I came to this fairly new. In fact, I attended the first meeting on my first day in the job, and I guess I was sort of pleasantly surprised about the extensive nature of the consultation process set up. And so I think it is very difficult to say that there isn't an opportunity for, I guess, hundreds of different interests to be represented through those discussions.
Yeah. Would it be fair to say that some of the concerns raised with you around pesticide exposure and the influence of CropLife Australia and other agri-chemical industry associations both on this group and on the department generally?
I don't think that's fair, no. I think there's been an opportunity to raise a range of different sort of production systems or approaches through both the council and the consultation process. I don't know if Mr Denny, you want to add anything to that?
I would add, sorry, Paul Denny, Acting First Assistant Secretary of Ag Policy Division. I would add that we've proactively engaged with the groups that you've mentioned, both through the consultation process but also through the Food Council. So at the last meeting of the council, we had a Professor of Public Policy and Health from University of Sydney present to the council and talk about public health and nutrition aspects, and the council had a very good discussion about those matters.
It's good that you've had some discussions and consultation with the interests that see this as a very important process, and obviously looking at health and nutrition and a lot of outcomes with food. It's not qualitative as well as quantitative. But I mean, do you keep records of your meetings with groups like CropLife Australia, across ministerial meetings, department briefings, industry events, informal networking functions, those kind of things? You keep detailed records of your contact with a group like CropLife Australia?
I'd say we keep records. We meet with CropLife regularly. We have an AgVet chemical team, a number of teams that work closely with APVMA. It's a core part of the work that we do, so we engage with them regularly.
Would it be fair to say the department's got a close relationship with CropLife Australia?
I would say we have a robust relationship with CropLife Australia, and I think CropLife Australia would say the same.
Okay, well, I'll put some more specific questions to you on notice on that, and just one other question for you around food insecurity. I want to talk about food security, and of course, food insecurity it applies generally to Australians who can't access, nutritious food through cost of living issues and income issues. I think in 2025, around 33% of Australians were moderate to severely food insecure. They were skipping meals or making significant compromises. That was Food Bank Australia. Are you familiar with that survey that they ran?
We are.
And I was just wondering, there was nothing in the budget or no funding allocated towards dealing with this issue. What action are the government taking to support Australians who are facing food insecurity with cost of living crisis?
It's a really good point you raised, Senator. And in fact, all of the areas of interest that you've raised are really important areas of consideration for us through the food security strategy. I'll ask Mr Denny to talk about the recent National Food Security Council where these matters were canvassed in some detail.
So as part of the development of the strategy, that is an issue that we're absolutely covering in the co-design workshops that we've been holding, and also through the Food Council. So at the last meeting, we actually invited Food Bank Australia and Oz Harvest to present to the council on the things they're seeing on the ground, on the data that they've got on food insecurity, and the Food Council is actively considering those issues, as is the department as we develop the strategy.
Okay. But you don't have like a team or a structure around this as a specific issue, or?
Around food insecurity.
Yeah.
So I think we have a
task force.
We have a food security strategy team.
Yeah.
It's dedicated to working on the food security strategy. More broadly, that's food insecurity, and this kind of goes to the broader point I think that we're talking about, is that there are a number of interests and responsibilities both across Australian government and across society and industry in relation to food security. So food insecurity and working with organisations like Oz Harvest and Food Bank don't naturally sit in our department, though we do engage with them.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. I think the Department of Social Services also has a base level funding
Yeah,
for those
they do,
organisations.
yeah.
So it might be worth following up with them as well. It being 1:01 p.m, we'll move to our lunch break and resume at 2:01 p.m. Okay, resuming at 2:01. Before we get under the way, just updating the committee that the committee has decided to release Cotton Research and Development Corporation, scheduled for 7:15 tomorrow evening. Thank you. Now we will continue with outcome 1 with our officials. I'll hand to you, Deputy Chair.
Might just go through a few more formulaic stuff. The government will provide $45.1 million over 4 years from 26-27 and 11.4 going forward to continue Australia's international engagement in agricultural forums and trade standard setting functions. What are there specific ones we go to? Are there? I'm certainly aware from a fishing or a maritime one. There's a very, very good one that we've shrunk our presence at overseas. I think that might be more trade than you guys though. What do you guys go in consultation with trade?
So the funding that you refer to is ongoing funding that underpins our international trade function in the department. So you've heard earlier in the committee that we've got an important role to play in export certification, but we also have a very important role to play in international standard setting, so ensuring that the global trade rules are in Australia's interest and that we have a strong international rules-based training system. And so we engage, we've got counsellors around the world in key markets, but we also engage in a range of really important bilateral and multilateral fora and standard setting around animal health, plant health and food safety. So that when we're trading, we have rules that are fair, that they're equitable, that we don't have a one-size-fits-all approach to rule setting, which can put Australia at a disadvantage, particularly if they're rules set with a Northern Hemisphere or a really different view about how agriculture occurs. Australia's got a very good story to tell about sustainable agriculture, about how we produce our animals, how we produce our food, and we need to make sure that that's represented in the worldwide trading rules. So we have an active participation in this. So this goes to ensuring that we've got ongoing funding for those functions.
I'm saying, are there specific ones generally a year-on-year recurring?
Did you want to go through those?
Yep.
So some of the multilateral fora we engage with the OECD, as I mentioned before, the FAO. We also engage with the G20 and APEC in terms of those kind of regional...
All of those meetings you would go to, or just some?
Depends. So we irrespective of whether we have people at those meetings, there's often work that we need to do to engage and work with our colleagues across DFAT and other. So there's work that's involved in putting agriculture's voice into a lot of those things. But for the FAO and the OECD, for sure, we definitely go. Depends on some of the others and what's on, really. So it's a kind of a space.
And we have counsellors located in Europe to represent our interests. So we have a counsellor in Rome and in Brussels. So we cover a range of things there. We also, the three key standard setting bodies in relation to the World Organisation for Animal Health, the International Plant Protection, I'm going to say commission, but or committee. My colleagues will correct me later on that.
It begins with a C and means something of the
That's right. And also, importantly, Codex, which is in relation to international food standards, and we chair one of the important committees that sit underneath that, and in fact we'll host a meeting in Australia later this year. So,
and some of the other activities include our bilateral relationships, and a lot of the arrangements that we have that are embedded under a number of free trade agreements and so forth have a cooperation and dialogue aspects to them, and some of them are on an annual, some of them are on a every 2 years and so forth. So there's a schedule that happens that maintains, I guess, really our ability to talk about market access, ability to also talk about I guess approaches to agriculture policy and all those type of things.
Okay. Do they go to trade events too, like the one I was, prior to getting dropped twice in 6 weeks from Shadow Cabinet, which I believe is a record? I was Shadow Fisheries and they were talking about a big event in Spain and stuff like that. Do they go to trade events like that or not really?
So trade events, and I'll refer to my colleagues in relation to fisheries specifically.
It's
so
okay.
we
Don't bring anyone up as one.
We tend to
not go to those things.
so we work in the government and standard setting type of bodies where there are events that might sit more with Austrade, for example, without knowing the specifics of the one you're after. But I could take that.
In relation to fisheries, our international focus tends to be on, I guess, negotiations involved in quota around international fisheries. So, and particularly where voting decisions are made. So, we both have a scientific role through ABARES, and then I guess a policy role as well.
And Ms Anderson, you were saying with the general mood to cut back to necessarily travel with fuel at the moment, the ones where we have voting rights and could be disadvantaged, they're the ones we're still maintaining. So, okay. Thanks very much. How much more?
About 15 or so minutes.
Okay, might just do one more on that. One of the things we said we're cutting some funding out earlier this morning is the Future Drought Fund. What is the current... I think we're still predicting we're entering in El Nino conditions during 2026. Is that the current understanding of the department?
We'll get colleagues to come up, but we certainly have been experiencing drying conditions in part of Australia.
Victoria, South Australia,
particularly northern New South Wales and southern Queensland. There's been welcome rain in Victoria and South Australia, and it's been encouraging to see that there's been some strong plantings happening in both Victoria and South Australia.
Okay, so we've cut, I think, some money, and I'll go back to the answers, from the Future Drought Fund. What are we doing if there's funding coming from the Future Drought Fund and we're predicted to go into drier conditions? What preparations is the department making for drought? What just in cases are we working on?
So the Future Drought Fund is a preparedness fund, and as we mentioned in this committee previously, we've been very focused on ensuring that the changes don't impact on-ground programs and have been, or any contracts that are currently in place. What we're doing, probably another piece of context for drought is that the Future Drought Fund is one component of what we do to support the sector in times of drought. And as mentioned earlier in the committee, there are programs including the Farm Household Allowance Program, farm management deposits, as Senator Scarr mentioned, but also the Regional Investment Corporation and concessional loan facility through that, as well as being some key ones. There's also the Rural Financial Counselling Service, which is a key support for farmers in times of difficult circumstances, whether it be floods, fire or drought.
Do you have numbers for how many, given some of the dry conditions, how many times farmers have accessed or primary producers have accessed things like that in the past 12 months?
Say the RFCS, I think we do have those numbers on hand. If I could just defer to colleagues.
So thanks for the question, Senator. In terms of access, we have seen an increase in access to a number of those programs. So in terms of the RFCS, just pulling up my numbers. So for the last 12 months to 31st of March, the RFCS assisted 7,347 clients nationally. So this was an increase of 266 clients year on year.
So fairly consistent, but just slight increase, Yeah. Other programs?
So for farm management deposits, we have seen a fall in holdings of 12.5%.
Okay, that's bigger,
And for...
Pardon?
Sorry?
How long since there's been a real drop in farm deposits?
In farm management deposits.
Traditionally...
That'd be a quantum of about $700 million, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so it was for the 12 months to the 31st of March. So that was in South Australia, the holdings fell 12.5%, so that would be based on the dry conditions. People were...
Only in South Australia?
Pulling through, yes.
Right, not overall.
So we have approximately $5.95 billion in held nationally across, with 39,868 accounts.
So if you want a historical comparison, I think, for
an earlier year. I think we can take that on notice. I think we've both got the current year.
But just to be clear, it was only a 12.5% of South Australian holdings,
That's
not across
correct.
Okay. Better, thank you.
They continue to go up.
They have historically continued to go up, but we have seen a fall, in particular in South Australia and Victoria, but that would be due to the ongoing dry conditions. Yeah.
So wait, I'm sorry. So wait, how long is a bit of string? Has the department modelled a prolonged El Nino and the effect on agricultural output?
We do have some work underway through ABARES and supported by the Future Drought Fund, I think, around understanding the relationship between climatic conditions and farm profitability.
ABARES is doing that. Better ask for them. Or?
Yeah, and they can come to the table to talk about it.
Have you provided any updated advice? Oh, sorry.
ABARES is part of this group, so you're asking the right spot.
Oops, sorry.
So can I just check, Senator, are we talking about and maybe even Mr Lowe, we're talking about the commodity forecast that we're working on at the moment?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So
and drought.
And the
relationship
between the work that we do kind of between drought and farm profitability and how that impacts.
Yeah,
that's the predictive tool.
Yeah, sure. So the commodity forecast, I'll start there. So we are putting the finishing touches on our numbers for release next Tuesday, which is just our standard forecast of agricultural output and exports and so on. We're taking into account with that work the forecast from the Bureau of Meteorology, the drying conditions or expected dry conditions over the next 3 or 4 months. So we are expecting cropping to be down a little bit compared to 25-26, although livestock might be going up a little bit because of increased turn-off. So overall impacts are not dramatic. We're not going back to some of those very difficult drought years.
Yep.
And on the predictive tool, so we've been investing for quite a long time on modelling to do with what we call it Farm Predict. It's a modelling tool that we can run scenarios of future dry conditions or different commodity prices or anything like that, and explain the impact of that on farm performance. So yes, we are investing in that work. So if you've got a specific question about that, we're happy to.
No, it's just an interesting stuff. But we use that advice.
Yes.
To advise.
Inform, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know. We spoke about certain areas. Are there more? We spoke about northern New South Wales, southern Queensland. Well, I was just there on floods in January. It's hard to think they were in drought or hard conditions already. Are there any other areas we're more concerned about than others at the moment?
They're the primary areas of concern at the moment in terms of drying conditions in Australia. You'd be aware, Senator, that there were South Australia and Victoria in particular experienced dry conditions over the last 2 years, particularly in Western Victoria and across South Australia. There has been pleasing rainfall there that has meant that there is strong plantings happening there at the moment, but we continue to keep an eye on that.
Okay. Was there specific programs? I'll ask this and I'll pass on. And then I've got more to say. Was there specific programs or initiatives of the Future Drought Fund that have been cut, or was that unallocated funds again, or where did those savings come from?
Yeah, unallocated funds, so yet to be determined. And as I mentioned to Senator, I think it was Wish-Wilson actually, the way the Future Drought Fund works is it works in funding plans. So we're in a current funding plan, and in another 2 years' time, so from 2028 onwards, it'll be subject to a future funding plan. So decisions around that are yet to be made and will be formed by a range of inputs, including Productivity Commission advice as well.
So it's the department's belief that this cut in funding will have no impact on farm production?
What we've done, Senator, is as part of the reprioritisation is with the Future Drought Fund is to prioritise on-ground programs that deal directly with farmers.
And I hear that. We're confident the cut has if it was unallocated funding, will have no real impact on farm production.
What we're prioritising, Senator, is programs that support farmers on the ground.
That's what you're prioritising, but what I'm hearing is I'm not going that far. It may have a slight effect. We just don't know and we don't know yet.
We're working through, I guess, the implications of the savings for the program.
It would be fairly insignificant in the scheme of things, Senator, to be fair, including back to the question you asked, which was about farm productivity, I think, or production. Yep. But obviously these are preparedness activities, and you deal with the envelope that you're working with. We have a slightly reduced envelope, so that's kind of, yep.
I get that. I'm happy to rotate if...
Thank you very much. We'll move to Senator Fricky.
I have a few topics in outcome 1 that I need to ask questions on, starting with animal export. So not live export, but other types of animal export. I've asked questions before on this topic and put them on notice as well. Thank you. Hello.
James McDonald, First Assistant Secretary, Plant and Live Animal Exports, Animal Welfare and Regulation Division.
Thank you. I just firstly want to ask if you know what a marmoset is.
Yes, it's a primate.
Sorry?
It's a primate, Senator.
Yeah. I'm asking because marmosets are pretty unique. They are, of course, Brazilian monkeys, and they're highly intelligent with social behaviors and cognition that rivals humans. And keeping them in labs, as is done in this country and others, in isolation is particularly cruel to them. And I just want to, and I will table them, Chair, I just want to show you these 2 photos because they are of conditions that marmosets are kept in this country. This is a photo from Monash University's Standard Operating Procedures Manual. These are for tabling, thank you. And it was obtained, and it's in the primate breeding facility in Gippsland. It was obtained via FOI by Animal Free Science Advocacy. And this isn't, these images, they aren't even images of cruel animal testing, they're just images of everyday practice of restraining these marmosets in this facility. Do you know if primates are being held at the Gippsland breeding facility for export?
So, Senator, we only get involved when an application is made to export, so I don't have or would have reason to have regard to what might be occurring at that facility you refer.
Okay, so as far as I understand, there is a permit for 850, but we don't know how many are actually there. So you're saying you don't know because export isn't involved at the moment?
Correct.
And who would we ask to find out? Would it be like Agriculture Victoria, you think? If you don't know, maybe you could take that on notice.
I will take it on notice in terms of who the appropriate regulator is from a domestic sense. The Department of Environment is involved where there's CITES, International Agreement CITES implications. So at the federal level, I will take it on notice to the specifics, but we don't get involved at that stage, Senator.
Okay. And I did ask some questions on notice last time, and you told me that there was 1 export permit for marmosets between 2023 and 2025 for laboratory purposes. Can you tell me how many marmosets were exported under this permit?
Yes, 48.
48. So they were all under this 1 permit, and that was the only permit. Where were the 48 marmosets exported to?
The USA.
The USA. And for what purpose?
They would have been exported for research purposes, and as the regulator, we certify whether the export meets the importing country's requirements with regards to that animal or species.
That animal, sorry?
That animal or species, regardless of what it is. So our role is to certify that the animal meets the requirements of the importing country. So in this case, the USA's importing requirements for marmosets. And so our role is limited to that distinction, Senator.
In relation to animal health.
Yes. In relation to animal health. Yeah. And do you have any requirements or duty of care in relation to animal welfare?
The legislation doesn't go to that, Senator.
The legislation doesn't go to animal welfare. So there is no duty of care to the animals while they are held here or, or the receiving country's conditions?
From our role, Senator, we don't get involved in that.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to leave an impression that there is no duty of care. It's just in terms of our responsibilities don't go to that.
Yeah, okay. So you don't have duty of care in terms of the legislation, right?
Our responsibilities
Pretty much. So you don't give any attention to the welfare of the animal. Yeah, okay. So what does the export application actually require? You said you had to meet the import country needs to meet the requirements. Yes. What are these actual requirements?
So they, I won't have the specifics with me, but for whether it's anything that's exported that is a regulated good, it will depend on whether what its health status is or how it's been treated with, for an animal, what its vaccination status might be, or any other sort of lifetime conditions in terms of how it's been treated in terms of other exposure to other populations, etc.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so could you kind of take that on notice as well, and if there are other requirements, could you give me all of those requirements that are needed in terms of an export permit application? How much who gets paid for the export? Like, obviously there's some cost involved and some money that exchanges hands when an animal is exported, a marmoset is exported from Australia to the USA.
Yeah.
There is money involved?
Well, the Australian government and the department has regulated fees associated with the processing of permits, which we cost recover for all of our activity. Mm-hmm. And so there are fees and charges associated with this type of permit. I will take it on notice as to the specifics, but the department doesn't have any visibility or involvement in commercial matters or whether there's other transactions involved.
So you don't know how much was paid for these 48 marmosets to be exported to the USA?
No.
So who would know?
Well, the proponents, whoever the exporter and the receiving entity would be, that's a private commercial matter between them.
Okay, but you said there is a recovery cost involved.
Yes, there's a fee for processing the
So you would know that fees, right?
Yes.
And could you give me what that fees was for these 48 marmosets?
Yes.
Yes,
Yep.
You'll have to take it on notice.
We will take it on notice, and it will depend on whether was processed under a single permit, which is what my understanding is, and there'll be a permit application fee associated with that.
So the private entities could be making profit on the export. They can charge whatever. There's no regulation around that?
There's no regulation, and I have no visibility.
You have so they could be making profit by the sale of these animals to other countries where these animals are treated horrifically. You can't deny that. Like, you don't know.
I can't confirm either way because I have no visibility.
You don't know. Okay, I might move on to export slaughterhouses. Yep.
Yes. I'll just bring my colleague to the table.
Hi, Senator.
Hello. I think we've been over these a few times, but in 2020 and 2021, you might remember in export slaughterhouses, there were 631 animal welfare incident reports over those 2 years, and I guess an average of 300 per year. And these reports related to 4,083 animals and revealed quite significant animal welfare problems with farmed animals arriving at meat export abattoirs. Many were dead, others had lameness, the cancers, ingrown horns, etc., etc. When I asked a question of the department about animal welfare incident reports in export slaughterhouses from January 2022 to November 2025, I was told there were 2,700 animal welfare incident reports. That's like, if you take an average, that's 675 per year, which is more than double of what happened in 2020, 2021. Can you tell me, in this time from 2022 to 2025, those 2,700 incident reports, how many animals do they relate to?
Senator Tom Black, First Assistant Secretary, Exports and Veterinary Services Division. I'd have to take the exact figures on notice, but we can provide those to you on notice in terms
Well,
of...
you're here in estimates to answer questions. Why don't you have that number with you?
Let me see what I've got, but in terms of being the exact figures, Senator, I just want to be very clear, and I would prefer to take it on notice.
Why has there been such a significant increase, literally doubling per year of animal welfare incident reports?
Senator, we've worked really hard with on-plant veterinarians and export registered meat establishments in terms of, I guess, animal welfare literacy and education, and have been working really hard with those establishments to ensure that when animals do arrive at an establishment, that they are in the right condition to move through the slaughter process. So we've been working hard with the establishments to report to the responsible agencies, which are the state and territory authorities who have legislative responsibility for animal welfare under the Australian system, to report where there are incidences of animals that have arrived in poor condition. In terms of, so I'm not surprised that our vets have been working with the on-plant veterinarian, who is the Commonwealth employee who is the regulator on the establishment, has been working with the establishments to make sure that reporting goes through. In fact, that's the right thing to do. In terms of the numbers, we've seen significant increases in numbers, both small stock, so sheep in particular, and beef cattle go through export registered establishments in the last period of time that you've described, through both productivity gains, good seasons, and you may have heard through other parts of the evidence given at estimates that we've seen, record amounts of meat exported to other markets. So in terms of the sheer numbers, we've seen in the order of 15 million extra head go through export registered establishments. So sometimes there will be an increase in animals that might have challenges. Some of those challenges could be that a mob of sheep arrive on a truck, and when inspected, some of those sheep are not in great condition. They might be hypothermic, they've travelled in cold conditions, they might be wet. And so vets have been working with the establishments to report that, and that's mob-based reporting, so that if there are animals as part of that mob that are hypothermic, they would report the full number of the animals.
Yeah, as it should be, and that wasn't happening before?
We've worked really hard to ensure that there is more reporting of that, Senator. So I'm pleased to see that those reports have increased. We're seeing them level out as people work through that, but that also reflects the extra numbers of animals that are going through the establishments.
Yeah, so you think the extra number of animals is the reason why these numbers are high? Because having reports doesn't mean that animal welfare is improving. Is animal welfare improving? Can you say that these numbers are high only because more animals were processed?
I think that's a component of it, Senator. I wouldn't like to speculate beyond that.
Have any charges or actions been taken on these 2,700 incident reports?
Senator, so the reports go to the state and territory authorities for follow-up, because and in the vast majority of those, it's to do with the condition of the animals on arrival in the establishment, and it's up to the state and territories as to whether they follow through. And I don't have visibility of the actions that they might take against their legislation. Where there are incidents that might involve up to the point of slaughter that could be covered under the Export Control Act, which is the piece of legislation that we operate under, we can take action against that. But the vast majority of those animal welfare incident reports, as we've mentioned, are to do with the state of an animal that might arrive
I do know
off a truck.
that, yeah. And you keep saying that states have responsibility, but the states say that the federal government also has a role in responding to these incident reports. I mean, as the Queensland Department of Primary Industry told, the Weekly Times recently, federally appointed vets were authorised to direct abattoir management to take immediate corrective action to mitigate any animal welfare issues. So in these 2,700 incident reports, did any of your vets take any corrective action?
They will have taken corrective action if they felt that that immediate action needed to be taken in terms of injured or ill animals. I'll take on notice how many times that happens.
So you don't know whether...
I can't tell you out of 2,700 reports how many times.
And that's mainly because really there's very little care for animals. Can you make it clear, though, right now, for governments across Australia, whose responsibility is it to respond to 2,700 animal welfare incident reports?
Senator, it is the state and territory's responsibility to follow up on animal welfare incident reports, as I say, where their legislation covers the particular incident. If it happens and it is covered by the Export Control Act, and by that I mean the meat rules, and there are animal welfare provisions within that, that would be taken by the Commonwealth, potentially against the licence of the export registered establishment.
Mm-hmm. Do you do any follow-up at all on the states once the referrals have been made to see if there was any investigation done, any action taken? Do you feel there's a responsibility there at all, or do you just give them the referrals and that's it, you wash your hands off the whole thing?
Senator, we meet with the states on a regular basis through the year. The export meat regulator meets with the states to talk about the animal welfare incident reports. Again, Senator, it's up to the states to follow through those incidents, and we don't always have visibility of where they take action or not.
Could you provide me a notice where these referrals went, the 2,700 incident reports, like a breakdown of each state and territory?
Certainly,
where
Senator.
They went to, and then also how many of these referrals to state, territory, RSPCA branches have resulted in animal cruelty charges, financial penalties, or written warnings?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. I asked for the 2020-2021 reports to be released publicly, and they were. I have asked again for these to be released, but the department has refused to do that, stating it'll take time. Don't you think that the public actually has a right to know what is happening to animals in this country? People really care about animals in Australia. Why won't you release these reports? It's not good enough to say it'll take time. Sure, it takes time to do everything. Could I kind of put it on notice today for you to provide those reports publicly?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I know the time. You can come back to me in the next round. That helps.
Senator Cadell.
Go back to Farm Predictor. We were talking about the software before. Yep. Sorry, went that in. Love a good spreadsheet or system. It sounds like this is... What are the variables? Have you been able to do stuff like input costs of farming as well as everything like that?
Yeah, so maybe just get a little bit of background about the modelling that we do. So we've run the farm survey program in ABARES for 50 odd years.
Yep.
That collects information on revenue, costs of operating capital, all sorts of things, operating costs of
So you can change
farmers.
wax, change everything, do everything.
And so we've got this model now that's built on all of that farm level data, that what you can do is inside of the model, well, what if the climate you threw at farmers look like this, or look like that, or input costs look like that, or prices were this? We can simulate the impacts that would have on farm profits.
Right. And so when we're talking specifically, we're talking about drier conditions or El Nino coming through. That can do it. You say it's lower cropping, higher beef. You see the impacts. So you can feed that information to the department if we're tailoring mental health or anything like that.
Yeah, that's right. So in the commodity forecast we're releasing next week, there's a section in the overview on farm performance.
Yep.
And so what we've done there is we're feeding in not only the remainder of 25-26 climate, but also for 26-27. Well, what might that mean for profitability? So all the impacts of high fuel fertiliser costs and climate conditions across the country, what does that look like? What does that mean for profitability? And then that feeds into our various programs within the department.
Talking about fertiliser costs, I might chuck to Senator Canavan.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Senator Goodell, and thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get some feedback on, have you done some analysis on what the impact of higher fertiliser costs will be on winter crop plantings, crop production in Australia over the next year?
Yep. Well, you start.
So at a high level, Senator, we have. The work that we've done sought to understand the impacts of high fuel, high fertiliser and other inputs as well. We can talk about it in broad terms.
Okay.
Yep. So, the forecast that we're releasing next week will be our first sort of public expose of that. So what that'll, though, include will be not only high fuel fertiliser costs, but also the seasonal conditions. And then the other thing happening is we're seeing a bit of a rebound in global grain prices as well. So we're putting all that together and saying, well, what does all that mean for the value of agricultural production and and exports, and then what are the impacts on profits? So that'll all be coming out next week. I guess the general story, because I can't give numbers away because we haven't finished the work, it's coming out next week, but things will be down next year compared to 25-26, but still fairly healthy overall. So we're not expecting dramatic drops in everything, but things will definitely be coming off a high.
And Senator, maybe just to add to my colleagues' comments, fertiliser is a particular driver of farm profitability. So and that work, we've found that work has helped us understand that. Fuel is a determinant of activity more broadly. You need fuel to run a farm.
You might have seen Rabobank put some estimates out suggesting that the winter crop will be 8% down. Does that sound about right?
Is that area or was that production?
I think it was area,
yes, you're
Senator.
right, 23.1 million hectares, 8% down from last year.
And that's the area. Yeah, look, that's pretty consistent with, without giving numbers away, pretty consistent with what we'll be putting out next week.
All right, okay. But you don't disaggregate that sort of reduction into what's caused by fertiliser, what's caused by fuel or conditions?
No. I mean, our consultations with industry in the States and other people, it's a general story. We obviously get stories as part of that about, well, in the WA, for example, still going quite hard on canola because the margins are still there. Yes, there's a pinch on margins because of the higher fertiliser prices, but they're not disaggregating it, and we're not doing that either.
Okay. Are these estimates based on actual responses to your survey or models of what would happen in the case of higher costs?
So two components. So the impacts on profitability is based on our modelling. The impacts on area planted and gross value of production and area and so on, that's based on our consultations and our expert knowledge.
Okay. In your model, does it look at if reduced crop production occurs, that possibly will have flow-on effects to beef, chicken, other industries that rely on grains and the like for their inputs? Yep. Is it extended to that too?
Yep.
Your report? Okay. Have you got any estimates on what is the potential shortfall in fertiliser over the next year for all products, urea, ammonia, phosphate, etc.?
Yeah. So urea is the main one we've focused on. Mr. Lowe, I think, said earlier the importance of urea, so it's the one that we've really focused on. So back in March, we came up with an estimate of about 2.3 million tonnes of urea as our needs.
Annual needs?
For this year, so November to November, that's for this current season. So to date, we're looking like we've got in the order of about 1.6 million tonnes. Now that's either here or in the biosecurity queue, so coming through our system. So from that, you go, well, it's about a 700,000 tonne shortfall, but we are in the process of updating that 2.3 million number off the back of these new forecasts. Plus, we've done some consultation with industry on the method for coming up with that 2.3 in the first place. So there'll be some tweaks to that number.
Well, supply will hit demand eventually, all right?
There's that as well, right?
So you some of that gap you're making up, you're saying is through demand destruction, effectively.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
So we'll have some new numbers next week on that.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. Where are we getting our fertiliser from now? Effectively, the Middle East, I presume, has been closed, largely closed. I think you had provided estimates to me previously that 2/3 of our urea was coming from the Middle East.
That's right.
Have we got updated figures at the moment on where it's coming from?
In terms of locations, I think we do have some figures about where they're coming from. I think what's been important is between the government and domestic fertiliser importers, there's been a lot of work to secure alternative supplies of fertiliser within the region. So countries like Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia represent opportunities for increased urea supply. There's obviously the 250,000 tonnes of urea that's been secured through PT Pupuk in Indonesia, as an example.
Do you have, I mean, how up to date is your information at the moment? Are you able to track it month to month or something on how much has been imported and where it's come from?
So I've got some historical figures, but I'll see if I've got some more recent in terms of month to month for you, unless. Yeah.
Nothing.
So I've got historical figures on.
What's history mean? How far back is that?
So I've got. Yes, we do have some cumulative, but it doesn't have, not by country. So the historical information I've got here is the top 5 sources of fertiliser by fertiliser type 23 to 25. So it's a 3-year average. Oh, you got some numbers. Excellent. Thank you. So for urea, the top countries are the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and then I can go through all the other fertilisers.
Well, that's my point. Yeah, some of that will be locked up, obviously, on the wrong sides of the strait. So, yeah, I'm just wondering, given the importance of it, is there somebody in government tracking exactly what's coming through on
we are.
almost weekly basis? So who's doing that?
We are.
Okay, so what are the figures?
Department of Industry.
If you're responsible for it, what has come in over the past month, week, however you're aggregating it?
I'm not sure we've got those exact figures to hand, Senator. Right. We can talk in aggregate that we've had 1.6 million tonnes arrive in Australia.
Since November?
Since November. So we're tracking
how much have
aggregate.
we had arrive since March, since the beginning of March?
Yeah, we've got the cumulative amounts, but not by country in front of us.
Okay, well, start with those.
Yeah, okay, righto. So this is just urea. So 2026, where am I up to? Let me find the number for you. So I've got a cumulative amount. So in November, 181,000, and then in December that rose to 277,000. January 372,000. These are cumulative numbers.
Oh, they're cumulative. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
February 545,000. March 832. April 1.3 million. May 1.6. So that's that 1.6 number I mentioned before.
Okay. Do you have prices for that?
We have some information on prices. We don't have it broken down by month. We have, if you just bear with me, Senator, I can find that for you. But I think currently, as of 21 May, global prices of urea were 39% higher than at 28 February. Just before the Middle East conflict. Prices had peaked at 83% higher than pre-conflict levels in April. Pleasingly, domestic prices for urea in Geelong have started to come down. So they peaked at 1,435 on the 23rd of April, before slightly to the current price of 1,380. I think they're probably the best figures we've got for you.
So how come the domestic prices don't seem to have fallen by as much in recent weeks than the global price? By the sound of it, it's not much change.
Yeah, that's a curious one. My understanding of that is it's to do with the local demand. We're in the peak period of needing urea. So urea imports always peak around about now. So sort of May, June. So it's the prime time. So I'm assuming it's a demand-driven thing.
Okay. All right. Who's selling the urea then domestically? Do we have that information?
There's a range of
distributors,
suppliers, distributors.
Who's the main ones? Still Incitec Pivot? They still...
Incitec do have a local distribution business.
Yep.
West Farmers, CSBP, Nutrient, a range of different suppliers.
Okay. All right. Maybe if you could table, have you got those two series? Did you say a Geelong price? Is it like a benchmark, domestic benchmark?
Yeah, there is a Geelong, which we use as a bit of a domestic benchmark price. Yeah.
Could you provide the amounts for that in this year on a monthly or weekly basis, whatever you've got? And likewise, the world. Well, I can probably get the world price, but if you've got it, the world price as well.
Happy to provide that, Senator.
Thank you. Have you done any assessment on the impact of higher fertiliser prices and fuel prices on food prices in Australia?
We have had a bit of a look at it, and I think the broad story is fuel and fertiliser. So fertiliser is about, what, 12% of broadacre farm costs. Fuel, 6%. So, and that's broadacre farm costs. Then you think about the total supply chain. So expect it to have an impact, but a relatively small impact.
20% of their costs is quite a lot.
That's just the broadacre component.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
There's still the supply chain, the retail.
Yeah. Although those the costs in those parts of the supply chain will have increased too.
Yes.
Fuel and the like are obviously important for distribution.
Yeah, the other thing I'd add is that for the entire food supply chain, fuel is about 2% of the total cost, because there's all the other costs associated with the rest of the supply chain, labour and capital and everything else. So it's 2% of the overall food supply chain is fuel.
Yeah, it's going to add up though, that's for sure. Okay. Is there any interdepartmental analysis of the inflationary impact on food prices from the crisis?
Senator, the work that we are doing at the moment is feeding into a whole of government process, yes, which is sort of, there's a fuel task force in terms of the fuel, and obviously we're in close discussions with Treasury, and ABARES input is being provided into all of those processes to support kind of government decision making around exactly the sorts of questions you're asking, impact on food prices and those sorts of things.
Okay. Do we have any domestic stockpiles of urea, ammonia or phosphate?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, not to my knowledge.
Do we have any insights?
Other than what's held by importers?
Yeah, I was going to get to that. Presumably there are stockpiles, not the wrong word, but there's amounts held in storage.
Yes.
Do we have any insights on how much is held in storage?
No, we don't. And one of the challenges that has been, Senator, is getting good data on this. So the data that we're providing you today has been months of very laborious effort to get to this point. One of the things that I think has been a learning from this crisis is our ability to get good data on critical inputs like fertiliser.
And I think just to come to your stockpile point, I'm far from an expert on urea, but there are storage issues that mean we don't expect there to be years' worth of supply sitting onshore without having been used. So that's urea. Obviously, there's different forms of fertiliser, but yeah, that will factor into it as well.
Has there been any consideration given to assistance to farmers struggling with higher fuel and fertiliser costs and or even access to them?
So I guess, Senator, the key focus for us in the context of the Middle East crisis has been about the foundational needs of the sector, which has been about securing fuel supplies and fertiliser supplies. So that's been our key focus in the first instance. Certainly at the start of the conflict, it was quite unclear whether Australia's agriculture sector at a key window between the sort of the May and June planting window would be able to secure sufficient quantities of urea. So the focus through the work of ourselves, DFAT, Department of Industry, has been on identifying alternative sources and then working with Export Finance Australia with the fertiliser security facility as well.
Okay. And I think, Senator, as you probably expect, we are watching some of the key metrics, talking to banks, other things about use of overdrafts and other things that may indicate signs of distress, and we'll keep doing that as we go through hopefully until this crisis ends.
And certainly, yeah, absolutely, Senator, just to kind of reinforce the Secretary's points, an active conversation with the sector as well about how the sector is experiencing the crisis.
So the government has announced that there's interest-free loans available for businesses in the fuel and fertiliser supply chains. Is that assistance available to farmers at all?
That assistance is through, I think you're referring to the assistance through the National Reconstruction Fund.
Yes.
So that $1 billion is specifically targeted at, I guess, companies exposed to or kind of part of fuel, fertiliser, critical inputs. The NRF, based on the way it was set up, that excludes primary production unless it involves valuating.
Right. What do you mean valuating? Valuating beyond primary production? Obviously valuating within primary production, but okay.
Generally so beyond the farm gate.
Not available to farmers at all. I'm just a bit concerned. I don't know if these loans took a while for the guidelines to come out. I'm not sure if they're out there, but if they are, what's guaranteed that we've got that farmers will benefit from, if, say, a fertiliser company gets one of these loans, what guarantees are there that they will pass on the lower costs that they've got now thanks to an interest-free loan to farmers?
Yeah, this is where this is a fund managed by DISA and the National Reconstruction Fund, and it would depend on the circumstances, I think, of the loan.
Okay. Just more generally, I asked about this in October last year and asked about urea, and honestly it didn't seem like there was much information available. You'd take everything on notice and come back to me. Didn't seem a sense of urgency about our urea supplies. Is there now some long-term planning happening about how to ensure resilience and independence for our urea supplies?
Yes, Senator. Certainly we're looking at, again, in concert with the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, looking at sovereign capability in relation to urea, but also the diversity of our supply chains and storage and those sorts of things as well.
Okay. Well, on that sovereign capability, you're probably aware Perdaman is building a urea plant at the moment, thanks to a facility set up by the former coalition government, Northern Australian Infrastructure Facility Act. They've suggested they could finish that plant earlier. Is anyone discussing with them about that prospect?
We're aware of those conversations, Senator. I understand those conversations may have progressed, but you best just direct your questions to the Department of Industry on that matter.
Okay. All right. Are there any other fertiliser companies that have approached you for assistance?
They wouldn't normally approach us for assistance. They'd approach government through the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, but we are aware of a number of others where there's active conversations, but you're probably best to direct your comments.
Is anyone looking at the potential to use coal resources to convert to fertilisers?
I'll pass to my colleague.
Yeah. Hi, Senator. Sarah Burr, Assistant Secretary, Middle East Regional Conflict Task Force. We're aware of at least one company called New Riser in South Australia that's looking at using coal-sourced production for urea production.
Is that around Lee Creek?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. I suppose the issue for all of these, and I know of somebody before this crisis wanted to build a urea plant in Western Queensland. That would have been from natural gas. It was a non-starter thanks to the safeguard mechanism. So is there any discussions or flexibility around the relief from the safeguard mechanism to help a fertiliser plant get built in Australia?
If you're referring to the New Riser example situation, they're currently working through their environmental approvals and other approvals with government, so I don't know if they've started those sorts of conversations yet.
Well, it's just important to make the point here that if the government's going to impose a carbon tax on everybody that tries to improve our sovereign capability, it's going to be very, very difficult because such taxes are not charged to say, in China, which is massively using its coal resources to make fertilisers as well as other petrochemical products. Has there been any analysis done on how much of our fertiliser needs could be met if we used our brown coal resources to do so?
Not in this department, Senator.
Okay.
I think if such a thing did exist, I would expect it wouldn't be done in DAF.
Now, just interested, the task force you mentioned, I hadn't heard that before. What's that?
I mentioned that in my opening statement, Senator. I don't think you were here, but yeah, we set up a task force, I think, soon after this crisis began to provide some dedicated resources to doing the sort of work that we've been talking about, better improving our sort of data and analytical capability around fertiliser needs in particular, obviously contributing into the PM&C fuel task force as well, ensuring the kind of views of the sector and the needs of the sector are reflected in some broader government considerations and a whole range of analysis to try and understand what is going on and how that's going to impact the sector.
I've got a note here, there's something called the Fertiliser Supply Working Group. Is that right too?
That's right, Mr.
That's right. Okay. Have you gone through that this morning? Or
we have, but happy to take you through it if you want.
No, that's okay. Moving on. I noticed that the Minister Collins announced streamlined biosecurity border processes for importing fertiliser. Has that been done?
That has, yeah.
What did that involve?
That's probably a question best directed to Outcome 2 with our biosecurity colleagues, but yeah, improving and streamlining biosecurity clearances at a high level.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, Chair. Fair enough. Okay. No worries.
Thank you, Chair. I might start with some questions on SGARs. Everyone here to answer that? Yep. Thank you. So, as you know, the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority has finally confirmed through a ban what the world has known for decades, that the risk of SGARs are unable to be mitigated and their impacts are profoundly cruel. Has the government accepted APVMA's certification that SGARs should be listed as restricted chemical products? Yes.
I thought you meant SCAS. Yes,
SCAS.
my apologies.
We might need you a little bit later.
Andrew can do it.
Yes, so has the government accepted APVMA certification that SGARs should be listed as restricted chemical products?
Sure. Guy Bursell, Assistant Secretary, Agri Chemicals and Forestry Branch. A little bit on process. So to become a restricted chemical product requires a change to the regulations.
Mm-hmm.
And so the process from here, now that the APVMA is certified that it considers a product becoming a restricted chemical product, would adequately manage risk. We're now undertaking a consultation process, which I think concludes on the 11th of June, the public consultation process.
Sorry, who is this consultation process with?
It's a public consultation via our website, so it's consistent with good regulatory practice. We would typically conduct an open public consultation about an intention to change a regulation. That public consultation closes on the 11th of June, and we will assess the outcomes of that consultation process and then provide advice to the Minister about the making of a regulation.
Okay, so when can we expect you to provide advice?
Well, subject to the consultation, which closes in mid-June, we're certainly aware that the APVMA's regulatory decision, which includes suspension and a temporary permit.
Yes.
That the period expires, I think, in February or March of next year. So we'd be expecting, though I can't, I suppose, predict that we will absolutely make that, given that it's subject to a regulatory process. But we would be expecting to make regulation changes that would align with the APVMA's timeline for its regulatory decision.
So the APVMA has already conducted multiple consultations. Those don't count. This is like once they have declared it as a restricted chemical product, listed it, you still have to conduct more consultations?
So the APVMA is certified that that a product becoming a restricted chemical product is a way to manage, an appropriate way to manage the risk. That doesn't create the regulatory change to implement that.
So you have to do the consultation for the regulatory.
So our consultation, I suppose, complements the APVMA's consultation, which has been a very broad consultation about the risks that the product might represent. We're now doing a very narrow consultation about the making of a regulation change to implement the APVMA's, which is effectively advice to the Minister that the best way to manage this product would be to make it a restricted chemical product.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Chair, I can't. There's a lot of talking going on there. I couldn't hear properly what you were saying, but thank you. Some questions about the National Pig Standards.
That is me, Senator.
Yes, thank you. So the department provides, as I understand, Secretariat support for the Animal Welfare Task Group. That is correct, right?
Correct.
Can you tell me how long the development of the Australian standards and guidelines for the welfare of pigs has been on the Animal Welfare Task Group's work plan?
Several years.
How many? When was it first added to the work plan? Just trying to get an idea of how long this has been going on.
So just to be very clear, there isn't a standard and guidelines for pigs at this current time.
Yes.
What exists is a model code that dates back to last endorsed in 2008.
Yes, I do know that.
And so the project for that model code to be replaced with standards and guidelines. I've got figures here that say it was on the AWTG's work plan for both 2004 and 2005.
So 20 years.
25, 2025, 2024, but I've only got the work plan dating back the last 2 years.
Could you check and give me a notice when it was actually first put on the AWTG's work plan?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And on questions on notice, you advised that Australian Pork Limited will be undertaking and resourcing the development of the new national standards for the welfare of pigs. Is that correct?
Australian Pork Limited have decided that they're moving forward with the development of an industry set of improved animal welfare practices. They don't necessarily constitute standards and guidelines that will be regulated by the states and territories. So the product here is that any industry can develop their own industry code or set of standards, and that's what the Australian pig industry has decided to move forward with. Questions about whether they are suitable for the states and territories to reflect in their jurisdictional regulations is still before us because until the product is ready, they won't be able to make those judgments.
Okay, so they are waiting for these standards or these codes to be developed by Australian Pork Limited before they develop the national standards?
No. I suppose the point I'm making is that they're not the same thing. So industry can move forward of its own volition, which is what's happening here. The industry is moving forward of its own volition to develop an industry set of standards. That's welcomed because any industry seeking to improve its practices is a good thing. Whether they are suitable for a government regulatory framework is a separate consideration.
Yes, I hope it is, because I don't see it. You're saying moving forward, developing your own codes to regulate yourself. is not really moving forward. I mean, you do know that this is the same industry that has brought us things like the sow stall, the gestation crate, the piglet thumping, teeth clipping, tail docking, and of course the CO2 gas chambers. So do we know when the government standards will be completed, national pig standards will be completed?
So any item that is on the work plan of the Australian Welfare Task Group, Animal Welfare Task Group, requires a lead jurisdiction to nominate to lead the development process.
Mm-hmm.
And as evident by my evidence, no jurisdiction has nominated to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is a problem in its own, isn't it? That no jurisdiction has nominated to lead a national standard setting process for pigs. Does that not indicate to you that the current approach of leaving it to individual states to volunteer to lead the development of national standards isn't really working? I mean, obviously it's not working. I mean, why would any individual state honestly wish to lead one of these processes? And it's quite clear that it is a national responsibility. They're called national pig standards. Shouldn't it be led by the federal government?
I'll make a couple of observations, Senator. The first one is the states are the regulators, so they have the constitutional power to regulate things.
Mm-hmm.
We have state and territory agriculture ministers and the Commonwealth Minister have objectives around harmonisation around all sorts of regulations.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, if you face a set of regulations in one state, ideally, if you transverse that border, you face equivalent regulations in another state. So the lead jurisdiction model is that if you're going to develop regulations for your jurisdiction, you would develop them in a way that is cognizant and inclusive of what's happening at a national level, so that there are standards there that can be picked up by all jurisdictions to provide that harmonisation objective.
Yeah, but doesn't your answer that suggest to me that the federal government should be doing it?
Well, the challenge here is that the federal government would be developing a set of standards or a set of products here that then is still a decision of a state jurisdiction, of a state parliament to make decisions about these things. So it has to be a cooperative process.
Of course.
It can't be a very patriarchal model here where the Commonwealth tells the states and territories.
And no one's suggesting that, but you're asking a state to lead this process. Why isn't the Commonwealth leading this process?
Well, we're asking the states to lead a process that they have responsibility as the legislators for, Senator.
Yeah,
so
but you have the responsibility overall. National
we have an objective.
Standards.
We don't have a responsibility. Sorry, Senator, and I don't mean to talk over.
But you can do it. There's nothing stopping you from doing it. There's nothing stopping Commonwealth from developing these standards, right?
I don't think that's the right context, Senator. I think the
what
thing
is stopping the federal government?
It's every state and territory engagement around cooperation across our constitutional powers is at the core of this challenge, and how we interact with the states and territories has to be a cooperative process and a respectful process, and it's hard, it's complex, and it doesn't always end in easy solutions. It's an ongoing piece of work.
And this is the model that the states and territories and Commonwealth have agreed would be the model for creating and managing these arrangements.
But it's not working because no state has said that they will do it. I mean, nothing precludes the Commonwealth from leading and facilitating national standards, even on matters that are regulated by states and territories, right? There are examples here, just as the National Transport Commission does, just as Safe Work Australia does, just as the National Building Code Board does. There is nothing stopping Commonwealth from doing this and leading this process. There are examples of the Commonwealth government taking leadership role, in developing standards on issues that are regulated by states and territories many times. And Australia is, maybe a reminder for you, Australia is now signatory to 3 international trade agreements that firmly recognize the importance of animal welfare in international trade. And that matter sits squarely within the Commonwealth responsibilities. So there is nothing stopping the Commonwealth from doing that. There's plenty of examples where you have done that. It just seems to me that no one, really cares about animal welfare here. It's been 2 decades, since this has been going on. So just give me a reason of what's stopping you. When there is nothing happening, no state is putting their hand up, what is stopping you?
Well, the explanation you've heard, Senator, is that there is currently an agreement in place as to how this is approached. There is a cooperative and engaged process whereby any effort that goes into creating standards needs to translate into those standards being adopted into state and territory legislation to give effect to them, and ensuring that we're approaching that in a collaborative way that will give the highest likelihood to that outcome occurring is the approach that's currently being taken. It is a challenging and vexed issue, and I can and I understand that from the questions you're asking. This is the situation we find ourselves in relation to the way responsibilities and authority sits for this matter across Australia.
But there is nothing happening.
It is an important issue. It is one that is discussed regularly and will continue to be discussed. And continue to look for opportunities to progress this really challenging issue.
There is nothing happening. You can make another agreement. Why not make another agreement to move this forward? Nothing has happened over years.
And we continue to work to find the opportunities to progress it, Senator.
Sorry, it has not progressed at all. Anyway, I will move on. For the first time, I think, ever, in ovo-sexing technologies being introduced in Australian egg industry. Do we have people here to answer that question?
Not me,
We
Senator,
don't have
No?
responsibilities in relation to that, Senator.
Okay, I can put that on notice to someone else. Then just a couple more questions from me, Chair. Australia did prohibit the importation of cat and dog fur in 2004, and I understand that import and exports of animal products are the responsibility of the department. Is that right? So are you all able to answer that question?
It depends if you're talking about imports, might be more our biosecurity colleagues, but...
Correct.
So but department
Yes,
does have
the next
responsibility
outcome,
for
so
imports and exports of animal products?
You're talking to the people who are responsible for exports.
So did you say animal fur?
Yes.
Okay.
So
it may fall with the environment portfolio.
Yes, it can
Secretary.
depend on.
Okay, I might just
Depends on
ask the
what the
question and then you can
Yes,
tell me.
that's fine.
So basically, there has been some correspondence between FOPAWS and the Australian Border Force just in June last year in relations to questions regarding seizure of cat and dog fur. And it says that there have been no reports of seizures of illegal imports of cat and dog fur since the introduction of the prohibition in 2004. But there has been reports, and pretty confirmed reports, that cat fur has been found in the country, but it hasn't been seized. So I just wanted to ask some questions on that.
We will take that on notice because, as Mr McDonald has said, and I have a vague recollection of Border Force having some responsibilities in relation to animal fur. So happy to take those questions on notice, Senator, and determine who the right body is that deals with that particular matter.
Okay, I'll put them on notice then. Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to move to the fuel and fertiliser security facility, a $7.5 billion facility to increase stockpiles or minimum stockholding obligations. Have you been involved in the design of this facility at all?
We have, Senator.
Okay. Is there a clarity on how much of that $7.5 billion is going to fertiliser and how much to fuel?
There isn't, Senator. That's the $7.5 billion facility is for fuel and fertiliser. As mentioned previously in this committee, fertiliser is specific to the agriculture sector, whereas fuel is an economy-wide need. So we do expect that the majority of the facility will be dedicated towards fuel needs.
I spoke earlier, doesn't seem to be any stockpiles of fertiliser. Is it envisaged that there will be a stockpile of fertiliser established?
I think in creating this reserves, I might pass to colleagues, but it's not necessarily envisaged that we're talking about physical storage necessarily as well, but I'll pass to colleagues for the detail.
So thank you. First Assistant Secretary Christy Slawczak of the MERC Task Force. The issue around stockpiles and storage is being considered, but there are requirements or constraints around how long certain type of fertiliser can be stored for. But those, as part of the facility, whether it's fuel or fertiliser, the relevant agencies are looking at all options, including talking to companies about what that might look like.
So how long can you store urea for?
So it's about 30 days. Not long.
Right, okay.
And
right.
essentially it's because the nitrogen gas is off.
Yep, okay, all right. So you couldn't even have more than 30 days storage practically, really?
So I guess it would depend, and this is something we just have to consider on the sort of storage and also the sort of fertiliser that we're talking about. But in terms of the longer term sustainability, these are certainly things that we're working through.
Right, okay. When's this scheduled to start spending money or making a difference, the facility?
So the facility is already effectively in use. So this was covered a bit earlier, Senator, today, but under the fertiliser side of the facility, 6 cargoes have been underwritten, totalling just over 209,000 tonnes of urea for agriculture grade.
Okay. So who is responsible for that aspect of the program?
Yes.
You go.
So Export Finance Australia administers the facility. They have special reserve powers, essentially that has been directed by government to purchase, to store and to sell particular critical minerals and other commodities, including fuel and fertiliser. DISA and DAF, we are the responsible policy agencies that effectively give policy advice around how the facility works in respect of fertiliser.
Okay. All right. Might move on then. Oh yeah, of those 6 shipments, are some of them to provide supplies to Wesfarmers in Stec Pivot?
So all of those 6 shipments are for Wesfarmers and Inzipet Pivot.
Okay, how many for each of those? Sorry? How many is for Wesfarmers, how many for Instec Pivot?
So given the commercial sensitivities, I can't confirm the details into the specific shipments in terms of how many for each of the importers.
But you're just able to confirm for me that all 6 are for them?
Oh, so in terms of the split, but all 6 were for the 2 importers. So
Why
can't say like 4 or 2, for example.
Why not? What's commercial and confidence about that? These have actually been, you've signed these, so you've...
So EFA signed commercial arrangements specifically, and the...
Well, I'm not sure exactly why. This is taxpayer dollars. Well, I mean, you know, if you've got grants rounds or funding, you'll list who won the grant.
I think just because the legal arrangements are in place for EFA, it probably is better.
Well, maybe if you could take that on notice for me.
Yeah, happy to take it on notice. Yeah.
Thanks. Yes. Sorry. And so do you provide advice on each one of these shipments?
Yes, we do.
Each time? Okay. And does the Minister have to sign off on them?
No. So the facility itself, the relevant Minister is the Minister for Trade and Tourism, but in terms of actually the administering the financial arrangements, it is Export Finance Australia.
So, given the commercial thing to take on notice, is it all urea or is there some AN and there's different types of fertiliser?
No, at the moment the facility is focused on urea.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are there other companies in the supply chain here in Australia apart from Wesfarmers and Stec Pivot?
Yes.
Okay. And have they applied?
So Export Finance Australia is currently looking at commercial terms with a number of other suppliers at the moment.
All right. Who's assessing whether or not these shipments have an impact on competition in the market?
Yeah, so competition is a really critical part of the facility. So the Australian Consumer and Competition Commission has been involved in all of the policy conversations, that the Fertiliser Supply Working Group that you mentioned as well, which is meeting weekly, which the Deputy Secretary sitting next to me chairs. is a part of all of those conversations. And I should clarify that the facility itself and having the ACCC involved is really important to ensure competitive neutrality. And also this effectively is a price support mechanism. It's not a government enterprise. It's competing against a commercial enterprise. And it's something that we are ensuring all along the way that there are no competition issues.
It does give those who have access to this facility a competitive advantage, though, does it not?
So it won't give them a competitive advantage or a first mover advantage. It is a price support mechanism which is really about supply and shoring up supply during the current crisis situation.
But if their competitors can't get supplies, they're in an advantageous position.
So if the competitors can't get supply, and I understand that that's not kind of an issue at the moment because the market is still, there are still purchases and selling of urea happening at the moment, and it's not that importers are unable to get supply.
So why would the government be underwriting supply then? I mean, if the market can, why couldn't Incitec Pivot and Wesfarmers just go and buy from the market?
Senator, they're able to, talking more about the competitive neutrality, the whole point of the facility is to ensure that supply is still coming to Australia, but for those in the market, it won't preclude them from making commercial.
But I'm getting confused. I thought you said supply is still coming. So why?
So we still have supply because there's still the shipments that are coming in pre-conflict and also from the 6 consignments that have been underwritten.
Okay.
So it's still, and we're still in the process of working through commercial arrangements and having importers and overseas supplier identify.
I'm still just a little confused because if supply can still come in and come in pre-conflict and all these things, why are we giving a leg up to some suppliers then if they could have just gone and bought from the global marketplace?
Yeah. So it's still making sure that those opportunities are not, so the international cargo, for example, the spot market, that we can help make sure that we can manage to get that supply for Australia.
And that was one of the main things that the industry mentioned to us is the ability not to be gazumped by a range of other competitors. So what we're saying is supply is about, we think there is latent production available to source. There's a highly competitive market internationally for that, and obviously the price aspect of that is significant. Whether companies sort of had said to us they were nervous about purchasing and not knowing, you know, the volatility of the price and the various sort of issues because of the Middle East crisis was causing significant concern. So this is to shore up that whole market really for Australia.
That's right. And Senator, I think to your point, it's worth acknowledging that a facility like this is novel for the Australian government. This is the first time a facility like this has been set up for fuel or fertiliser or any input as I understand. And it's been done so in the national interest. So national interest is the overriding test here. And what we apply in terms of that test, Senator, is that there is a fertiliser gap. There is a gap in the amount of fertiliser that we need or fertiliser demand in Australia versus the supply that we have onshore or is predicted to be onshore. So in the national interest, this facility was established, and then there's a process that's been gone through according to, I guess, prioritisation of participation in the facility, whereby we determine, I guess, that priority based on a track record of importing fertiliser to Australia, including a strong record of biosecurity compliance, a proven ability to secure cargoes from diverse international suppliers on economically feasible terms, and the ability to import and distribute cargoes at scale, because we're talking about a significant gap in terms of fertiliser supply. So it's important to work with importers that are able to bridge that gap with material, substantial cargoes of fertiliser being brought into Australia. So to be really clear-eyed about it, our national interest is about supporting Australian agriculture here.
I think I see the short-term aspect of that. My concern is in long-term. If we are supplying a couple of big guys with an advantage in the short term to do this, just say you talk about diverse range. If I'm a novel supplier and a small supplier and I'm buying from overseas, if these big guys can suddenly go out and de-risk and get my supply that I would already get, when this all settles down, the smaller guy is out of the market. We have more power in a couple of... I don't see the equity in supplying the big guys an advantage now long term. I think it can hurt our diversity. Are we looking at that if
Absolutely.
the big guys go poaching supplies that the smaller operators get?
Yeah, Senator, we, from a policy point of view, we want to be supporting these cargoes for the shortest time as possible for government to be in the market in this way. Absolutely want to be in the shortest time as possible. But acknowledging the conflict is ongoing, acknowledging that point that we made earlier, around 62% of Australia's urea supplies coming through the Straits of Hormuz in 2025, there is a discernible and acknowledgeable gap in urea supplies internationally, and we want to position Australian importers to be able to be ultra competitive and secure those urea supplies for Australia. So, and to your point, that's a really important point. They're the two first. It's absolutely our intention, and EFA is working very around the clock to ensure that there's more fertiliser importers supported by the facility. It's in our interest, and it's in the national interest for the Australian agriculture sector to have as many companies as possible who meet that criteria, chasing fertiliser on behalf of Australian agriculture.
In a worldwide vicious, agile market, first mover adoption is a massive advantage to be out there in the market today versus tomorrow.
Yeah.
So have we got a timeline on others, or are they telling you when the others might be approved? Or
there is a timeline, and we understand that a number are imminent in terms of being signed up with the EFA, further being signed up with the EFA facility, and we have got consideration around how those companies could be supported to give them comfort to chase fertiliser on the international market as well.
There's just some information coming. We've had an importer say they can't even get a call back from the EFA about the process on this.
We're pretty quick on getting back from a departmental point of view and from an EFA point of view to importers, so we're happy to take the details, Senator.
I might talk to you offline on some commercial stuff. Okay.
But I would just acknowledge that we have to be laser focused on prioritising who we're working with. There are complex commercial arrangements for the EFA to put in place, so we do want to kind of make sure that they're focusing on a priority order of companies as well.
Just one on the competitive nature within the national market, and we saw this with fuel in the early days, where supply into certain supply chains dried up. And is the work of the ACCC making sure that there is reasonable distribution of product through the various supply chains? I mean, it would be very easy for favoured supply chain status to start creeping in if there's not a process through the role of the ACCC in particular in the work that they're doing to make sure that there's a maintenance of decent distributions through all of the various supply chains.
Yeah, it's a really good question. So in part the ACCC, probably in main more the policy tests we apply in terms of supporting both companies and cargo. But
they would do the verification work, wouldn't they, the ACCC?
We do it through EFA. So it's important to us that for each cargo and more broadly each company that's supported by the mechanism has the ability to import and then distribute cargoes at scale across Australia so that no farmer's missing out.
But you're also making sure the market stays afloat as well. It's all very well. I mean, we've talked about this in the context of fuel, where a certain supply chain dries up, somebody else comes in and says we can supply, and therefore becomes the supplier instead of the previous player. I mean, it's a capacity to dominate a market by managing who you actually supply through the supply chain to. If it's not watched properly, that's the point of what I'm asking.
Absolutely.
And I think underlining Mr Lowe's point, we do want to be involved in this for the minimum time possible. You know, it's not, whilst there is a supply gap, we think it's an important way to ensure people can get access overall. I know that's not quite the point you were making, but it is, you know, it is an intervention that we would like to minimise because A, it's costly, and also B, you know, those natural competition things, it's better for us to not be in the market. So we will aim to do that. But while it exists, it has facilitated significant certainty around bulk supply.
Yeah. And look, I don't dispute any of that, but that's why I'm asking about the role of the ACCC in making sure that the principles of maintaining the market are met, so that once you withdraw, we withdraw.
Yes.
That
it's not sort of
there's not been a at the end of the day, government facilitated movement in the way the market is because of the engagement in the market.
Yeah, and Senator, I think it's a really important point that you're making, and that is why we've got ACCC on the Fertiliser Supply Working Group. We also ran some information sessions both for fertiliser importers and fertiliser retailers, acknowledging that there's quite a bit of complexity in the supply chain. And at those sessions, both ourselves and EFA were there, but ACCC's been in every interaction that we've had.
All right. If there's nothing more of that, I just want to go back to the EU free trade agreement. Or do you want to rotate the call?
Senator Faruqi has covered all.
All right, no problems.
Okay.
Sure.
You'll have a good stint.
Thank you. Some more questions on animal export and import, and then just one on standards. Yep. People are here for that?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So 2 days ago, it was reported that a charter plane is being covertly organised to fly around 70 greyhounds from New Zealand to Australia, following New Zealand government's ban on greyhound racing. Are you aware of this?
So the imports will be outcome 2 this afternoon.
Imports is outcome 2?
Yep.
Okay. I will come back for that then. But just a question that I asked earlier about, I was asking in ovo sexing technology. It's actually a question about Australian animal welfare standards, so you would be able to respond to that. What I was just saying was that in ovo sexing technology is being introduced in the Australian egg industry now to avoid the mass killing of male chicks who are otherwise deemed as waste. And the Specialised Breeders Australia are carrying this out in the largest layer hen hatchery in Australia, which I think is located in Bendigo. The Australian Animal Welfare Standards and Guidelines for Poultry, which is standard GA 9.23, states that when in ovo sexing technology becomes commercially available, it should be used to avoid the culling of hatched male layer chicks. So the technology is now proven to be commercially available. So my question is, what specific financial assistance or incentives is the government providing to help hatcheries to adopt this technology, if any?
We are not aware, Senator. It might be something to direct towards the relevant Research and Development Corporation.
Tomorrow, I'll just check.
Sorry, I missed the question.
So it's around being able to use genetic research to provide a single-sex egg outcome for poultry breeding, like they do in poultry.
So, so as part of the standard, the Australian Animal Welfare Standards and Guidelines, which says that when this in ovo sexing technology becomes commercially available, it should be used to avoid the culling of hatched male layer chicks. So my question is, it is available now. Is there any specific financial assistance or incentives that the government is providing to help hatcheries adopt this technology?
Senator, I suspect, so AgriFutures, which is the Research and Development Corporation that has responsibility for poultry industry, not eggs, but the poultry industry, they might be the relevant organisation to direct
so they
your
would be
questions to.
implementing this particular recommendation in the standard?
I'm not aware that we've provided any financial assistance.
You're not aware that you have provided it?
But AgriFutures would be the best ones to ask about that.
Okay. Then just coming back to the National Animal Welfare Standards development process, I just wanted to check what is the current status of the review of the National Animal Welfare Standards process, because that is another project that has been on the AWTG's work plan for several years, hasn't it?
That's right, Senator, and it's been a topic of discussion between relevant officials, and it's something where many of those concerns that you and others hold have been thoroughly discussed with suitable solutions not yet arrived at beyond the existing operating environment.
And when are those solutions going to be arrived at? Is there a timeline?
There is no timeline for these sort of things. It's an ongoing discussion. So.
Okay, so we don't know when that review is going to be completed. It could be 10 years or 20 years.
Well, it's not necessarily a review in a context of how you might see something else. It's a topic of discussion and engagement between relevant officials about how the system and current governance processes operate, and it will be an ongoing topic of discussion between relevant officials about how the system can be potentially improved going forward.
And how many years has this discussion been ongoing?
Again, I would take the precise number on notice. Several years, Senator.
Several years, and no conclusion.
It's a very challenging topic to resolve, Senator.
It seems like everything is challenging. We have to deal with challenging things to improve animal welfare. Like, it's just obfuscating and pushing, the can down the road. I'm sorry, Minister, maybe you need to intervene and speed up the process. Thank you, Chair. I'll come back for the other questions later.
Thank you, Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. So, yes, just back to the EU FTA, just going to some of the more specific elements of that agreement. I'm sure you're aware that you've got 27,000 tonnes extra sheep meat access, but that was well below what the industry was after. It was 67,000. New Zealand, when they did a deal with the EU, got 163,000 tonnes. Is there a reason why we couldn't get a higher amount of sheep meat access, given what New Zealand got?
Senator, they are questions to be directed to DFAT as the chief negotiator for the free trade agreement.
Did you, in your advice to the Minister and to DFAT, point out this discrepancy with what we've been offered relative to New Zealand?
So as per our evidence provided earlier, we remained engaged with the industry, we remained engaged with DFAT. The industry provided information directly to them and to us about their expectations, and that's part of the negotiations.
Now, one aspect of the government's shutdown of the live sheep trade was that they were looking to expand access of sheep meat to other markets. So why wasn't this made a priority in the government's trade negotiations with the EU?
So there is a range of things underway in the live sheep phase-out activities, including enhancing market demand, including for sheep meat. So that is part of the focus.
Yes,
and
but it doesn't say. I
underway.
know. There's. We'll come to the packages there later, I'm sure. But there is this money available to try and develop markets for sheep meat. But here's an opportunity to have some leverage of an agreement to benefit the sheep industry, and the Kiwis have done a lot better than us. So why wasn't that prioritised, given the destruction the government's doing to the live sheep trade?
Well, the inference in your question is that it wasn't prioritised. How the outcome was ultimately reached and the range of things before the negotiators is a matter for them to talk to, Senator.
And I might add, Senator, my colleague can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think sheep meat exports are significantly higher at the moment, so across a range of markets. I know you're talking about the EU FTA, but in terms of the live sheep phase out and focus on exports, I think the industry has done a great job of securing a range of different markets.
Okay. Now, we did talk about modelling earlier, but I'm just trying to check. Has there been any specific modelling done on the dairy situation?
Not by the department.
I was just going to say we did cover that before, I think, and no.
No. What about any analysis of the impact of more imports of dairy products from the EU?
Not by the department, Senator.
Is there any adjustment assistance available for the Australian dairy industry if they do face losses associated with increased imports from the EU?
That would be a matter for DFAT, I believe. I'm not aware of those details, Senator.
And that the general range of assistance for hardship would apply, Senator, to dairy farmers like other farmers. So Mr Lowe's group has a range of assistance that would be available to dairy farmers if they experience hardship.
Is there a process underway to assess whether that is happening if this deal comes into effect?
Well, I think we would factor in a range of different matters into for example, our forecasts for dairy and the impact on the sector. I don't think there's anything specific going on where there are 2 years until this agreement is likely to be enforced. So, you know, we will obviously be working with the industry during that time to understand the impacts, and if anything additional is needed, we'll consider that.
Okay. I mean, are there any safeguard mechanisms in the agreement? If there is a surge in European imports, can we what's the technical term? Back something, or so, you know, snapback or something like that? Is that what it's called?
Safeguards in the agreement.
So we could put the tariffs back on?
So there's provisions within the agreement if there is, you know, as per a number of other trade agreements, if you get the material harm and so forth. So yes, so there are provisions there that have been negotiated.
Okay. Does the department have a role in assessing such impact under those other trade? I know this one's not in effect yet, but under other trade agreements, does the department have a role in assessing whether there has been such an impact?
I think I might have to take on notice whether they've been triggered in our sense. I don't have anything with me to say so, but I think one of the general things that Mr. Garner pointed out was our kind of continued engagement, you know, and we do try and make sure that we're engaged in these processes, that, you know, the DFAT and others across government understand what's going on. And so, as the Secretary pointed out as well, we can draw on forecast work that ABARES will do in the lead up and how those expectations might be playing out across the market to give us a pretty well-informed view as this starts to roll out.
Okay. Can you tell me, like, how much is the benefit to Australia of the agreement?
I believe it's a good question for DFAT. I'm not aware of any modelling, as you said, you know, as referencing his previous answer on the assessment of the.
It's a bit strange. Normally we do modelling. I'm going to a different topic, unless my colleagues wanted to take over something.
Can I just do some follow-up on following Minister Collins's press release on the 1st of May 2026, announcing new market access to Indonesia for live export meat establishments. Can the department name the 5 establishments and identify which are approved for sheep and goat meat?
We will invite the right colleague to the table. Should we have that detail?
Senator Tom Black, Exports and Veterinary Services Division. So you're asking the details of the 5 new establishments listed into Indonesia. I'll have to take that on notice and just to be really clear, I know of where a couple of them are, but I prefer to take it on notice.
Okay, so the Minister did a press release, but it wasn't that big a deal. I'm being cheeky, but, you know, you don't have the details. Okay, you're taking that on notice. Thank you.
We'll take it on notice.
Can you, when you take that on notice, tell me where the facilities are located and if there's any additional sheep meat access for Western Australia in this deal?
Sure. Can do, Senator.
Can you tell me that part? Is there any more sheep meat available for Western Australia?
Let me see. Let me see what I can find. I'll pause, and if I can find it, I'll come back to you on that.
Thank you. I mean, I guess the point I'm making is I want to know why Western Australia wasn't prioritised, given that the sheep meat live export ban, the sheep live export ban, and the impact that's had on sheep production in Western Australia.
Senator, the process around listings approvals into various markets is not always just the priority that Australia might put on in terms of which establishments are picked by the importing country to either undertake an audit of or push through in terms of approval. So there's a component of it that is a queue and the time that it takes, but some of it is also the importing country decisions as well.
I understand that, but we're now hearing that there are sheep abattoirs in Western Australia that are failing because of the lack of throughput, and I would have thought that this would have been a terrific safe life rope for them if we'd been able to get a Western Australian establishment prioritised over anywhere else in Australia.
Noted, Senator.
Can the department detail the timeline of the audit and approval process, including when the Indonesian audits were conducted, when applications were lodged, and how long each establishment waited for approval?
I'll take that on notice, but in some instances it will be months, if not years.
What is the department's projected uplift in beef, sheep and goat meat exports to Indonesia as a result of these 5 additional establishment approvals over the 26-27 and 27-28 financial years?
Senator, I think it would be possibly not the regulator's place to comment in terms of uplift. That'll come down to the commercial deals that are done establishment by establishment, and I note that there are import permit arrangements that are a part of the complexity with the trade into Indonesia as well. So while Australian businesses may have aspirations and of course they'll want to export to as many markets as possible, it's also the Indonesian importers will need to have import permit availability in order to be able to strike those deals with the Australian businesses.
Can you just add, one of the key things that we look at is providing those options, and we will work through these requests and access so that there are options on the table for our exporters.
Do you have a list of accredited live export establishments from Queensland?
I don't, Senator, but we would have one.
Senator?
I'm sorry?
We would do.
On notice, that would be terrific, because I think we've fallen from about 70,000 head to a lot less than that over the last few years in Townsville, and it's really curtailed much of the live export arrangements, is my understanding.
Whether we have that exact detail in the room today, but we will be able to get it.
Terrific, thank you.
Registered establishments? Do you have registered establishments?
Senator, I don't have them with me. We can take that on notice and get them to you.
We've just rushed you in from the other room so that you can say, take it on notice. You need a sign to hold up. I will take that on notice.
That's a great suggestion. It's my area of responsibility, Senator.
Well, thank you for doing that. So it's my understanding that, I think we peaked around 1 million head of live export cattle a couple of years ago between Darwin and Townsville, and then we lost a number of establishments, accredited establishments in Townsville over COVID. It was difficult to get the accreditation inspections. So as we do this other on notice work for the Indonesian, the new establishments, if we could also get a list of which yards are accredited and for how many head for Queensland and the Northern Territory.
Yes, so you're probably aware, but registered establishments are audited by the Indonesian authorities, yes, and it's an application process, and as Mr Black identified, for processed meat as well as for the live animal export registered establishments, that's a lot of that is in the hands of the Indonesian authorities, and we support their assessment and audit processes. My understanding is there's a few still awaiting those processes, waiting approvals, but we have a large number of facilities that are currently registered and able to export to Indonesia.
And part of our ongoing work is we do engage proactively and constantly with the Indonesian government to look to support audits in the country here, noting the importance of that to the industry.
I appreciate that. It would be good to have that list because I've been getting some mixed messages about why live export's not taken off again in Queensland to the same regard. It might just be prices. Thank you. The Minister has stated the approvals reflect Indonesia's confidence in Australia's halal meat production system. Can the Department detail the specific halal certification, slaughter and processing requirements that Indonesian authorities verified during the audit process, and which Australian agency or body is responsible for ongoing oversight of compliance with those requirements?
Senator, we're the agency responsible as the competent authority. We oversee the Australian Halal Assurance Program, so we work with the certifiers to deliver that program. In terms of the specifics, I'll take that on notice because it is different depending on which halal market. There are subtle differences, but I just want to be really correct in terms of the information that we provide to you.
Thank you. What's the Department's current assessment of foot and mouth disease and lumpy skin disease prevalence in Indonesia? What surveillance is being conducted at the border on travellers, mail and cargo from Indonesia? And how does the expansion of this two-way trade affect Australia's biosecurity exposure?
So, Senator, that will be outcome 2. I'm sorry, it was a long question, but the Chief Vet and others would be able to answer your question in outcome 2.
Senator, can I come back to you on the 5 establishments that have been listed?
Oh, you absolutely can.
Okay,
I thought
so
you'd already taken... Oh, you're coming back now?
I'm coming back to you now. Yep.
Marvellous.
No, I'm going to use establishment numbers and give you the state. So establishment 716 located in Tasmania, establishment 234 located in Victoria, establishment 297 located in Victoria, establishment 2497 located in Victoria, and establishment 007 located in Queensland.
Of course it is. So none in Western Australia, though?
Not in this instance, Senator.
I would really appreciate some sort of understanding of why Western Australia didn't get a Guernsey in this.
I'll check, Senator, to see how many West Australian establishments, and if there are West Australian establishments that have put in applications for listing for that market. I'll check that there are that is indeed the case. It may be that that there are some, and we'll have a look at where they are possibly in the queue and when those applications were put forward. I'll provide it to you on notice.
Well, I think that is a real priority because they're in a bad way, the sheep meat industry in Western Australia, and despite the government's assurances that the shutdown of the live export trade wouldn't affect sheep production more broadly, it absolutely is, and certainly having assistance with another market through Western Australian abattoirs, I would have thought was the very least the federal government could do to make up for the shutdown of the trade. I'll come back on outcome 2 on the foot and mouth. Come back on at outcome 2. Biosecurity risks. Okay, so that'll all be outcome 2. Could I turn to the sugar code of conduct, please?
Could I do some Indonesian stuff before you disappear into sugar?
Absolutely.
I'm going back to onions and import quota and permit issues for onions from Indonesia. I mean, so there were no permits issued to Australian exporters or quota issued in the 25-26 season. So there's 2 seasons in a row we've not had any permits issued to us. There's thousands of tonnes going out of New Zealand. I've spoken to 2 suppliers just today. What is the problem?
So, Senator, the issuance of import permits by Indonesia is something that the department focuses on every single year, and it's something that we raise continuously with the government itself and also in other fora. So ourselves, along with DFAT, continues to make representations to the Indonesian government about the importance of timely and reliable issuance of import permits to remain consistent with the Indonesia-Australia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. We have also, and this includes advocacy at the ministerial level and through DAF and DFAT offices in Australia and in Jakarta. We've raised concerns about timely and reliable import permit issuance at the WTO, and this includes the WTO Committee on Market Access in March this year and the WTO Council in Trade and Goods meeting in May, and also at the WTO Council in Trade and Goods meeting, and will raise the matter at the upcoming Committee on Import Licensing in June. So it is a challenge that we have had with Indonesia, and we continue to raise and engage proactively with Indonesia on the matter of issuance of import permits.
This is a market that we've had.
Correct.
We've not had any permits or import quota for 2 years now. I mean, what's gone wrong? Yeah. I mean, we've been told if you want us to buy your onions, buy our fertiliser. Well, we're buying a lot of that.
So, Senator, I think
to fix the problem, you need to understand the problem. So, do we know what the problem is?
Well, Senator, you began this morning with stakeholders' views around the protocol arrangements, and that's something that Outcome 2 can talk about in terms of those the requirements for fumigation and treatment of onions, and so that has coincided with that period that you identify, which is something that we're working through with our Indonesian counterparts, and my colleagues in Outcome 2 can talk about their interactions with the relevant Indonesian authorities around that. And then you've got the overlay of those matters that Ms Hutchinson has just taken you through.
So do I imply that there's a connection between the two? And this is why I made the point this morning about us being proactive when we were asking questions about how proactive we were in supporting with respect to our protocols.
Yes.
The Kiwis have had a new protocol that doesn't require fumigation since 2024. We don't have anything, as far as I can understand, or from what I'm being told by industry.
So my understanding is that's correct, Senator. We do need to do fumigation, and that's something that our biosecurity colleagues are working through, trying to find alternatives or get recognition from our Indonesian authorities that such treatments aren't required, but that's an ongoing process.
And I think, Senator, officers in the next outcome will be able to let you know that we have secured information on the pest lists and other things that other countries are able to use access for, so that we can make a similar case. So they can talk to the detail of that. But
yeah, and I was going to come there to that because I did listen to the answer I got this morning, but I didn't want to let a chance go by while we were talking about particularly the import quota and permit issues, which is what we're talking about here in Outcome 1.
Correct. And we understand the importance of the Indonesian market. We have 2 councillors in the Indonesian market. We've had significant ministerial engagement and high-level representation from the department visiting Indonesia over the last 12 months. So to go to your question of are we proactive, we are active, engaged, constantly engaging with our Indonesian counterparts directly and through other fora, particularly on the matter of prompt issuance of import permits for horticulture and other commodities.
Yeah, well, and I went there last week because I was interested in a good level of engagement with them to support our growers here at home. So, you know, there's plenty going on, but no onions going on.
We will continue to work on that challenge, Senator.
So just further to that question on Indonesia, Is it the case that domestic sheep meat interests are effectively blocking the issuance of sheep meat permits for Indonesia?
I'm not domestic in Indonesia.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to speculate as to the motivations of or challenges associated with the issuance of the permits in that regard, Senator.
So I'm advised that the issue is not the number of approved Australian processors, it's that Indonesia is not issuing sheep meat permits. What do you think is the reason for that?
Well, again, it's the same challenge that we've been talking about, Senator, that the Indonesian government issues import permits. We've found over several years that the issuance of those permits can be delayed or slow. So we make regular representation about the timely issuance of import permits. But as Mr Black has said, to speculate on what's driving that would not be appropriate. But we are aware of the challenges and continuing to engage actively directly with Indonesia at all levels around that particular issue.
It's a real problem though, isn't it? Because we get everybody set up, they go through the audits, I assume it's at significant cost, but then they're still not able to get a permit to import. You think this is a result of the overnight live export shutdown in 2011, that relationship remains impaired?
I would not speculate on that, Senator. Australia has a strong and ongoing relationship with Indonesia, and as I said, we've had high-level representation both in the department and from the Minister in recent months and over the last 12 months, and continue to engage actively, welcoming Indonesian counterparts into Australia as well. So we continue to focus and work on that very important relationship.
All right.
Same core problem.
Same core problem, exactly. Do you have any intelligence as to whether other jurisdictions, other countries are having more success in getting sheep meat permits?
I don't specifically, but I don't have that information before me, but I can ask and come back to you.
Thank you. All right, can we turn to the Sugar Code of Conduct consultation now, please? Well, I hope you're excited because we always look forward to talking about sugar in the north.
Likewise.
Tell me, what's the plan? See, the consultation is opened,
yep,
and I'm encouraging growers and processors to submit.
Yeah, great, fantastic. So, the Sugar Code of Conduct, as you're probably aware, Senator, was introduced in 2017. It sunsets in 1 October 2027, so a 10-year code. So it's incumbent on us to undertake a review of the code. That kicked off, as you say, in early May, on the 5th of May. We've got a 6-week have you say process, hopefully you're aware of that, that will conclude on the 16th of June 2026. We're really keen for input, a broad range of input, and as part of the review we'll be conducting targeted in-person and virtual consultations which will occur mid-year. I think there's some additional things that we're doing as well just to engage with the sector.
Yep, so we've been engaging closely with the sector for a period of time, both the growers and the millers, and we've also established a reference group with cane growers and millers that will help us guide through the review process as well. So very much encouraging input and feedback from all parts of industry. When we do a sunsetting review, we're asking 3 key questions. So whether it should be remade as it is, whether it should be remade with amendments, or whether it should be repealed. So that's something we do with all our codes of conduct, so it's a fairly standard sunsetting review.
It has been wildly popular, given that it's given a pathway for small growers with limited voices to be able to have a negotiated pathway with millers who usually have more power and and strengthen that negotiating relationship. And you know that the code has been tested once, and that was a good process. So I would absolutely rule out number 3. So here we go. We could solve a lot of this today.
So there's only 2 options.
I guess the only thing that I'm getting issues raised about is if you start on the premise that the code is important and it must stay, which would be my view, but the second part is the sugar industry has changed since the code was made, and there's now other markets. How do you allow the many and the powerless in the sugarcane farmers get access to the better returns or the new returns from biofuels and sustainable aviation fuels and other products, without opening up the code in a way that it removes growers' rights?
So I think we've got terms of reference for the code, which we'll stick to. But I think that's, I'm sure, an issue that will be raised with us in the context of those consultations as well.
The
other thing I'd say to that, Senator McDonald, as someone who's been engaged with the sugar review and industry, is that I do think that what we're seeing is some better relationships between the growers and the millers that has emerged. And I gather you're frustrated about the lack of ability to take advantage of some of those opportunities, which impacts on sugars and millers equally.
Yeah.
And I certainly hope that we'll be in a position to take advantage of some of those into the future, and hopefully this process can lead to those relationships being strengthened as a result.
Yeah. Well, we know that it's government policy to support the sustainable aviation fuel industry, which could potentially be a new and effective market for growers. So, yeah, all right. I think that's it for me on the sugar code. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you. I want to talk about the National Food Security Strategy development, if I can.
Yeah.
What's the current status?
So the current status, Senator, is we're going through a consultation phase at the moment. Sure. We've been conducting extensive consultations across Australia on the National Food Security Strategy, recognising that it is a broad and quite kind of broad encompassing matter with a number of different interests. At the same time, you'd be aware that we've also established the National Food Council, and as part of that we're working with the National Food Council to explore a number of the key topics that were ventilated and identified as part of the discussion paper that we put out for consultation in the latter parts of last year. The themes that arose from that discussion paper we've now distilled and are published on our website as well. Alongside the consultation process, we're also doing a kind of a food system analysis. So that's a detailed piece of analytical work to understand the underpinnings of the food system and understand gaps and opportunities. And probably lastly, Senator, the thing that I'd add at a high level is we've been, I think, very well informed. If there's been one benefit from the Middle East crisis, and there hasn't been many, I think one benefit has been that we've been able to understand some of the dependencies and implications of a conflict like that and its implications for our food security, and being able to explore those in detail. And as part of that, through AgriFutures, we commissioned Andrew Henderson as part of AgSecure Consultancy to undertake some detailed work on the implications of the crisis on diesel supply chains, and his work is broader than that, and will canvass a number of other critical inputs, and his work will feed into the National Food Security Strategy as well.
That was going to be part of that expansion. Has the length of the consultation now been able to include things we probably weren't thinking of in the detail and granular detail after this year?
Yeah, absolutely. And we, was it the second National Food Food Council meeting, we had a dedicated session on the implications of the Middle East conflict as well.
So we've had the discussion paper, you've had the themes. Is there a updating brief going to government as we find, is it ongoing briefs, or are we waiting till we've got the work completed before we hand government ideas and thoughts and papers?
We've obviously kept our Minister abreast of issues related to the Middle East, and as we go along with the National Food Security Strategy, the Minister attends all of the National Food Council meetings as well. But it'd be fair to say that we've also fed in concert with colleagues across government our analysis and implications for food security arising from the Middle East crisis into government processes as well.
Making up these on the go, so they might not be overly coherent, but let's see how it goes. When we're doing the supermarket inquiry, one of the things that came out, and I don't know how you put it into food security, that in some areas 20 to 30% of edible product and food product is ploughed back in, or it doesn't meet the standards or the sales standards of certain things. How do we look at that in the food security thing, where if it was a problem, suddenly the cauliflower with a bit of dirt on it would be very edible as opposed to not saleable now? How do we look at that?
Yeah, it's absolutely an on-point question and something we are looking at. So both, I guess, kind of in relation to food use-by dates and food, what do you call that kind of
redistribution
and food quality, like kind of
specification.
I don't think this was knocked back for any reason other it wasn't pretty. Yes, aesthetic, shall we say? Yeah.
That's right.
And I think at the most recent Food Council, Senator, we did have a presentation from Food Bank and which one? OzHarvest. But it was very interesting seeing the food supply chain and their observations about food, effectively leakage or wastage of good food at each point. And Mr. Lowe mentioned use by dates, but not being able to sell produce at farm and, as you say, perfectly edible food in many instances. And so they have a really good knowledge of that supply chain. It's really useful to hear the different ways, of different points at which we lose food that could ultimately go onto the market, whether it's for price issues or aesthetic issues. But that is definitely something that's within the bailiwick of the food security strategy.
How do you measure national food security? We have food secure, food insecure. Is there a rating system? How do we... I don't even know how you even start that.
That's a really interesting question. There is a kind of an international, I guess, scheme that looks at countries' food security. Yeah. And I'll defer to colleagues on where exactly we rank.
The Global Food Security Index.
That's the one.
Sorry, what was it called?
There's the Global Food Security Index. I can't recall exactly where we rank. I don't have it in my brief. And then there are various measures of food insecurity and different food insecurity surveys. It is probably a bit of a gap, though, within Australia, having that really good annual data and a really good measure of food insecurity. So that's one of the things that has come out in the work that we've been doing, and probably something that we'll look to as we develop the strategy as well.
Is the global, and I'm happy to take on notice if you can supply where we sit on notice as well on that, and how that works. Is that done on supply and/or access? So we might have the great amount of supply, but we can't afford it or something like that. Is that worked on access for the people, or is it worked on supply of the food?
It works on a range of different metrics from memory, and in access, supply, food insecurity, and one of the criteria I recollect was whether there was whether the nation had a food security strategy in place as well.
Right.
I think in 2022 we were 22nd.
Yes.
We'll confirm that.
Yeah. 22nd.
There's no more recent number.
Of all countries, or
of all of the countries that participated. So I think it's 113 or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And part of our ranking was the fact that we didn't have a food security strategy.
Yeah.
Right.
Whereas the surveys that are done collect data in different ways. So it might be, in terms of testing levels of food insecurity, it might be surveys around whether you've found it difficult to purchase food or accessible food in the last sort of 6 months or 12 months, those sorts of questions.
Okay.
Could I just ask a follow-up question on that? Are you aware of the attributes where perhaps we were underperforming the other countries?
One of them was the lack of a food security strategy. I remember that.
Yeah, full marks. But some of the others were the volatility of agricultural production. So it had Australia at 44.2, whereas the mean average of all other countries was 68.7. Another area was something close to our hearts, I think, irrigation infrastructure, which had us at 1.4 compared to a mean average of 20.5. And you're right about the absence, the policy absence, where we're a bit of a laggard, I think.
I think whether we agree with the indices kind of final resting place would be another matter.
All right, fair enough. It's interesting though. It's quite fascinating.
So am I reading too much? I always believe conspiracy rather than it's much easier. You had us. You had us. Are we looking at defining our own method of defining a food security rating? Is that what we're heading towards? I
wouldn't say that.
No,
I probably would say that, kind of as Mr. Denny said, we think that the point around data and understanding, I guess, what are the key vulnerabilities in our food security, and having better data on things like critical inputs is really important to underpin, I guess, how we assess our food security.
So there's so many international treaties and this and the agreements in the world. Is there one on food supply and food security that we're aware of? I thought it'd be pretty important.
I suspect there's a range of FAO agreements that we
someone
won't
knows.
record. Jared, Dr. Greenwell may be able to help us, but I suspect there are, a variety of international agreements around those things.
Yes, certainly. Thanks, Secretary. So rather than, I guess, international agreements, the FAO really is the home of international work on food security and insecurity, and both in the measurement of food insecurity globally and so forth. And they have a State of the Food System report, which could be one of the ones that you're thinking of. They also do annual reports on food insecurity, how it's tracking changes, what are the key threats and so forth. And so they're really the global institution that's driving that, and part of the definition I know that's been discussed in the food security strategy here is the one that the FAO picks up, which has a number of pillars which are kind of insightful around availability, access, stability, agency, utilisation, and these kind of concepts like how much it costs, can you get it, if you eat it, do you get sick? Those kind of things, So they're all part of it, and the FAO has a broader framework which it uses.
So, on the old adage, hard to improve what you can't measure, is this why we're going down, and we've got that international body, but there's some holes in it? How do we benchmark internally? How do you benchmark food security when the department looks at it?
Well, I think that's some of the things that this strategy is aimed to do, Senator. But I think a really important measure is do people have access to safe and nutritious food, on any given day? And I think that's a really important part of just well-being that the food industry should support. And so, but that will be one factor. But I think that overarching thing is, are people getting access to the food they should? Is it healthy and nutritious? I think those are the sorts of things we'll be looking at.
So do we model trends in agriculture, things like the modelling system that I'm very envious of, and hint, wouldn't mind to play on it one day.
You can come and work in Thanks.
When we're doing that, do we look at what food security looks like in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? Are we looking forward with some of the decisions we're making? Political statement here, and I'm not attacking. We have a thing about the offsets taking agricultural land. Are we looking at the impact on that and what that does for food security long term?
We are. So ABARES did some work and some analysis late last year in relation to that and released an insights paper. Overall, on that specific issue,
I'm not specific. It was just generally, are we looking for?
Yeah, that was in relation to offsets. I guess more broadly, and that found that there wasn't a material impact on food security. One of the things that we're thinking about in terms of the food security strategy is kind of the what would food secure nation look like in 20 years' time, and what are the things that we need to be thinking about to ensure that our supply chains are resilient. And for example, in the context of the Middle East, one of the things that we're challenging ourselves with at the moment is what's the counterfactual? What would we have liked to have had in place to ensure greater food security than what we otherwise have now?
So we have best practice, regardless of other policies, just what would be best in the food security world. So we're looking at urea right now. Best practice would be Australia self-sufficient in urea. Is that the sort of thing we're looking at, or?
For example, or AgVet chemicals, ensuring that we've got secure supplies of that. Or what does resilience look like in that context? What's the balance between sovereign supply? Because you can't make everything yourself in a kind of global trading environment. But what are the things that we need to have to assure ourselves that we will have access to those?
So that's model supply chains. It's model. I think there was a report being done on diesel supply chains, wasn't
That's
there?
Right. Yeah.
Has that been handed to the minister?
That has been handed to the Minister, and there's a summary available on the AgriFutures website.
AgriFutures, is it?
Yeah. I think did we release it as part of the National Food Council?
Refer to it.
We'll communique for each National Food Council meeting as well, so it should be accessible via that channel as well.
So that one's done. Are we looking at any other studies specifically on products other than diesel? What's next?
So that study includes AgVet chemicals, it includes fertiliser, it includes workers, it includes data and digital.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's all of them.
That's all of them, yeah.
Okay. And biosecurity would be locked into all of this as well?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. It's a fundamental.
Even though that is outcome too, we can just touch on that. You spoke nutritional food. As we look at different diets, if we look at the different things, is the nature of nutrition and dietary thing feeding into this as well, trends in that?
Yes, I think that is a factor that we have representation on the council from someone with expertise in that area, but obviously one of the elements we'll be exploring is health and nutrition. The health and nutrition aspects of food security are definitely part of the strategy. You
mentioned workforce just a second ago. Will this feed into, when we talk about best practice, into documents, policy, recommendations around workforce, training, recruitment, immigration, these sorts of things?
We would expect that the findings that we gather from the work on the food security, would inform us and we'd look to inform our colleagues who have responsibility for workforce more broadly across the Commonwealth as well.
Something that gets me when I was down at, I was down at SPC and we're looking at all their compliance costs, so their audit on staff and like they can only work so many days in a working fortnight and the audit costs around this. And all very good things for Australia. But something they're saying to us is one of the challenges for them to be competitive and operate, they can't put an empty tin on the shelf for the price of an imported tin of fruit can come overseas. And that is a self-assessment. Like, yes, I comply. They don't have the auditors going there and look at ethical operation and so many things and this. And we've had a look at something they actually... I won't put it on them. Someone else in the area showed us DNA samples of Italian tomatoes that were grown in China but sold as Italian tomatoes because of where they were shipped and canned and those things around that. What are we looking to... You don't want to, throw prices up overnight. What are we doing to protect, if it's so important that Australian food producers operate this high standard, what are we doing to actually protect the food that comes here is at the same standard, not just ticked and flicked? It's very hard.
Yeah, look, it's a complex area, and certainly it's something, for example, that the Anti-Dumping Commissioner and those trade remedy powers can take a look at if there are kind of egregious examples of
yeah, but
dumping.
in real world, what are we going to do?
And then I don't know if my trade colleagues have any other commentary to offer on that one.
I mean, we do have an imported food control scheme that we operate. It doesn't. It goes to elements, but it's about food safety and food standards.
And I think food safety is entirely, but it's that operation as an ethical thing, as a lower emission. All the things they're complying with in Australia don't have to be necessarily complied with in some of our competing nations. How do we balance that without making food more expensive?
Yeah, and that's not a consideration of the Imported Food Control Act. That's a separate matter. There is work going on in the department around food fraud. Our compliance colleagues, who again are part of Outcome 2, have been engaged worldwide in conversations about food fraud. I don't know, Tom, if you've got...
Senator, Ms Hutchison talked about the Codex Alimentarius, which is the international...
the what?
The Codex Alimentarius, which is the international food standard setting group.
I believe you didn't know that.
It does roll off the tongue.
Sounds like a Tom Hanks sequel, that does, but anyway.
And Australia is a very active participant in setting those global standards.
Yep.
Indeed, we host one of the committees that talks about, and I get the privilege of chairing that committee, the Codex Committee on Import and Export Certification and Inspection Systems. There's another mouthful. And one of the pieces of work that we're doing is providing global guidance around food fraud. And that is a piece of work that hopefully national food competent authorities like this department can pick up to help them develop their national food control systems in terms of how you might manage food fraud. And food fraud happens for all sorts of different reasons. Usually money, and organised crime can play a pretty significant part in that. But it looks at adulteration, it looks at all the different components that I think you were touching on in your line of questioning. Yeah. So hopefully that guidance will be progressed at the meeting that we're having in Perth later this year. So there is good global work happening. Exactly, and they are classic examples, Senator, honey, olive oil, of where there is significant financial opportunities for, I guess, adulterated product.
Senator McDonald?
So how does that fit with Australia's fairly flexible rules on meat definitions and the terminology that you can use to describe packaged plant-based food? Does that come into that as well? Does that cover food fraud?
Yeah. There's another half hour.
I think that's a slightly different policy conversation.
Perhaps not for me to comment, but in terms of it'll involve the guidance involves ensuring that consumers aren't misled. So it's around the safe movement of food, but also making sure that consumers are buying what they think they're buying.
So just to wind up this section, knowing we're going to a break shortly, the strategy is due this year. Are we still confident we're going to be...
Next year,
Next
Senator.
year, is it?
Yeah.
Nothing we see at the moment thinks that will need to be pushed. We are happy where we're at? Given you've just had a bit of an upstanding, you've had a whole...
Yeah. We think it's really important to take the time to do the strategy properly, informed by current events, and we think we've adapted the work that we were doing to ensure that there were interim inputs to government from the strategy and council process, so that the work that was underway could also inform that work as well.
Okay. So the last question I have, we mentioned nutrition. I've just had a follow-up from the office. Why is nutrition part of food security? Why is, in your words, why is that there?
I'm going to defer to my colleagues on that, if that's all right.
Yeah.
We sort of look at the FAO kind of definition of food security as well, that helps inform us.
That's right. So we looked at, I guess, the range of factors that have been raised with us, the range of, and the range of issues. So as part of the discussion paper that we put out, health and nutrition was certainly an area, amongst many areas, but an area that was identified as an element that we needed to focus on as part of the food security strategy.
And obviously that has long-term benefits flowing into the health system. You know, healthy diets lead to healthier people, less demand for health services, all those sorts of good things.
Work break, but you can.
But isn't that more about what's available as a part of the food supply rather than? Yes. Because I mean, you can produce all the healthy food you like, but if someone shoves something else in their gob.
Yes. Yeah, and cost of living, all sorts of things factor into that.
Look, Exhibit 1.
You're pointing at?
Ross, with a
Pepsi Max, highly nutritious.
The cold storage, the money that government's put into cold storage in Alice Springs and those places to try and maintain food nutrition.
Yeah.
Yes. I think it's primarily we're talking about making sure there's a broad variety of foods, not in any given day necessarily. Access to food can, but obviously we want to make sure, particularly in that healthy and fresh food market, as you've identified, Senator, making sure remote communities, a range of different income levels have access to healthy food. And as we know, sometimes healthy food is more expensive than unhealthy food, and that's also part of the equation.
One of the aspects that's been raised by industry with us is there's a declining consumption of fruit and vegetables in Australia, for example, as an industry overlay of health and nutrition.
Thank you very much, Lee. We'll head to a break now. It's 4:31, so we'll head back at 4:46 p.m. outcome one with our officials.
I hear a phone.
Earlier, if that's okay.
And we also, it's remiss of me not to say welcome to Senator the Honourable Mullenderi McCarthy, our Minister. Oh, there's someone's on the phone.
That's gone.
That was the dolly for the pizza for us.
So the pizza's later on tonight. Sorry, welcome to Minister McCarthy as well.
Thank you, Chair. Good to be here. Good to see you all again.
Good to have you with us.
So, thank you, Chair. Senator McDonald, I've got an update to a question I noticed I took earlier around what are the registered establishments for live cattle exports approved to export to Indonesia. So there's 5 establishments. Would you like the names of those establishments? The first one is the Reed River Export Depot. And the second one is the Sugar Bag Export Depot, the Dalrymple Sale Yards, the Central Queensland Livestock Depot, and the Jalago Cattle Yard Facility.
So that's 6. I just made that.
Sorry, no, 5.
Reed River, Sugar Bag, Dalrymple Sale Yards, CQ Live Export.
So Central Queensland Livestock Depot, and then Jalago.
And Jalago.
Yep.
That's, oh no, you're right. That is 5. Sorry.
I'm
Do you
glad
have
you
a
said
number
that.
for each of those? How many cattle, how many head are accredited in each?
They don't have volume quotas associated with them.
They used to.
That's my understanding is not. I will correct the record if I'm wrong.
Would you mind? Because there used to be, my understanding was, I said 70,000 before, I think it was 35,000 head at any point. And now we're down to 3, Jalago, Dalrymple Sale Yard and Reed River around the Townsville area. And they wouldn't come to anything like those numbers.
So my understanding is, as per the conversations we had earlier, import permits are issued by the Indonesian authorities and then to the importer, and then they commercially make arrangements with Australian exporters to satisfy those import allocations, and then Australian exporters can source the requisite cattle from the relevant registered establishments that they need to satisfy those orders.
So my misunderstanding then, because it was my understanding that each of those facilities had an accreditation for the number of cattle that they could hold there for live export. So I obviously misunderstand, and I will...
yeah, so they have a natural, yes, they have a natural holding capacity that would have a natural effect to that, yes.
So that would be an Australian requirement rather than an Indonesian requirement.
Sorry, I misunderstand that.
Well,
yep.
I think we're almost saying the same thing because they have a natural holding capacity, so they would be...
Yeah, just from a physical perspective, you can only put so many cattle in these yards, and then they have to be prepared to Indonesia's importing country requirements, so, you know, etc. Yep.
You were going to get Northern Territory for me as well, please.
I will take that one on notice. Thank you.
Senator, if I may, you asked me which establishments were seeking listing or where the establishments seeking listing for Indonesia were based. Meat establishments. So there are 5 establishments that have requested access that are awaiting further action by the Indonesian government. Of those 5, 3 are in Victoria, 1 is in South Australia and 1 is in New South Wales. They were the new establishments that had been listed.
So still no Western Australian ones?
So there are establishments that have sought listing.
Yes,
there are,
yes.
Yep. So there are
3 in Victoria.
There are 5 WA sheep meat establishments already listed, but there are of the 5 that are in the system at the moment. None of them are from Western Australia.
Okay, but they might be short of sheep. Okay.
Or can't get permits.
No, they're accredited. Oh, but they can't get permits there, possibly. That's right. I understand. Thank you.
Senator Goodell.
No, Senator Colbeck, if I may.
Senator Colbeck.
The Honourable Senator.
The Honourable Senator Colbeck.
Ornery this time of night. Can I ask what conversations or what consultation there is with DAF in relation to the consideration of the sale of Rushy Lagoon in northeast Tasmania? So that's a 22,000 hectare irrigated beef and dairy farm. It goes a bit to the conversation we had at a previous estimates with respect to land conversion. The suggestion is that it's British Forestry Investment Organisation Gresham House is seeking approval through FIRB to purchase it to grow trees, which has got, I know, the local Tas farmers and the local agricultural community very concerned. It has implications for industry in a couple of ways in the local area. It's got a number of big dairies on it, so potentially the viability of dairy pickups into the northeast gets impacted if that milk volume is lost, but also it runs a lot of cattle, and that has potential implications for the processing plant at Longford, considerable throughput. So what conversations have the agencies that are looking at the approval having with your department in relation to that particular sale?
So, Senator, just to manage your expectations here, there will be quite severe limitations on what we're able to comment on due to the commercial sensitivities associated with the matter. And I think due to those commercial sensitivities, I'm not sure there's much more I can say at this point.
Could we say in a FIRB process we are consulted usually, in a theoretical sense? Yes.
Generally, in a FIRB process we are consulted, but I guess to build that out,
can you say then? Have there been consultations? How many consultations there have been? I don't want you to give me advice. I understand your restrictions around that, but I do want to understand that. I mean, this is a big property. It's 22,000 hectares, and I know you can't give any opinions, but people who I know and trust implicitly with respect to forestry raise genuine questions about the suitability for it to grow trees. It's Class 5 land. Its wind is all get out, which is why there's wind farms there. If I was an investor in Gresham, I'd be questioning the investment decision. Fortunately, I'm not. But the other implications that it has with respect to agriculture in that region and the potential viability, as I said, of milk pickups, because it's at the end of the run. So you take those big dairy farms out, what does it do for the viability of pickups right through the system? And you know, our meat processing in Tasmania has diminished significantly already, with most of the sheep going to the mainland to be slaughtered and processed. I don't want to see that happen for beef as well. So, and these are feed into the questions that you were talking to Senator Cadell about: food supply and security, but also supply chains, all of those sorts of things. This is a belter of an example of how a significant property can have an impact, even if it be at a local but potentially a regional level, if the wrong decisions are made. And my understanding is that FIRB have pushed this decision back 3 times. and the catcalling that I'm getting is that it relates to community concern. So I feel very legitimate in expressing that community concern that's coming to me from the ag sector, more broadly in Tasmania, those that are farming in the region and thinking, what does this mean for the way that I operate my farm?
Yeah.
It's a serious decision, and I personally don't think it's in the national interest to if I lay the next bit in, which is a subsidy from Clean Energy Finance Corporation, which is, the allegation is, distorting the market price, allowing Gresham to bid 30% over the going rate for the property. So you've got a number of things that are going on here that I don't think are in the national interest. Is the department that is being impacted in terms of a policy sense in the tent as a part of the process is my question. And I know you've got limitations, so I'm not going to...
Yeah.
I mean, are we properly being consulted? Because it's having a number of impacts here. Distortion of the land market, and we've explored that earlier already.
Senator, I do have to be really careful with what I say. What I can say is ordinarily we would be consulted on matters in relation to foreign investment in agricultural land, and ordinarily we'd be consulted on matters with the Clean Energy Finance Corporation as well. So those are ordinarily matters we'd be consulted on in a matter like this.
But you can't say to me definitively we have been consulted, but ordinarily you would.
Ordinarily I would. There are strict confidentiality requirements under the Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers Act, which do make it very difficult for me to discuss this in any detail.
I think there's an answer in there. Thank you. I still think it's a bad idea for all the reasons that I've stated.
Events.
I'll start with the declaration.
Okay.
I'll just go on to funding for ag shows and field days. And declare at the outset that I have the enormous pleasure of being Deputy President of the Devonport Agricultural and Pastoral Society, which formerly conducted the Devonport Agricultural Show, which hasn't been running for a period of time. We'd love to see it back again. Can we get a sense of... Make sure I've got the right page here.
Probably, I would say 52-ish.
Yeah, 52 is the right page. That's not what I'm looking for. This is. So in respect of the programs that we've got running at the moment, what's the total funding that we have being provided to support agricultural shows and field days?
So we have a program called Supporting Regional Trade Events. It's for, I guess, trade shows, rather than perhaps what we might ordinarily describe as agricultural field days. There was an agricultural field days program that was run during COVID.
Yep.
And there are also similarly some state programs I'm aware of as well, but that program is no longer running.
So that program cycled out as a result of the previous funding allocation coming to the end of its budget cycle, and therefore is no longer running.
So yes, there was a previous agricultural shows program and a couple of iterations of that.
Yep.
There was, I don't actually have the information on it now because it's now a ceased program. It ceased at least 12 months, perhaps 2 years ago. And that was, there was one for agricultural showmen and women, and then there was one directly supporting the capital city shows as well, but that program has ceased. However, following that, there was a new budget measure, as Mr Lowe pointed out, which is regional trade events.
So how does, I mean...
And so under the regional trade events measure, that's where things like Beef Australia, Hort Connections has been funded, some of those significant events.
So that they wouldn't ordinarily provide support for a local agricultural show in that sense, unless part of the process was to have some form of trade promotion incorporated into it. Some of the big beef field days that occur in Rocky, for example, with the big beef events up there.
One of the two best cattle weeks in the world, I'm told, in Australia, I'm told.
Yeah. So those sorts of events might garner some support, but not a local community show.
Correct. And all the funding under that current regional trade events measure has been committed.
So effectively, there's nothing there available for agricultural shows now that program has cycled out.
Correct.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah, and it was very much a point-in-time response to pressures of COVID.
But the issues of local agricultural organisations still haven't gone away. I can tell you, sitting around the board table and so on, up front declaring a conflict of interest in that sense from a local level, but it's the same in communities all over the country where bringing agriculture to town, which is one of the features of what these ag shows do, is under real pressure. So unless an organisation has a specific trade element to it, then there's no funding or support available for agricultural shows at all.
Well, yeah, there's no funding program at the moment for new events to be funded.
And the existing funding's all allocated, so there's effectively nothing there.
Correct. Yeah.
At all. So it really doesn't matter what the criteria are or how you measure economic or social value or anything else, because there's no money available.
Correct.
We'll find a way.
Act Chair is a second. Might move on. I want to talk about impacts of offshore wind zones and on fishing grounds, and reference to that if I can. So
there will be, I suspect, potential crossovers with the Department of Environment, but we'll endeavour to do our best.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just want to get your aspect of, so from a commercial fishing point of view only, did you ever model the impact of potential on fishing catch, both the positives of using this FADs and the negatives of where you can go and stuff? Did you ever see the impact on commercial fishing capture of offshore wind zones?
Sarah Jane McCormack, First Assistant Secretary, AgVet Chemicals, Fisheries and Forestry. No, that's not something that we have modelled in the past, Senator.
I was, by declaration, obviously out in the 101 raising concerns of the industry, and Illawarra the same thing, on their anecdotal evidence, like he said, she said sort of stuff. So who would be looking at that commercial case? Would it be environment? Would anyone have done the modelling, do you think? Not really on what it would be for food security and agriculture?
I think, so I'm not sure about modelling per se, but this is a really important issue, as you rightly point out, for commercial fisheries across Australia. One of a number, which we've described previously as, and how the industry described it as spatial squeeze.
Yep.
There is, and there has been a process and a project underway for the last year or so called the Futures of Seafood.
Yep.
And that project...
That's dealing with 30 by 30 and all those sorts of things, isn't it? 30% of maritime.
I guess it takes that into account as well as another kind of a pressure on, if you like, the commercial fishing estate. So those issues are being examined there and through that bit of work, which the Australian government supported. And I think they're due to... that project is due to be handed to government in the near term.
So basically all the issues, not just this one, but the 30 by 30 reserved areas, delineation, demersal, will all be rolled in Futures of Seafood and treated as one englobo package, not just individual problems and issues. Is that the...
That's my understanding, without having kind of seen, I guess, kind of where the work's got to, Senator. But more broadly, the issue for the sector that they've articulated to us is resource certainty. Having certain access to resource that they can rely on to undertake their commercial fishing interests.
One of the great frustrations, they were saying, when it comes to marine parks, lines, non-fishing zones, all this sort of stuff, is that fish don't read maps real well, and they tend to migrate. We see their habitats, their food and all that sort of going. Is that all going to be addressed in Futures of Seafood, or is that other work going on?
There is other work going on in relation to that as well. It's something we're certainly aware of, and something we're seeing, that fish stocks are moving in response, in part due to climate, chasing colder water or warmer water, depending. So it is something that we're doing work on as well as a department.
George, the Assistant Secretary of Fisheries and Aquaculture Branch, and just to confirm that in terms of taking into account catch and catch data, that goes into consideration for spatial planning, and that went into consideration for the wind farm areas, offshore wind farm areas, and for marine parks as well.
Right. So prior to the declaration of those offshore wind farms, did you give that information to that process?
That was provided by industry and the Australian Fisheries Management Authority, which are appearing tomorrow, but there were changes made to some of those wind zones as a result of consultation with the fishing sector.
Okay. The great difficulty for me when I was looking at the industry going forward was the different rules and regulations, total allowable catch versus quota system versus inshore versus offshore, that 3 mile limit and all those sorts of things. What's the interaction with the federal body? When you look at the food side of stuff, is there a body that gets together with all the states and looks at some of the frustrations and some of the things for a more harmonious look at it? Because there were some clear things that I thought were a bit problematic. How does that work?
Certainly from a state fisheries managers coming together with Commonwealth, that does happen. We have a forum called the Australian Fisheries Management Forum, which meets a few times a year, and in essence that's all of the state and territory fisheries managers plus the Commonwealth as well, and that's where we discuss, I guess, a whole range of the sorts of issues that are being faced by different jurisdictions, but also looking at how some management responsibilities that states and territories might have, and the Commonwealth has as well. A place where we can kind of discuss and collaborate, where there are opportunities to work together on some of those things, or where we might have a shared interest in particular outcomes that we can work together on.
Because that interconnectivity, one of the no material data, not saying this is the absolute truth, but certainly anecdotally in Queensland, they're telling me the minimum size of allowable shark catch was shrunk down to 1.20 metre, the result was that a lot of shark catchers then became unviable, so they stopped catching sharks, therefore significantly more shark breeding, which meant the offshore fish was actually getting attacked by, as soon as they were caught, we were killing more fish, but the sharks were hitting more fish and we weren't catching more fish. So that sort of, is that where that sort of stuff is connected?
Yeah, I think certainly if, for instance, there were different jurisdictions who had different management arrangements, again, it is a forum where some of those things can be discussed between states. And then, of course, some of that happens as well independently of the forum. So often there'll be pretty good engagement between jurisdictions on fisheries management decisions that might happen in one and impact on the other.
Another slight thing still on fisheries, on down with the algal bloom, South Australian algal bloom, lot coastal waters within 3 nautical miles. What was DAF's involvement in that, looking at fishery stocks, given it was in mainly those coastal waters?
Yeah, again, they, as you point out, the fisheries impacted by the algal bloom were fisheries managed by the South Australian Government, and so they really took the lead in terms of management decisions that were made in relation to those fisheries, including in relation to stock assessments and then decisions made about closures, all led by the South Australian Government. But of course we, throughout that time, had regular engagement with our fisheries colleagues in South Australia, and then of course the Australian Government also provided significant funding as well in combination with the South Australian Government in relation to a whole range of sort of response measures that were taken at that time. But in terms of the fisheries specific management decisions, because those fisheries mostly in South Australian waters.
But did we look at the what ifs if it increased into federal waters, other fishery? Like, I was using an exemplar of, it is a new thing that's happened in Australia. It happens in Miami, happens in other parts of the world in an ongoing basis. Do we use it as a what would happen if it affected other food stocks? Yeah,
so a couple of things. Firstly, in relation to South Australia, there's a Commonwealth managed fishery that borders. And so there were kind of regular conversations around between the state fisheries manager at that time, and there were some reciprocal closures put in place as a result of those conversations that happened. So in a localised sense, that's certainly kind of examples of what happens there. And I guess in a more general sense, some of these sort of shared challenges that fisheries managers face, kind of no matter where you are in Australia, are again those topics that we look to discuss as part of the Australian Fisheries Management Forum, including things like impact of climate change on stocks over longer terms and what that kind of looks like.
Something that came out of hearing those stories, I draw a similarity to drought. It's not a natural disaster per se in the traditional form of it, like a NEMA response, but it wasn't an ongoing hazard like a drought going forward. And that, that's traditionally states primary, but you guys come in and assist on the drought and do. Has there been any conversations about looking at ongoing climate or ongoing hazard incidents like that, not an acute disaster response, but an ongoing hazard response outside of drought for things like climate events or weather events?
Specifically to fisheries, do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think again, I think certainly the acknowledgement of some of the contributing factors to the South Australian algal situation has been something that has been discussed by other fisheries
it was all sorts of things,
management as well. That's right. And so I think certainly kind of sharing the experience of from a South Australian fisheries management perspective, kind of some of the challenges they had. That's certainly information that is then shared with colleagues across other states and territories. And then probably the other thing in relation to that is the investment that was made at the time, that was the joint Australian Government and South Australian Government investment, did support a number of things, sort of looking at how some of these things are dealt with at a national level in a more ongoing sense. So testing laboratory was funded as part of that, and some additional monitoring work and things like that.
Yeah, I just think something we'll be looking as a government sooner or later, federally, is sustained hazards as opposed to these acute things. I think it's an interesting phase when we get to with change. I might change topics entirely unless you...
Do you mind if I just ask you a question, if that's okay?
Okay.
Thanks very much. I just have a question about the national statement on First Nations and agriculture, fisheries and forestry. Thanks for coming along this afternoon. So I understand the department has undertaken extensive consultation with in developing the statement. Can you outline for me the scale of the engagement that you've had with First Nations stakeholders?
As you say, Senator, there has been significant engagement, and I think we're really pleased at the progress of the development of the National Statement on First Nations in Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry in the context of growing Australian agriculture, and obviously recently exceeding $100 billion. We think First Nations agriculture represents a unique, valuable and important opportunity to continue to grow the value and diversity of Australian agriculture. And it also represents an important economic opportunity for First Nations to grow agriculture, fishery and forest enterprises and pursue economic self-determination and enterprising connection with country. But to get to your specific question, I'll pass to officials to outline the really extensive consultation.
Thank you. That'd be great if you could go.
Thank you. And yes, just to confirm that the development of the national statement was first agreed by agricultural ministers in March 2024. And so since then we've undertaken and embarked on quite a significant consultation process. So that consultation commenced in May 2024 and reached over 500 stakeholders, including approximately 200 First Nations people, but also from the agriculture sector, from industry, and I think fair to say it's been widely supported.
And was that not only First Nations, were those industries as well that you're talking about then?
Correct. So a range of agricultural industries. Ms. Bird might be able to elaborate further on those stakeholders that we're engaged with.
Sure. The agricultural and industry stakeholders that Mr Denny refers to include non-Indigenous representatives, and those representatives came from a number of...
Sorry, Ms Bear, I'm just having a little bit of trouble hearing you. If I could just get the volume turned up a little bit, if that's okay. Sorry.
And those representatives came from a number of industry representative bodies, as well as individual farmers themselves from across Australia, from every state and territory. That included the national peak in the National Farmers Federation, as well as their members, and state and territory representative groups as well.
And how's the feedback been from those stakeholders, which was part of the consultation?
Yes, broadly supportive. In terms of the intent of the national statement, broad support for what it is trying to achieve in terms of setting a whole of government policy position on greater economic inclusion of First Nations people in the sector. And then in terms of regarding more of the specifics as to what the draft national statement outlines, support for key desired outcomes, including things like greater employment opportunities, greater business opportunities, greater trade opportunities. So seeing it as a sort of a win more broadly for the whole sector, as you know, as one ship rises, all ship rise. Yeah.
Thank you. And can you also give me some information about how the statement will align with the broader government priorities, including closing the gap and supporting economic self-determination? And I don't know if the Minister would also like to comment as well.
Sure. Sure. So this work on the national statement does align more broadly with the whole of government, with the Commonwealth economic empowerment agenda and the work that our colleagues at Treasury are leading in that regard, as well as alignment with the national agreement on closing the gap, not just in terms of things like the priority reforms, but also in terms of specific closing the gap outcomes related to employment and economic development.
Thank you. And Minister.
Yes, thank you. It's really important to be able to hear about the work that the Minister's doing in this space with the department and with stakeholders, Senator. I would add too that the work also complements the ranger jobs that we have around the country with over 1,000 ranger positions, many of whom are on our coastlines, working in the maritime area, working in the fisheries area, and so it has been important for those stakeholders to be a part of it as well.
Thank you. Throughout estimates, it's been, in my year of being in this place, it's been fantastic hearing about the Ranger program. So, yeah, thank you for the update.
Do you want to do that now? RFAs and Forestry Growth Fund, or? Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Can I get a sense of what advice we've had in relation to the rollout of the new forestry practices system, and whether or not we've got a resolution to what the new regime's going to be for the native forest sector in Tassie? Well, I should say the rest of the country too. New South Wales are very interested, Western Australia doing some weird things over there by what they call environmental thinning, which is forestry by another name. But where is the new process at under the revisions to the EPBC Act?
So the work is progressing well, and I know my colleagues to the right of me have been working assiduously on this with their colleagues in DQ with Tasmania, New South Wales and WA. So we've been engaging with them, as we've mentioned to you previously, Senator, on landscape scale approvals. In relation to Tasmania, they've advised that they're wanting to progress with a bilateral accreditation and a strategic assessment as a fallback, and our work with them is progressing well. They've shared information in relation to their regulatory regime with TQ, and we're moving into, I guess, kind of a benchmarking exercise, as we've discussed in this forum previously, about, I guess, how the EPBC Act requirements align with their current regulatory regime, and whether there's any gaps that will need to be addressed.
But do we know fully what the new regulatory regime looks like? So I think when we've talked about this before, the conversation's been around effectively using the existing RFA base, if you like, identify, as you say, what the gaps are. One of the problem with identifying some of those was that we didn't know what the new national standard looked like, and whether that created, or what the gaps that created were. Is that how far are we from having that new process finalised, the new environmental standard, which becomes yet another overlay on the system?
Yeah, it's obviously something that our colleagues in DQ are progressing. The two most material ones that we've discussed in this forum previously are matters of national environmental significance and offsets. Those are currently out for consultation, so we do have a good sense of I guess, what is being proposed in relation to those standards currently, and that's a basis for us to work with jurisdictions on in terms of that benchmarking process.
So let's go to offsets and the capacity in individual jurisdictions for that. So my home state of Tasmania has 54% of its landmass in parks and reserves. There's not a lot left for offsets. And I know that it's a problem for my Premier because we've discussed it. What's the story going to be there, and what's well, I suppose, what's the penalty, if you like? Because if the standard's going to require something, if you're already exceeding what the standard is, and so let's say, for example, to quote an oft-used number, which is, say, you want to have say up to 30% of your land mass in reserves.
Yeah.
We exceed that by 24% already. So how does that fit in the context of what the new environmental standard might want you to do? Because you've exceeded the standard in a whole of land mass sense and an environment sense. I would argue that all of the assessments that have occurred in my home state of Tasmania with respect to land use for forestry, I mean, it's been assessed to death. And increasingly to smaller scale to suit environmental desires to lock more up and kill off the industry. Does the new standard mitigate against that?
Maybe not. How I'd characterise it, Senator, is that the new standard and the process that we're going through will recognise the car reserve system, for example.
Yep. Comprehensive, adequate, and representative.
That's right. So that, if you like, already existing offset that that came about as a result of the RFA reforms, is something that will be considered as part of the process that we go through for this EPBC accreditation.
So the fact that through further assessments that have already occurred post the car process, because the car process, as you say, goes back a way now, there's been further assessments of the Tasmanian estate through a number of different processes since then, which has resulted in further limitations. Is there a definition, or are there definitions of what those processes might be? So you say CAR is the CAR process, comprehensive, adequate and representative reserve system. Is that a recognised format under the standard?
I might defer to colleagues here.
It's difficult to give a firm answer on that, I think, Senator, because I suppose the work of determining what the offset is really turns on the kind of benchmarking exercise that Mr. Lowe was talking about. And so we are in the process of talking with DECU officials and Tasmanian government officials to consider how the Tasmanian forest management system operates.
Very efficiently.
The offsets that, I suppose in terms of how it operates against the new draft National Environmental Standards and the other legislated requirements of the reformed EPBC Act. So it's an exercise in determining what, if any, residual impacts there might be and what might be required in addition to the existing operations of the forest management system in Tasmania to offset that. And I suppose it's also worth mentioning, Senator, that offset is not... that there's a mitigation hierarchy, I suppose, and that that reservation of land, particularly noting that there's been reservation added since the car reserve process was undertaken, as you say, some decades ago. So there are other, in the mitigation hierarchy of avoid, mitigate, repair, there are other actions that can also be either done in addition to current operations or acknowledged in the operations of forestry and their environmental contributions in terms of things like weed and pest management, I guess is what I'm talking about.
So, for example, in the last round of heritage listing, there were 74,000 hectares that were put into reserves as part of that process. A fairly significant chunk of that had been forested, some of it clear felled. So using the definitions that you've just placed, in terms of repair. So recovery of those, replanting, regenerating of those could be part of a process that could be supported under the
certainly
framework?
Yeah, certainly environmental repair is part of the kind of mitigation framework that's built into
I think we
draft
paid some
standard.
of the environmental groups to go in and use the same forest practices that they complain about when foresters are using it to regenerate some of the areas that have been forested.
Yeah, I guess returning to the underlying point though, Senator, the offset required really depends on the intervening work about benchmarking the Tasmanian Forest Management System against the requirements under the EPBC Act, and to determine what, if any, impacts might require offsetting.
And yet we don't know what those are yet, because we haven't finally agreed what the last elements of the standard will be.
Well, I think we have a reasonable base
you've got
based
it out
on
for consultation.
the draft, and the consultation, I think, on the draft closes tomorrow, I think.
Yep.
But there's a previous draft that's already been published. So there is information that we can start the benchmarking process on. Obviously, it's a relatively complex task to benchmark, though, and that work is underway and being led by colleagues at DQ.
So the last statement scares me more than anything. So what input are we having to that process? Because as we've discussed here before, you've got organisations like ABARES who do the State of the Forest report, probably know it and understand it as well or better than the others, anyone else. What is the input of those agencies into that process to ensure that we're not having some ideological overlay thrown at us that is designed to undermine the industry?
We're continuing to remain engaged in quite a level of detail. We're part of discussions between the Tasmanian government and our DQ colleagues on a twice weekly basis about these. I mean, it's worth acknowledging it is a regulatory process, and the decision maker is the Environment Minister. So in a sense, DQ is certainly the lead agency, and there will be regulatory processes where our department can't participate fully, but we're heavily engaged in the process. We're also engaged with Tasmanian officials about support that we and ABARES can provide, particularly in terms of data and information, and particularly, as you've mentioned, in relation to the car reserve.
And Senator, maybe if I could just add briefly, the 2026-27 budget also included $28 million over the next 2 years to support RFA states to implement the EPBC Act reforms as well. And some of that money also is for DAF to support both human resources and funding to support states work through the relevant RFA reforms as well.
So where does New South Wales sit in all of this? I mean, they are probably the other state that's got a very significant native forest sector left. So whereabouts are they sitting with respect to their process and their certainty of a future going forward?
Yeah, they're working through, I guess, what pathway they want to pursue and what will best suit them. And what's been again really I think pleasing has been the level of engagement that we've received from New South Wales, and we're meeting, if not weekly, at least fortnightly, with our counterparts to discuss them and discuss which way they want to head. But also that information sharing is happening as well in relation to their regulatory system. So that can happen kind of irrespective of which pathway they choose to pursue.
If it assists maybe to add to Mr Lowe's answer, just to be clear, while the New South Wales government is considering which pathway they'd like to take, that they and Western Australia too have provided I suppose the underpinning information about their systems so that we can, with DQ, start the benchmarking process. So the information assessment task is happening while governments are making choices about which is their preferred option to target for the EPBC Act regulatory process.
Could we end up with, well, I suppose it depends on how different each of the RFAs was, and each of them would have some variation because of their alignment to the environment of each jurisdiction.
I think it's fair to say, Senator, each of the RFAs as documents are different, but the systems that sit behind them, the state forest management systems, are very different and have differing levels of complexity. For example, the Tasmanian government has a single regulator and a forest practices system that applies across the plantation forestry, public native and private native. That's not the same in New South Wales or Western Australia. So the systems that sit behind each of the RFAs are quite different, and so the regulatory assessment task for each of the jurisdictions will be different, and that is, I suppose, why they're on slightly different tracks in terms of considering which is the right pathway for them to progress.
So in terms of the new standard, does that drive any different, I'm just trying to think of the right word for it, does it drive any additional or different requirements or practices with respect to how the various RFAs will work? I mean, you've just described quite eloquently the way the Tassie system and how it applies across different forms of forestry, and it's not the same in New South Wales and WA, but does the new system change any of the way that any of those practices might work, or is that work, say, the Forest Practices Code in Tasmania and the way that operates and what it stipulates you should do, does it force any changes to those particular codes?
I guess it's too early for us to be definitive, Senator. Certainly that's a possibility. The benchmarking task is really, and I'll use the bilateral accreditation approach as probably the cleanest example. That is very much a process where in the Tasmanian case, it's a process of assessing the Tasmanian system and whether it effectively, kind of line by line, I suppose, in a sense, meets the same standards and will deliver the same outcomes as the EPBC Act. And so it is a requirement in accrediting that system that if the Tasmanian system, as it presently is, does not meet all of the requirements of the EPBC Act, then there would be an expectation that the Tasmanian system would change to meet that. So I suppose there is the possibility in an accreditation model that state systems will be required to be modified to meet the EPBC Act standards, but that's part of the work that we're undergoing now to understand what changes, if any, are required.
So is there support being provided or being considered for the states for that work?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And that funding that I mentioned, Senator, includes $22.5 million to support RFA states to implement the reforms.
Okay. So let's go back to Tassie. What's the time frame for trying to... let's go back to the national standard, because that's the driver for all of this. What's the time frame for finalising the national standard?
We know that the ones that are currently out for consultation at the moment, I think DQ had said actually in estimates earlier this week when they appeared that they were aiming for mid-year to have those finalised, I think is right. So the standards, the standards are at different levels of progress, but those ones that are sort of firmly kind of well progressed, that's the sort of timeline that DQ is given in relation to that. But I guess in terms of the process that we're currently working through with RFA states, that's around ensuring approvals are in place before the RFA exemption sunsets, which is the 1st of July 2027.
So that's a hard marker for us all.
Correct.
Because if it's not done by then, there's no framework at all to support operations.
That's right. Yeah. They'd have to. The fallback would be coop by coop kind of permits.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
Perhaps not necessarily coop by coop, but proponent by proponent, I suppose.
Yeah. So as a part of this process, the RFA system has been tested legally quite a few times over the last 25, 30 years and been sound, and been found sound by the legal system on a number of occasions. What work's being done to ensure that we don't get caught up in and I'm going to say an inevitable cycle of process, because the environment groups who just want to say no to everything and forestry will do this because that's what they do, to ensure that this process is as sound as the system that we're moving away from.
Yeah, that's a consideration, absolutely. So with the example of a bilateral accreditation, as Mr Bursell outlined, well, actually, as a starting point, Senator, what the EPBC Act also has been subject to significant legal challenge over the years, and so as a starting point, having those robust accreditations in place, we think it will deliver as a benefit greater certainty for forest industries going forward under one of those landscape scale approvals. Under a bilateral accreditation, as I understand it, it is effectively the Commonwealth under the EPBC Act accrediting the state's regulatory system for managing forestry practices. So effectively, we're saying, great, you get a tick. Your forest management practices and regulatory system are accredited, and regulate. You kind of have the discretion to regulate in accordance with the accreditation.
In accordance with the accreditation of your framework.
Yeah.
Which I think, to add to Mr Lowe's answer, to be fair, is quite similar to the RFA. I mean, there are many senses in which the RFAs are an accreditation of a state system. The RFAs themselves don't stipulate how forestry is conducted. They're an authorising framework that references a state system.
But the RFA process is a legislative process appended to the EPBC Act, or that was, or alongside the EPBC Act, that supported that utilisation of natural resources under that legislated framework. The suggestion that it was an exemption under the EPBC Act isn't right. It's a legislated framework that requires those working in the forest industry to comply with the requirements of the EPBC Act, but through the RFA process. That's how that worked. And so what we're now doing is transferring that process into the EPBC Act through the new Act.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little...
Or through a bilateral under the new Act.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the RFAs are referenced under within the EPBC Act, and obviously there's the separate RFA Act that sets up that architecture as well. So I think it's that there's certainly many senses in which it's an accreditation-like arrangement that's referenced in the EPBC Act. I suppose there's also...
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm to a certain extent making a political statement here, but even the review of the Act talked about an exemption for forestry through the RFAs, which I think was wrong. I think that the reviewer was completely wrong with the way he characterised RFAs in the review, and because of the requirements that the forest industry is required to meet under the RFAs, were part of meeting the requirements of the EPBC Act. So there's a misconception that's been created here. It's brought us to where we are today. But my concern is to make sure that we have, once we settle this process, something that doesn't end up with the industry in the courts, which is undermining their capacity to operate, which is exactly what the environmental groups who just oppose this philosophically rather than in a science-based sense would like to do.
Yeah, we absolutely agree that the RFA framework is a robust regulatory process, as we've discussed in this committee in previous estimates, Senator, and provides a really sound basis for accreditation under the EPBC Act, and certainly a goal for ourselves, and I think the Commonwealth Government more broadly, is to deliver regulatory certainty to the forest industry going forward.
So, Tassie seeking a bilateral. We don't know the format that Western Australia and New South Wales will apply for at this stage. It would end up being something similar, would it not, though?
There's effectively 3 landscape scale approvals that states could choose to pursue. 1, a bilateral, 2, a strategic assessment, and 3, I'm going to say a bioregional plan.
Bioregional plan. So that's a much smaller scale, though, isn't it, a bioregional
I think it's
plan?
probably fair to say that WA, New South Wales are really focused on the bilateral accreditation approach and the strategic assessment. Those, I think, are, for each of the states, the 2 approaches that they're really focused on. I think the regional planning option is less attractive to the jurisdictions in this context.
Okay. Just to the growth fund that operates under the that was announced as part of the changes. Can you? We might need ABARES back here because they'll have this number. Just to confirm the current trade deficit on timber products.
Yeah,
he knows.
He's got any information on hand?
I think
we know someone who does.
I'll leave it to David. He's more competent. I do have some value figures, not volume.
I'll go for it. I'll have to look it up. So if you've got the numbers there, go for it.
I have a value figure of $2.9 billion for exports in 24-25 and a $6.8 billion in imports in the same year.
2.9 for exports?
Yes, and 6.8 for imports.
6.8 for imports.
Let's see if that matches David's number.
Yeah. I thought I had it.
So that's close to $4 billion trade deficit.
Yes.
So my notes told me 2. It's blown me out of the water. So that's deteriorated significantly.
That includes, I should say, paper and paperboard products as well.
Oh, okay.
So your numbers might just...
We don't do that much of that.
No, that's right. It will be a little bit distorted, so you may have more raw products figures.
So if we can refine it to wood products, please.
So I've got imports. This is for 24-25.
Yeah.
Where am I? So if we go through the different categories, well, roundwood's only about $1 million of imports. Sawnwood is 471 million. Miscellaneous forest products is 1.3 billion. Engineered wood products a little bit over $1 billion. And then after that we go into paper and recovered paper, pulp and wood chips. So probably those categories are read out of the main timber type categories.
What was the first number you got?
Roundwood. Roundwood's only 1 million. Roundwood. That's logs.
One.
Yeah, very small amount. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah. No, because we send more than that out. Don't worry.
This is imports. Yeah. Yeah, so we import more sawn wood and then engineered wood products. You know,
Where does the medium
veneers
come
and all
from?
that.
Where's that coming from? Is it coming from?
I'll have to go to another dashboard to find that, but I can find that out for
No,
you.
round wood would be no, it's whole logs. Yeah, no, I was curious as to whether that might be coming, say, from South America, where they're growing Australian trees and sending it back to process here.
May well be. I can look it up for you if you like.
Papua New Guinea?
I can give you the export figures.
Yeah.
So exports are. Oh, hang on, I've got to go to value. Sorry. Roundwood, 308 million. Sawnwood, 77 million. And then we've got miscellaneous forest products, which is things like oils, tea tree oil, eucalyptus oil, those sorts of things, is 153 million. And then engineered wood products, about 40 million. And then again, we get into paper and pulp and those sorts of things. Pulp is, wood chips is quite a big number, 1.1 billion. So total for exports I've got is 2.9 billion. I hope that matches with the secretaries, thank God. And total...
Because you supplied it.
Total imports, 6.8.
So everybody's numbers are the same. We just need to take paper out of the imports, basically, to get to a net for wood. Yeah, wood. Still, it's $4 billion all up.
Yeah.
Which is significant. Yeah.
And I'll see if I can figure out that million of roundwood for you as well. But carry on with your questions, and I'll come back to you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So are there any restrictions on the growth fund in terms of what it's permitted to invest in, say, with respect to native forest timber, or is so we can invest in facilities that are upgrading their equipment for native forest processing?
Yep.
So no restrictions on that versus plantation?
Are there any restrictions?
I can refresh my recollection, but my recollection is that because there are two components, Senator, under the Forestry Growth Fund, 150 million for the from the National Reconstruction Fund, and my recollection is that the Act for the National Reconstruction Fund includes a prohibition against native forest product.
Native forest logging.
Relating to native forest
150
logging.
million in concessional finance to modernising processing across the industry, delivering through the National Reconstruction Fund, and the National Reconstruction Fund has a prohibition against supporting native forests.
A product from native forest logging, I think, is the language of the Act, but I can double check that for you. But my recollection is that the Act includes a restriction in relation to native forest logging.
So that 150 million in concessional loans is about as useful an Australian and motorbike for the native forest industry, if you're not allowed to use it.
There may be, I guess it's a degree of connection to native forest logging.
And the other 150 of the 300 is about workforce, which is not necessarily a problem. We need that. Improve workforce health and safety, support community wellbeing and lift productivity. So in terms of, so effectively what we're saying is that we can't do any work that will support processing of timber.
No, sorry, Senator, I've given you the wrong impression there on the limits of the NRF's investment capacity. That relates to the logging itself. So my understanding is that processing of product would still be in scope within the NRF, though that question is probably best directed to the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation and the Department of Industry to give you a technical answer, as it's their legislation.
Is it possible for you to take that on notice and confirm for me, please?
Yes, certainly. And then just to be clear on the remaining 150 million, Senator, that's still subject to design. So the government's given an indication of where it would like to focus its investment, which absolutely includes investment in the processing sector. So we're in the process of consulting with industry and worker groups and states and territories about what the targets of that $150 million, and then that will be subject to a decision of government about how we use that funding, predominantly through grant programs. So it's certainly not all reserved for workforce, and I forgot the other example that you used, Senator.
Workforce, improve workforce health and safety, support community wellbeing and lift productivity. I mean, there's a range of things you could do in there that would meet that. Are there any restrictions on that with respect to native forest harvesting? I mean, making sure you've got good work health and place health and safety in that part of the industry is also important.
No, as I said, that component of the Forestry Growth Fund is still subject to design, so we're still working through what the focus of that investment will be.
But it'd be fair to say, Senator, to give you some insight, through consultations that we've been undertaking on that component of the fund, that innovation and scaling up manufacturing has been a theme. As you mentioned, support for workforce training has been a theme, investing in the plantation estate has been a theme, and addressing competition of imports through illegal logging laws has been a theme as well.
Well, I mean, all of those are clearly important elements, but you know, if I look at the values of a forestry system and I'm making a comparison between native forest and plantation, and I'm looking at that in a value sense, I'm going to choose a native forest-based system on most occasions because it's better for water quality, it doesn't use any chemicals, it's basically an organic forestry system, better for biodiversity, it's better for carbon storage, so it doesn't matter what value you pick, they're the values that a native forest regime bring to you. Now, plantation brings a consistent and reasonable value source of fibre for paper and things of that nature. In some circumstance, if it's managed well, you over a decent growth cycle, you can get some timber out of it, depending on the species. Pine, for example, we understand all of that. But again, in terms of the values that I think people, if they understand them, would want, a native forest-based regime does a whole range of things that are of genuine value, and yet we continue to get it undermined by those who philosophically rather than scientifically want to stop the industry. So in terms of the second 150, when's your time for finalising the arrangements for that?
Yeah, so well, at the moment, as my colleagues have outlined, we've undertaken a fair bit of consultation on that with a range of different people, including from industry and others, and state government officials as well. We're in the process now of bringing together that and I guess tightening up some of the design considerations for particular grant programs that might support a number of those objectives we talked about. That will then be subject to a decision of government to decide on those final parameters. But look, we're working
it's not far away.
Yeah, we're working as quickly as we can through those processes.
Is the release of it dependent on the finalisation of the processes that are going on with the states?
In terms of the EPBC Act processes, do you mean? No.
So that funding can effectively start to flow as soon as the grant processes are finalised.
Yeah, that's right, Senator.
So we should expect to see some of that start to move in this next financial year.
Yes.
Yes.
So there's none gone out the door yet at all of that 300?
No. The NRFC has funding available, but it's my understanding that no sort of facilities have been entered into yet.
Do you know if they've received any applications, or should I go to... So I have to go to industry to ask for that next week?
Yes, that they will be best placed to give you an accurate answer, Senator.
They opened to applications on the 20th of April, so...
Okay. So in terms of the requirement under the National Reconstruction Fund not to support anything to do with native forest harvesting, is that am I characterising that correctly?
Yeah, I'm just checking the legislation now, but yes, that's my read, Senator, that it relates to the primary production and harvest, not downstream processing.
So that's a legislated element of the Act, yes. Or is it part of the regulations?
I believe it's in the Act itself, not in the regulations.
So
but again, it's not our legislation, and probably best to ask DISA.
Oh no. Well, I mean, this comes back to an argument that we've had. Well, not an argument. I think a sentiment that I've expressed here a number of times about how this agency is listened to by other departments. Why are we legislating against a legal, highly and very well regulated practice, particularly when you compare it globally, and restricting its access to government programs? I mean, philosophical question, I know. I can't ask you for an opinion. The Minister might like to give me one or not, but I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me that we are legislating against an industry that is, as we've discussed, it's got a highly regulated framework that it operates under. Beats most places, hands down. And, you know, when you look at the timber that we're importing, I bet a lot of it's coming from jurisdictions that don't have anywhere near the level of forest practices regeneration that we do. And it's no different to the conversation we had earlier with one of our friends from the Greens about sugar being grown in Indonesia using West Papua with Australian technology.
Senator Colbeck, we might need to rotate shortly, and we do have a bit of a programming update as well for the officials. How are you travelling with your questions?
Okay. Sorry. I was just going to get, it's section 63 of the NRFC Act that includes the requirement. So it is, I've just checked. So I'm not wearing my glasses, but it's in the Act.
And through the Chair, Senator, the only contribution I'd add to that towards the end is that in regards to Minister Collins, that she's met with the Tasmanian Minister Felix Ellis recently.
I saw him prowling the halls here last week, or the week before last.
She certainly reiterated to him that she wants to see forestry operations continue in Tasmania under the new arrangements, and that this has been the same message that Minister Watt has also provided to Tasmania as well, if that assists. Yeah.
Thank you, which makes my last complaint more salient. You know, we're saying we want to continue to do this, but then we go and legislate. You go and legislate to stop an industry from accessing a program that's designed to support industry in the country. Okay. Do you have a sense of to what proportion or the growth fund will reduce the reliance on imported timber products? Is that something that the success or otherwise of the operation of the fund will be measured against?
I think it's fair to say it's something that we'd certainly have in view. We discussed in this committee, I think, at last estimates, the imports of engineered wood products, for example. It's an element of our industry we're seeking to support to grow, and we see that there's strong potential for our industry in that space. So through those themes like innovation and scaling up modern manufacturing, we'd be seeking to grow the capability of Australian industry to produce more products like those. And then obviously there's that theme about reducing, addressing competition of imports through illegal logging laws as well.
Yeah, I mean, and look, that's an important framework, and I think the work that we've done over the last decade and a half in that space has been really important and good. But you've got to have access to resource here. I mean, the whole thing is all about, if we don't have access to resource, you can't replace anything with anything. I suppose that's would be my point. And so making sure that we retain access to resource. We definitely need to grow our plantation resource, there's no question about that, but the native resource will give us a better environmental outcome than that anyway, so maintaining access to it's critical.
Yeah, and these new technologies and the modern manufacturing processes also enable, I guess, kind of parts of the forest state and parts of the harvest to be used in structural timber and those sorts of things that they previously weren't able to be done. So it utilises the forest estate more efficiently and
getting
to a higher
yield.
Value purpose as well.
Yeah, I'd rather solid timber than glue and timber, but anyway, that's a personal preference as a chippy from way back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Senator Colbeck. Before we move to our next, we might just keep moving if that's okay. Before we move to our next senator, just a quick programming update. So we are due to go to dinner break at 6:30 tonight. In the interest of trying to stay light on our feet, we're going to move to a half an hour lunch break instead of an hour. So we'll come back from, sorry, not lunch break, dinner break. We'll come back from dinner at 7 p.m. So we are trying to work pretty hard to get outcome 1 wrapped up by dinner break. No pressure, Senator Scarr. I believe in you as a fellow Queenslander.
Queenslander.
So can I?
I hope you go for Queensland.
From a rugby state, so there might be some inferred pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of wet eyes with the numbers.
We do. The Queenslanders currently have the numbers here, so I do believe in you, Senator Scarr.
Well done.
We're very confident. We're very confident,
you.
Senator Cadell, I must say, based on past history.
I'm happy to sit here asking questions. I mean,
Budget measures, budget paper number 2. I'd like to cross-examine someone on the table on page 42.
I might ask, I think Mr Geisen is lurking out in the waiting room. I might ask him to come in, but feel free to start asking him.
Okay, so just to give you a bit of introduction, this is the table entitled Securing the Future of Agricultural Trade, and it sets out the provisions made by the government over the estimates period, budget year and the estimates period, and there's some commentary in relation to the charging for export regulatory services.
Yes, that's probably more Ms Hutchison, but Mr Geisen might be able to help us as well.
So just for the benefit of Hansard, I'll read the section, the particular section, and it says, as part of the $77.1 million provision that's being made, $8.2 million in 2026 to 27 to maintain export regulatory services with revised cost recovery arrangements for these services deferred to 1 July 2027 in recognition of the disruptions being experienced by farmers and producers due to the conflict in the Middle East. So can I ask firstly, if you compare that 8.2... You're right?
Yep.
That's right.
No, you're right.
Well, first, I might just ask you the basis for that provision. Why is that provision being made, the $8.2 million, and what does it relate to?
So, Senator Matthew Geisen, Chief Finance Officer, through MyEFO, the government made a decision to return export cost recovery to the full cost over a period of time. So it was a staged uplift. The first year government was, of the difference of the increase, government was looking to cover 75% of the uplift. So the 8.2 represents the 25%.
that would have been proposed to increase on 1 July 2026.
Okay, so I'm going to do some reverse engineering here, right? So you're the right person as Chief Financial Officer to help me. So 8.2 million represents 25% of the annual sum. So 100% of the annual amount is 4 times 8.2, which is 32.8 million. That's correct?
Sounds correct, broadly, yes.
Okay. So then the total sum, that $32.8 million figure, is the figure for...
The 32 million?
The 32.8 million, that's the total amount for...
That would have been the full year uplift increase. So government is...
The full amount of the uplift or the full amount, that's what I'm trying to get back to, whether or not we're talking about uplift, what's the total?
No,
do you understand what I mean?
So that would be the difference between what the department is currently charging versus if it was at full cost recovery.
There's three things to take into account, I think, Senator. So for a number of years, the department has been under-recovering the full cost of services.
Right.
So the decision in MyEFO was to return to full cost recovery in a stepped way. So the department has been recovering an amount of cost for cost recovery, and then over a 4-year stepped increase, the government was intending to increase the prices by 25% in year 1, 50% in year 2, 75% in year 3, and 100% in the 4th year. So on the 31st of March this year, the Minister announced to the industry that the government had decided not to increase prices at all in year 1, so in 26-27. So that first step up that was 25% of the gap would not occur, and that money reflects that gap. So the government is already supplementing 75, well, they would have been supplementing 75% of that, but they will now supplement the entire amount for year 1.
So the 32.8 million is the gap, the existing gap.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
And the gap, what percentage of the total amount is the gap? Do you understand what I mean? So what's the total cost?
We do have that. So what I can... Oh, well...
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're saying.
You're not recovering the total cost at the moment. There's a gap. By increments initially, it was proposed by increments of 25% over the course of 4 years. You would bridge the gap, so there was 100% cost recovery.
Correct.
So my question is, what's the total amount that's being spent on the provision of these services today without the gap being covered?
The full value of the cost recovery is around 190 million. But the...
all right, so the full amount's 190 million.
In that order.
Right.
And the reason for I'm just not going directly to that number is we've got 7 export cost recovery arrangements, so we've got numbers split out across those 7 arrangements, but altogether the value of the export cost recovery arrangement is in the order of $190 million.
Are those provided anywhere, how that 190 million's broken down?
Yes.
In relation to the 7 areas?
Yes, it is.
Is that public?
It is. So what we have in the public domain currently, Senator, is there is 7 cost recovery implementation statements for this financial year, 25-26. What also is in the public domain is 7 consultation or draft cost recovery implementation statements. So they were released in February this year. And we undertook consultation on those, so those are currently in the public domain.
So they're in the public domain.
And they've been subject to consultation. We've undertaken direct engagement with industry over the course of the consultation period.
Right.
And we're now in the process of finalising the cost recovery implementation statements that will be published before the 1st of July 2026. This year.
This year?
Yep.
So what's not in the public domain?
The finalised CRISs for 2026-27 are not yet public. The draft ones are, but the finalised cost recovery implementation statements are not yet.
Have they been finalised?
They're in the process. They're in the final stages of being finalised.
So what's left to finalise those?
We need to finalise the CRISs, and we need to finalise the legislation that will give effect to the price increases within those documents.
Okay. So thanks for that. It helps me get my head around this. So I'm looking at this figure at 9.6 in the table above the commentary. So the related receipts, there's a negative impact of 9.6 million. I'm trying to marry that up with the 8.2. Sorry? Yeah, yep, that was my observation, Senator Cadell. Yeah. I hope no New South Wales 5/8 is as sharp as that tonight. But, yeah.
Senator, I may need to take on notice the actual specifics, but really what that was the 9.6 that you're referring to was the adjustment to the receipt. So government won't be recovering that. That represents the 25% that we would have recovered next financial year that government has agreed not to recover.
So why isn't it?
So you are cost recovering or cost recovering plus?
I'll have to check the reason for that, Senator. It may be just the volumes have been updated since the receipt estimate was put in at MyEFO to when it was actually updated as of.
So you see the obvious question it raises in our mind, and this is the question, the issue that's been raised by industry, farmers and producers, this concern that is this a genuine cost recovery model, or will it enter into the domain of tax by being something over and above a genuine cost recovery model? And when I see that discrepancy between the 8.2 and 9.6, which was observed by my friend from New South Wales, Senator Cadell, he'll be
otherwise known as the winner.
He'll be a friend until kick-off.
So, Senator, the cost recovery...
The discrepancy. Why the discrepancy?
So the cost recovery arrangements, there is a charging framework, a Commonwealth Government charging framework that the department is required to adhere to in setting up the cost recovery arrangements.
Okay.
So the cost recovery arrangements are designed, and we are required by government to ensure that they recover the minimum efficient cost of delivering the services.
Yeah.
So they cannot be set to over-recover or collect a tax. If it costs us $50 to deliver a thing, we recover $50.
I understand that's the concept, but when there is concern that in reality, when these charges are levied, they're going to be over and above cost recovery, and that concern is underlined by the discrepancy between these two numbers. So if during the course of this evening someone can find out why the discrepancy?
This may be an obvious point, but in the context of us under-recovering at the moment, I think we're very far away from applying any taxes. I do appreciate that particular discrepancy there, but we
Secretary, I do appreciate that comment, which provides me an opportunity to ask you a question.
Sure.
That clearly the government recognises that, it's tough. It's tough at the moment for farmers and producers, and the reason why that 25% uplift was deferred for 12 months, and I'll quote from the budget papers, in recognition of the disruptions being experienced by farmers and producers due to the conflict in the Middle East. So there's a recognition, it seems to me, in terms of the delay of the 25% uplift, that times are tough out there for our farmers and producers, and that even that incremental cost of 25%, that uplift of 25% to bridge that gap, was something which will have an impact on our farmers and producers, and the government recognised that that needed to be delayed because of current circumstances. Do you recognise that, Secretary?
Absolutely, Senator. And, you know, I think in the context of the significant uncertainty created by the Middle East crisis, that's what drove that decision. And we've supported that, and we're now implementing it through this additional arrangement with the supplementation we've received.
Okay. Senator McDonald, I think, had a follow-up.
Just a quick follow-up. I just want to ask, because so many farmers and graziers are really feeling the squeeze of, you know, capped prices and increasing costs of production, they're constantly looking for ways to be more efficient, adopting technology, no subsidies, you know the story. What is the department adopting to reduce its costs? Because cost recovery is one thing, but are the costs always sharp? Are you adopting technology? Are you looking at processes, whether or not there can be streamlining and remoteness and remote inspections and all that sort of thing to try and reduce costs?
Absolutely, Senator. And I do want to say I definitely acknowledge that we do have a responsibility to drive down costs, just like anyone in business does as well. We have a range of improvement projects underway, and that have been underway over many years. Some of the benefits of those in a financial sense haven't been realised simply because other costs have gone up. You know, so there have been ICT projects and other things to ensure that we are delivering our services more efficiently. But in a context of higher prices, inflation and other things, some of that has been a little bit swamped in recent years, but they are still ongoing. I think one of the clearest things I heard since starting, Senator, was I need to have a look at this in the department, and so we will be putting in place, in addition to the things already underway, a bit of a cost recovery uplift process that will make room to fund and support, so that we can give everybody a bit more certainty and clarity over what's going on, kind of capture what is being done, give that more information to industry about that going forward. And in the context of the export cost recovery arrangements in particular, Senator, we'll be establishing a unit to support ongoing regulatory efficiency processes. We're still developing that at the moment. I expect early in the new year, and by next estimates we can come back to you on how we've sort of set that up. And because I do think we think it's important for industry to have a place to go to put their ideas to us too on further efficiencies.
I think that's right, because industry has got plenty of good ideas. And at the same time, I mean, I see in the budget papers that that there is a significant amount of money, $71.1 million over 4 years, to fund, you know, overseas forums and trade and travel and whatnot. And I think it is always good to have measurements around how much business comes out of those trade deals. And is that a good use of money when at home people are struggling with margin?
Yes, and I think, just to be clear, that is not just to fund a whole lot of travel and sort of diplomacy in the area. It's most of that is technical market access. It supports our counsellors. It supports the technical discussions and processes that give life to trade agreements and other things. So industry is quite supportive of that funding, and most of that is appropriation funding rather than drawing on industry costs. But then, of course, we then put in place these arrangements and then, provide a regulatory service in order to support exports. So I think it's one big cycle, and that part of the work is an important part of the cycle, but we don't necessarily charge for all of that. There's some elements of that we do charge for, but mostly we charge for the things that deliver direct services. So I think it's one cycle. All parts of that cycle are pretty important. But yes, I think, just making my point earlier, we do have a responsibility to continually ensure we're looking for efficiencies and seeking ideas for efficiencies from industry as well.
And I would add to that there are examples, for example, streamlining processes. So you mentioned that industry looks at either technology or business processes or where to take cost out. So we've done things like reducing the fees incurred by exporters for sending, collecting, printing and maintaining bilingual paper certificates by moving. We've got a significant program of work underway around electronic certification and engaging widely with trading partners around the world for electronic certification for exports and for imports, phasing out the use of manual processing for non-genetically modified organisms, plant export certification to 37 countries. We can put some estimates on these that would number in the hundreds of thousands of dollars of savings for bringing 532 paper certificates down to 33 for paperless exchange, for example, improving biosecurity, streamlining and aligning legislation, adopting risk-based approach, aligning our activities with market access, and we've talked earlier today about the work going on to get export facilities sending rendered product back into Indonesia, for example. So we do have examples of direct programs and projects that have been underway over multiple years in direct engagement with industry to look to streamline, automate, remove cost, and we'll continue to do that in a very methodical way as outlined by the Secretary.
Can I ask, in terms of this deferral, you're deferring 25% of the uplift that was going to occur over the course of the next financial year by 12 months. Does that mean the first year, when you start to get uplift recovery, it's going to be 50% of the uplift? It's going to be twice as much that year than it would have been in 1 year. So farmers and producers are going to get a double whammy in the first year. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say it's a double whammy. We're still going to be recovering. They'll still get the additional year with the lower cost, Senator.
But the
jump will be higher.
Well, it's going to be twice as much.
It would
in the uplift.
Would have been 25%, and it's still going to be. It's just we're supplementing in the meantime, Senator.
Right,
so
but when the uplift, I understand, Ms. Anderson. But when it is introduced,
it will be a
so why didn't you just push the whole recovery out by a year, so that you still had that graduated increase, 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%, instead of doing in 3 years what you're proposing to do in 4?
I think because of the particular circumstances of the deferral, related to the Middle East, I think that was the purpose, and ultimately that was the decision of government, Senator, to take the delayed introduction, but not to move out the whole profile.
Okay, and do you accept, Ms. Anderson, that this year it's disruptions arising from the Middle East, but in the following year it could be weather disruptions, it could be other global market pressures? We've heard that the issue with respect to, say, the sugar industry and what it's facing in terms of new competition out of West Papua that seems to be facilitated by our own research. Do you accept that these challenges occur every year? This year it's the Middle East, next year it could be weather?
Absolutely, Senator, but I think my job as Secretary for the Department is to deliver these services. The policy of multiple governments has been cost recovery in this area. We're moving to implement that without the supplementation that we've recently received, and I guess my only response to that is I need to make sure that we are continuing to deliver those services efficiently, and everything else is sort of a policy matter, and that has been the long-standing policy of government to recover these sorts of services.
Okay, just one more question perhaps before the...
I have deep faith in you, Senator Scarr.
Sorry?
I have deep faith in you, Senator Scarr. We'll be on time.
Absolutely. I've got faith in our team, Chair. Can I just, going to the micro level, so we've been speaking at the macro level, just going to the micro level, what safeguards do you have in place, or how do you ensure that the uplift doesn't disproportionately impact smaller producers and smaller farmers as opposed to large agri-businesses that may be better able to absorb the uplift?
So the premise is to charge people what it costs to deliver the service, and so we've got two main ways to do that. One is fee for service, so that if I require a certification, I come out and certify for you. It's on demand, so how much we charge you will be dependent on how much of our service we use.
But sorry to interrupt. But the issue with that is, if I've got less production that still requires the same service, I've got less production to carry that cost compared to someone who's producing far more. How do you address that issue?
So the detail of the cost recovery arrangements is quite detailed, and we have...
That's good.
It wouldn't surprise you to know that. We have regular engagement with industry through what we call industry consultative committees. So how we design the cost recovery implementation statements, how we distribute charges between fee-for-service, the charges, how we take account of big versus small, people who might be ad hoc exporters versus high-volume exporters, is subject to discussion and negotiation in those consultative committee arrangements. And one of the examples will be when the final cost recovery implementation statements are published. There will be some changes between what was in the consultation quizzes as a direct response to feedback from industry about what the balance of those charges should be. So we're well aware of that, and we work hard to work with industry and within the rules we're given to try to set up the balance of the cost recovery arrangements to limit the disproportionate effect of it.
Okay.
So it's very much on our mind, Senator.
Senator Chris McDonald, Assistant Secretary, Sustainable Trade Funding and Traceability. There are some provisions in the pricing that allows for smaller operators. So there is a small horticultural products discount, if you like, and there are also different charges for registration based on the tonnage that a business exports. So they are some of the arrangements that are in place.
Okay.
Yep.
Just before we go, there was a question earlier on invasive species with outcome 2. Before we release outcome 1, we want to confirm it's outcome 2 so we can ask
Yes.
Thank
Well,
you. Okay.
yes, invasive species is outcome 2. I don't know what your question is, but yes.
Yeah. Thank you. That brings us to the end of outcome 1. We can release officers from outcome 1. We are now at the dinner break. We will come back at 7:03. Yep. So yeah, on the rocket clock. Thank you.